beautiful, for heroes proved in liberating strife. Who more than self their country love and mercy more than life. America, America, make God thy gold refine till success be nobleness and every gain divine. And you know, when I was in school, we used to sing it something like this. Listen here. Oh, beautiful, far spacious skies, far amber waves of rain, far purple mountain majesties. The fruited plain. But now wait a minute. I'm talking about America, sweet America. You know, God done shed his grace on thee. He crowned thy good. Yes, he did.
Good evening, good evening. Welcome to Chef Madness. Everybody's saying my sound is distorted. Let me see.
Brotherhood from sea to shining sea. You know, I wish I had somebody to help me sing this.
It sound good on my end. I don't know. I hope we ain't about to have technical difficulties. Y'all can hear it in my voice. All right, y'all said it sound better. Let me see.
America, I love you, America. You see, my God, he done shed his grace on thee. And you ought to love him for it, because he crowned thy good. He told me he would. Every brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, Lord. I thank you, Lord.
Talk to him, man. I love that song by Ray Charles, man. I swear. What up, Doug? Tuck? Yo, I love that song by Ray Charles. I honestly believe that should be the American national anthem. America the Beautiful by Ray Charles. Right? That's a song that all Americans can get behind. You know, from white Americans, immigrants, black African Americans, even Native Americans, can get behind America the Beautiful because it can talk about so many things, right? It can mean so many different things to so many different people. And each group can have its own interpretation and reverence for the lyrics in that song. Unlike our current national anthem, that was a war poem written at a time when the Native Americans were being slaughtered and their lands was taken away from them. Written at a time when the rights of African Americans were being trampled over. I think it was written during the War of 1812, our current national anthem. Yeah, the War of 1812. The British had came back. The British had came back, and you know they came up into the Chesapeake Bay and surrounded Baltimore. And you know what happened. I think Francis Scott Key was captured earlier that day and taken on board a British naval vessel. So Francis Scott Key had to sit there and watch the British bombard the fort entering into Baltimore harbor. There's a fort in Baltimore harbor called Fort McHenry. And I think the British had laid siege to it from the harbor for, I think, 13 hours. Not 13 hours, around 9 hours. They started lighting Fort McHenry up. They brought the weight of the British Navy, and the British had the greatest Navy at the time. They was the admirals of the sea. All right? They commenced to take down Fort McHenry, and later they fought 2 wars in Baltimore going through the streets. One day I'm gonna go through the streets and take some video footage of the plaques. In the where the different skirmishes had taken place between Baltimore and DC, being only 40 minutes away. If they could have took Baltimore and Fort McHenry, they would have had a great staging area to then go up the Potomac and eventually take the capital of DC, in DC. They had conscripted black soldiers. The British did. And the black soldiers was promised freedom for their participation and their help to take back the colonies from the fraudulent American revolutionists, all right, in their newfound country. So Francis Scott Key, being a prisoner on the boats on one of the naval vessels of the British, had to sit, right, tied up, watching the his city and the fort be bombarded all night. He ended up writing a poem about the triumph of that night in Baltimore's harbor when Fort McHenry was being sieged by the British. And that in turn was put to music and, played in local taverns. And eventually, around World War I, or I think right after World War I, they made it into the national anthem. It stanzas in the song talking about how they took the country, right? And how they killed or vanquished the British, and about the bravery of the fledgling United States and how they fought off not only the British but the slave, because the slave was conscripted and promised freedom. So we fought with the British in order to get our freedom. So Ray Charles' rendition of America the Beautiful can speak to all Americans, no matter what. I feel as though it can, if explained in the right context. All right, y'all. Let's get straight to it. Most people know Cassius Clay as Muhammad Ali, the great boxer, the greatest. I'm the greatest of all time. He said, I'm the greatest of all time. Most people know the name Cassius Clay. The first thing they're going to think about is the late, great Muhammad Ali, American boxer, gold medalist, and 3-time world champion, Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was known to be, at the height of his dominance in the sport, he was known to be the most famous person in the world. It's amazing. He was the most famous. It is noted that Muhammad Ali, at the height of his fame, was the most recognized and famous figure in the world. It's amazing. Dr. Bernard said the greatest ego. No, he was a bad boy, though. I'm going to tell y'all something about some amazing things about Muhammad Ali before we even get started. Muhammad Ali had the speed of a middleweight fighting at heavyweight. He had the power of a heavyweight, the speed of a heavyweight. Muhammad Ali reigned as heavyweight champion, dominating the division until he was ousted because of his stance on the Vietnam War. He was a heavyweight that dominated the heavyweight division, and he didn't duck, as in physically duck, punches, and he didn't throw body punches. All headshots. Could you imagine a heavyweight champion who dominated, who never ducked punches, meaning he didn't bend his knees, and he didn't throw body punches? Watch the game. Watch the film. He didn't throw body punches. All headshots. And he dominated. It's fucking amazing. He might not be the greatest, but he was good as hell. But anyway, he got a strong case. All right. Muhammad Ali, better known as Cassius Clay, had a legendary journey inside and outside the ring. In the realm of boxing, there are few names that resonate throughout history as legendary, and one of those is Cassius Marcellus Clay Jr., known famously as Muhammad Ali. Ali's remarkable career and charismatic personality made him an iconic figure, not only in the sports world, but also in the realms of civil rights, politics, and social activism. This show delves into the extraordinary life and legacy of Cassius Marcellus Clay, a man who transcended boundaries and left an indelible mark on the world. Cassius Marcellus Clay was born on January 17th, 1942, in Louisville, Kentucky. Growing up in a racially segregated America, Clay witnessed the harsh realities of racial discrimination from an early age. He found solace in boxing, taking up the sport at the age of 12. Clay's talent and determination soon became evident as he rapidly rose through the ranks of the amateur boxing circuit. In 1960, at the age of 18, Clay represented the United States at the Rome Olympics, winning a gold medal in the light heavyweight division. This victory marked the beginning of a stellar professional career that would etch his name in boxing history. Clay turned professional shortly after the Olympics and quickly gained attention for his speed, agility, and unorthodox boxing style. The rise of Muhammad Ali was extraordinary. In 1964, Cassius Clay shocked the world when he defeated Sonny Liston to become the heavyweight champion of the world. It was during this time that Clay announced his conversion to Islam and embraced the Nation of Islam, changing his name to Muhammad Ali. His conversion and his vocal opinions on racial equality and religious freedom made him a polarizing figure in American society. Ali's boxing career continued to flourish as he defended his title against formidable opponents such as Joe Frazier, George Foreman, Ken Norton. His fights with Frazier, famously known as the fight of the century and the Thriller in Manila, are considered some of the greatest battles in boxing history. Ali's captivating persona, quick wit, and lyrical taunts inside and outside the ring made him a magnet for the media. Muhammad Ali's impact extended far beyond the confines of boxing. He used his fame and platform to champion various social causes, most notably his optimism to the Vietnam War. Ali refused to be drafted into the military, citing religious and moral objections, which led to his suspension from boxing and the revocation of his heavyweight title. This act of protest cost him some of his prime fighting years, but solidified his reputation as a symbol of courage and defiance. Ali's activism was not limited to political issues. He tirelessly worked towards promoting racial equality, advocating for African American rights, and inspiring others to believe in themselves. Ali's famous quote, "I am the greatest," not only reflected his self-confidence, but also served as a mantra for those who faced adversity and discrimination. In later years, Ali's battle with Parkinson's disease, likely caused by the tremendous blows he received during his boxing career, brought him face to face with a different kind of fight. Despite his physical decline, he continued to make public appearances, raising awareness about the disease and showing the world the strength of his spirit. Cassius Marcellus Clay, who became Muhammad Ali, left an indelible mark on the world through his boxing prowess, his activism, and his unyielding spirit. His remarkable journey from a young boy in segregated America to a global icon of change serves an inspiration to millions. Ali's legacy transcends the world of sports, reminding us that individual greatness can be a catalyst for societal transformation. He will forever be remembered not only as one of the greatest athletes of all time, but also as a symbol of resilience, courage, and the power using one's platform for the greater good. I'd like to take a minute to pay respects for the great Cassius Clay Jr., a.k.a. Muhammad Ali, the greatest. And we on. Now, Muhammad Ali was born as Cassius Clay. The irony that he was named after a white Kentucky man. This white Kentuckian was named Cassius Marcellus Clay. And he was named after the plantation that his parents and his family had owned. The irony. Even though Cassius Marcellus Clay was born on a plantation and was a white man, he was a staunch abolitionist and a freedom fighter. He fought in the Civil War. He was a judge. He was an activist and an abolitionist, and he was one of the toughest Americans to ever live. Cassius Marcellus Clay, the abolitionist and pioneer who fought for freedom. When we think of abolitionist movement in the United States, names like Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman often come to mind. However, there is another prominent figure in American history who played a significant role in the fight against slavery. Cassius Marcellus Clay. And also in this video, we'll delve into the life and the contributions of Cassius Marcellus Clay, a passionate abolitionist whose unwavering dedication to the cause left an indelible mark on the fight for freedom also. Cassius Marcellus Clay was born on October 19th, 1810, in Madison County, Kentucky, into a family of slave-holding planters. Growing up in a wealthy Southern household, Clay initially adhered to the societal norms of his time. However, His perspective on slavery underwent a profound transformation during his college years at Yale University, where he was exposed to the abolitionist movement and its ideals. Inspired by newfound beliefs, Cassius Marcellus Clay returned to his home state of Kentucky and became an ardent abolitionist. He used his family's wealth and influence to establish the anti-slavery newspaper in Kentucky, The True American. In 1845, through the newspaper, Clay fearlessly advocated for the immediate emancipation of slaves and rallied against the institution of slavery itself. Clay's staunch abolitionist stance brought him face to face with numerous challenges and threats on his personal safety. He faced violent attacks and assassination attempts from pro-slavery factions who vehemently opposed his activism. Despite these dangers, Clay refused to back down, knowing that the cause of freedom demanded his unwavering commitment. Cassius Marcellus Clay influence extended beyond Kentucky. His reputation as a passionate abolitionist, and his tireless advocacy caught the attention of then presidential candidate Abraham Lincoln. Clay's support for Lincoln and the newly formed Republican Party helped secure their victory in the 1860 presidential election. When the Civil War erupted in 1861, Clay was appointed by President Lincoln as the United States Minister to Russia. Hold on. Okay. When the Civil War erupted in 1861, Clay was appointed by President Lincoln as the United States Minister to Russia. While serving in this role, he worked diligently to secure diplomatic support for the Union and prevent European powers from recognizing the Confederacy. Clay's effort abroad proved instrumental in the strengthening the Union's position in the war. After the Civil War, Cassius Marcellus Clay continued his fight for equality and justice. He actively supported the passage of the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery throughout the United States. Clay's tireless advocacy and unwavering commitment to the abolitionist cause contributed significantly to the eventual eradication of slavery in America. Cassius Marcellus Clay's impact as an abolitionist pioneer cannot be overstated. His unwavering dedication to the cause of freedom and equality despite facing personal danger and societal opposition serves as a testament to his courage and conviction. Clay's contributions during the Civil War and the diplomatic efforts as a minister to Russia further solidified his role as a key figure in American history. Although his name may not be widely as recognized as some of his contemporaries, Cassius Marcellus Clay's legacy lives on in a reminder of the power of one individual to make a difference. His fight against slavery and his commitment to justice inspire us to challenge injustice, to stand up for what is right, and to strive for a society that values and upholds the principles of equality and freedom. Cassius Marcellus Clay's journey from a Kentucky slaveholding family to a passionate abolitionist and an influential diplomat showcases the transformative power of personal conviction, his unwavering commitment to the abolitionist cause, and his contributions to the Union during the Civil War helped pave the way for the eventual eradication of slavery in the United States. Clay's legacy continues to inspire us to confront injustice, fight for equality, and work towards a more inclusive and just society. That's Cassius Marcellus Clay. All right. Let's turn this off. What's going on, good peoples? Let's get into it. Boom. And here I go. Yes, sir. All right. Boom. All right, y'all. What's going on before we get into it? How's everybody doing? Welcome to Chef Madness. Who do we got in the building? I'm glad y'all came. I was a little bit late, but I'm here and we're going to get it rocking. We're going to get it rocking, y'all. Astro 87, what is going on? Dr. Bernard, what's happening, broski? Shakira, what's up? Psycho, what it is, you already know what it is, Psycho. Tuck my eye, I'm glad you over here, bro. You know what I mean? You's a pseudo killer. You know how we rock. You know what I mean? My man Tuck my eye, pseudo killer official in the building. All right, S Rush, catch the replay. Catch the replay while you at work tomorrow. You know how we do. All right, Donnie Williams. What up, Donnie? Who else we got? Power Moves in the building. Let's do this. Infinite Wisdom, what it do? Sonic. What up, bro? Ricardo, what's up, Ricardo? Tone 360, what up? All right, Mongo Slade, what's up, Mongo? All right, y'all, we're going to jump right into it before we open up the panel. Boom. Yo. What the hell?
The name Cassius Clay is most widely known as the birth name of legendary boxer Muhammad Ali. Ali took his new name in 1962 and announced he would no longer answer to what he called his slave name. The move would, ironically, establish his image as a fearless crusader for civil rights and equality. Why ironically? Well,
iPad, yo. Oh, my bad. That I ain't. Oh shit! I never got to the Hawaii's joint. We gonna get to the Hawaii's. Let me take that off of here. Oh my God, we gonna get to Hawaii's, y'all. I can't get my damn. Hold on.
Welcome to the
Yo, this shit. Oh, I was just working. Yo, technical difficulties be killing us over here. Killing us. Now the iPad don't want to show up. That's crazy. Come on, iPad. With your funky ass. I don't know, y'all. Let's see. All right, well, we're going to have to listen.
Ironically, well, because the original Cassius Clay. The name Cassius Clay is most widely known as the birth name of legendary boxer Muhammad Ali. Ali took his new name in 1962 and announced he would no longer answer to what he called his slave name. The move would, ironically, establish his image as a fearless crusader for civil rights and equality. Why ironically? Well, because the original Cassius Clay was actually a total badass who spent his whole life fighting slavery. Today, we're going to make the case for why abolitionist Cassius Clay was the most metal politician in American history. But before we get into it, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. And then, if you really want to make our day, leave a comment and let us know what famous historical badasses you would like to hear about. So let's talk about the man named Clay. Cassius Clay was a famously tough abolitionist politician who served in the Kentucky House of Representatives in the mid-1800s. How tough? Well, his nickname was the Lion of Whitehall, Whitehall being the name of the estate he grew up on, and a lion being a dangerous animal prone to killing things. Clay was a highly proficient dueler and legendary fighter. Good thing, too. Being a vocal advocate for the abolition of slavery in 1840s Kentucky could be extremely hazardous to one's health. Cassius Clay was born to a prominent slave-owning Kentucky family. After attending a speech by the famous abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison at Yale, he turned passionately anti-slavery and became an outspoken political activist. Knowing the power of the press, he founded an anti-slavery newspaper called the True American. In 1840s Kentucky, this was about the most politically radical thing a person could do. Clay knew it too, reportedly bragging that he was the first to beard the monster in his den. Reactions to his paper ranged from quiet admiration to murderous rage. More tellingly, once Clay inherited the slaves his father owned, he freed them. The financial loss to his family was $40,000, which would be roughly the equivalent of about $1.2 million in present-day amounts. You would think this sort of thing might make him some enemies, and it did. Clay took pride in his anti-slavery work and the fact that his newspaper riled up his neighbors. He anticipated some backlash and often got it. He once even received a death threat literally written in blood. Not being the kind of guy to run away from a fight, he prepared the offices of the True American accordingly. This entailed defensive measures like reinforcing the street entrance with an iron sheet. It also included offensive measures like installing 2 giant cannons loaded with nails and musket balls at the top of the stairs. He also stocked the office with rifles and pistols. You're probably guessing those are for the staff to defend themselves with. But you'd be wrong. Clay wasn't going to put his people in any more danger than they had to be in. For his employees, he installed an escape hatch in the roof. The plan was that they would make their way out of the building while Clay held off the attackers, and then he would blow the building up with explosives. So, did it all work? Well, the office was attacked a few times, but never bad enough so that Clay had to use the full defensive system. Maybe word got around that he was just waiting for someone to try. While he had received death threats from anti-abolitionists for years, it wasn't until 1843 that his crusades actually made him a target for assassination. Clay's enemies hired an enforcer named Sam Brown to shoot him during a public debate. They hoped this would send a message to other abolitionists. Unfortunately for them, things didn't exactly go as they had planned. Brown shot Clay. That part went fine. After that, things went off the rails. Because instead of laying down to meet his maker, Clay pulled out a Bowie knife and chased after Brown. Fighting his way through Brown's allies, with a bullet still in his chest, mind you, Clay finally caught up to his would-be assassin and stabbed him. If you think that put an end to the situation, then you don't know Cassius Clay, because that was just the beginning. Clay proceeded to gouge out Brown's eye, cut off his nose, and then one of his ears. Surely, that must have ended it, right? No. Clay's finishing move was to pick up the wounded Brown and toss him over a wall and down an embankment. As you might imagine, the whole affair sent a slightly different message than the anti-abolitionists had intended. You would think after what happened to Sam Brown, no one would be dumb enough to try and kill Clay again, but you'd be wrong. For example, after finishing an anti-slavery speech one night in Kentucky, Clay was confronted by the sons of a local pro-slavery politician. While no one knows whether it was a planned attack or a heat-of-the-moment eruption, the brothers went after him. There was a struggle. One of the attackers tried to shoot Clay, but the gun misfired. Then Clay's Bowie knife got loose and one of the brothers got a hold of it. They repeatedly gashed Clay, because that's usually enough to kill a man. But as previously established, Clay was really hard to kill. Like a hero in an action movie, Clay shook off his wounds, wrested his knife back from his attackers, and chased after them. Most of them, anyway. He caught up with the ringleader and stabbed the guy to the afterlife before finally collapsing himself. The repeated attempts on his life didn't dissuade Clay from speaking out against slavery at all. One of the reasons Clay was so hard to scare may be that he had already seen war firsthand and survived some close calls. For example, during the Mexican-American War, he served as a captain for a company of Kentucky volunteer soldiers that was quickly captured by the enemy. Some of the men managed to escape, and the guards decided to slay the rest of the prisoners in retribution. As the ranking man on the scene, Clay is reported to have asked his jailers to spare the soldiers and kill only himself and the other officers. The guards were so impressed by his courage, they spared everyone. When it came to settling grievances, Cassius Clay was a man of his era, and his era was the era of the duel. This made him especially dangerous since he had a reputation for issuing challenges over just about anything, from personal insults to trivial arguments. A colleague once said, "Clay would fight the wind did it blow from the south side when he wanted it to blow from the north." Many of these challenges led to nothing, but many led to actual duels. While there's no way to know today how many people Clay really took out, rumors and stories of the era credit him with killing more people in duels than anyone else in America. Imagine being so fearsome that your enemies would literally rather take their own lives than face you. Cassius Clay didn't have to imagine. In 1833, while Clay was at law school, he became involved with a woman named Mary Jane Warfield. One of her exes, John DeClary, sent a letter making all sorts of accusations about Clay. Predictably, Clay got a hold of the letter and proceeded to beat DeClary with a hickory stick. In an effort to save face, DeClary challenged Clay to a duel. However, Clay's reputation for dueling being what it was, DeClary decided to schedule the fight for the same day as Clay's wedding. The gambit worked, and Clay was unable to show up for the duel. Unfortunately, DeClary wasn't the type of guy to leave well enough alone, and he told people Clay was a coward who was afraid to face him. As you might have guessed, this prompted Clay to demand a new duel. Clay showed up for that one the following day to learn that rather than face him, DeClary had opened up his own wrists. In 1899, Clay's ex-wife, Dora, married a man named Riley Brock. Clay suspected Brock of abusing Dora, and over time came to suspect Brock was planning to rob Whitehall itself. His instincts were correct. Along with two accomplices, Brock attempted to rob Clay's ancestral home. While no one knows precisely what happened that night, the outcome is clear. Police found one of the burglars dead of a gunshot wound, another dead of a knife wound, and Brock himself had fled the scene completely. Clay foiled the crime and took out two of the three criminals. Not bad for a guy who was 89 years old. The Republican nominee for the presidential election of 1860 was Abraham Lincoln, and Cassius Clay, already a prominent figure in the abolitionist movement, received a large percentage of votes for vice president. The VP nod ultimately went to another man, but Clay would serve a number of roles during Lincoln's administration, including those of ambassador and general. However, while he considered Lincoln a friend, Clay eventually resigned over the president's failure to declare emancipation for the slaves. Much to Lincoln's annoyance, Clay would continue to lobby him on the issue, and in 1863, he finally declared emancipation. Always eager to put his money where his mouth was, Clay donated land for the creation of Berea College, a school that would accept all races and genders. Classes were still segregated in accordance with the law of the time, but the school's very existence was extremely unusual in the South during the period. Most incredible of all, it was tuition-free. Berea College is one of the important parts of Clay's legacy. It still exists today, still charges nothing for tuition, and still uses the motto he gave it nearly 200 years ago: God has made of one blood all people of the earth. Feeling how he did about slavery, Clay was only too happy to get involved with the Civil War. Just weeks after the South seceded, Clay organized a corps of 300 volunteers into the Strangers Guard, which he used to protect the White House. Some believe the Guard's creation to be a strategically wise precaution for protecting the as-of-yet unguarded seat of American government. Others suspected Clay just coveted the presidency and enjoyed being at the White House. Whatever the truth, the Strangers Guard never saw battle. Cassius Clay was a fearless anti-slavery warrior in a slave state. He fought in a war, routinely engaged in duels and fights, and had repeated attempts made on his life. So you'd be surprised to hear that Cassius Clay finally died at age 92 of natural causes. This contradiction is pretty typical of Clay and his life. He was a man who could be righteous and charismatic as easily as he could be vicious and cruel. He embodied the volatile, contradictory spirit of his age and was, without a doubt, the most meddled politician in American history. Can you think of an American politician who was more meddled than Cassius Clay? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
Yo, that shit should be a movie. You heard me. That shit should be a movie. The fact that we don't know more about Cassius Clay, or he's not spoken of when we talk about abolitionists, is crazy to me. Right? That is crazy. The man was still putting in work when he was almost 90. This man was almost 90. And they still couldn't deal with him. Look, the irony is that Muhammad Ali was named from birth after Cassius Clay. The stance that Muhammad Ali took on his name is the irony. Because even though he was named after a white man, and you know the Nation of Islam stance on the names and why you should throw off your slave name and take one of your true righteous names, however they say that. Muhammad Ali was named after a righteous white man. The reason why I call him righteous is because he put his life in defense of the truth and of human freedom and equality. He put his life on the line daily. They tell a story how he was such a staunch abolitionist that they tried to bum rush his courthouse and take him out. He was shot and stabbed numerous times and killed everybody that ever stepped up against him. Beating men to death with his bare hands, shooting them, stabbing them, whatever. They said he gouged one guy eyes out. Beat him. The guy shot him twice. He managed to get his hands on the guy. Beat him. Drug him up to the roof of the courthouse. Gouged his eyes out. Then took his body and threw it off the damn roof of the courthouse in front of everybody. Man, that was a serious dude. He gave up his family's slaves. Right? So he was serious about abolition. He gave up a fortune. And then he put his life on the line for it. That's somebody that African Americans, that is a white man that African Americans can celebrate. That is somebody that white Americans can celebrate. He represents the very best of white people. That's the type of white person I can call brother. Because when it comes to humanity, he was a brother. That's a brother right there, y'all. We're going to call him Brother Cassius. That is a brother. Listen, they said that he was such an abolitionist that he stopped supporting Abraham Lincoln. Because Abraham Lincoln was dragging his feet on the damn emancipation. He was like, bro, what are you waiting for? This is a no-brainer. He stopped supporting Lincoln because Lincoln wasn't moving fast enough. Cassius Clay was saying, emancipate them now. Not as a political tool. Not as just an act of a tactic in war. No, out of human decency. Out of what's right. Is why you should emancipate the slaves. Not to win a war. Clay was from Kentucky. To hell with a war. I'm in it because I'm against slavery. That is an evil. That is an evil that needs to be stomped out. So, Muhammad Ali took that name off and put on the name. He took the name Cassius Clay off and he took the Arabic name of Muhammad Ali. Now, who was Muhammad Ali, that the boxer Muhammad Ali, aka Cassius Clay, takes his name from? And let's see if it measures up. Muhammad Ali, who was also known as the Lion of the Faith. When we hear the name Muhammad Ali, most of us immediately think of legendary boxer and cultural icon. However, there's another influential figure in history who shared the same name and left an indelible mark on the world. Muhammad Ali of Islamic history. Let's explore the life and legacy of Muhammad Ali. He is known to be a pivotal figure in the early days of Islam, whose unwavering faith and leadership shaped the course of history. Muhammad Ali ibn Abi Talib, commonly known as Imam Ali, was born in Mecca in the year 599 CE. He was the cousin and son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad, making him a central figure in the early Islamic community. Ali grew up as in a household deeply devoted to Islam, and his faith was nurtured by his close relationship with the Prophet. At the age of 10, Ali embraced Islam and became one of the earliest followers of the Prophet Muhammad. His dedication to the faith and his unwavering loyalty to the Prophet earned him the nickname Asadullah, or Lion of Allah. Ali's leadership qualities became evident early on, and he played a vital role in the propagation and defense of Islam. He stood firmly alongside Prophet Muhammad during numerous battles, displaying remarkable courage and military prowess. His most notable achievements include his role in the Battle of Badr, where he famously dueled and defeated several renowned warriors from the opposing side. Ali's unwavering commitment to justice and righteousness led him to sacrifice his personal ambitions and wealth for the betterment of the Muslim community, the Ummah. Despite being passed over for leadership on a couple of occasions, he remained steadfast and loyal to the Prophet and the cause of Islam. After the passing of Prophet Muhammad in 632 CE, a succession dispute arose within the Muslim community. Ali's claim to the caliphate was based on his close kinship to the Prophet and his exceptional character. His reign as the fourth caliph, though marked by internal conflicts and political challenges, is revered for his emphasis on social justice and equitable governance. Ali's spiritual legacy extends beyond the political leadership he is known for, and his profound wisdom, eloquence, and devotion to spirituality. His teachings and sermons continue to inspire Muslims worldwide, emphasizing the importance of compassion, justice, and selfishness. Ali's caliphate faced opposition from those who challenged his authority. In 661 CE, during prayers at the great mosque of Kufa, Ali was assassinated by a dissident. His martyrdom solidified his status as a symbol of resistance and unwavering devotion to truth and justice. The legacy of Imam Ali serves as a reminder to Muslims of the profound values, principles, and underpinnings of Islam. His teachings continue to guide Muslims in navigating personal and societal challenges, promoting unity and striving for righteousness. Now, the irony. Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali. The real Cassius Clay. I mean, the first Cassius Clay, who Muhammad Ali birth name was given to him from. I'm not sure if Cassius Clay was his original name. Somebody look that up. I'm not sure if Cassius Clay was Muhammad Ali's birth name. Did his father change his name to Cassius Clay and then, change Muhammad Ali's name to Cassius Clay? Either is, I'm getting somebody confused. I'm thinking his father might have changed his name to Cassius Clay because of who Cassius Clay was and then named his son. And I don't know if he was born Cassius Clay. Or I could be getting them mixed up with Martin Luther King Jr. Because I know Martin Luther King Jr. his name was Michael. Martin Luther King Jr. was not born Martin Luther. I think he was born Michael King. So I think I'm getting him and Muhammad Ali mixed up. One, I know Martin Luther King was born Michael King. And his father being a Christian, he revered the great Protestant Martin Luther and changed his name early in Martin Luther King Jr.'s life to Martin Luther King. And then he got his son name changed to Martin Luther King Jr. So I'm not sure if somebody can look it up. I think Cassius Clay was not his father's original name or his stepfather. I think it was his stepfather who named him, who renamed him. Somebody look that up. I don't want to get into it too much. I got a whole bunch of stuff running through my head. I'm trying to make sense of the irony. Okay, now we have Muhammad Ali, who was one of the companions of the Prophet, and then you had Cassius Clay, who was a staunch abolitionist, right? Their biographies both read them as both warriors, right? And they both fought for equality. So it's ironic that these are the same things that Muhammad Ali chose to aspire for in his life. Right? Being one from the early history of Islam, being the cousin of Prophet Muhammad, Muhammad Ali, and then you had Cassius Clay, the staunch abolitionist, Civil War hero, and judge, abolitionist, newspaper duelist, and everything. So he took the names of two great people who basically solidified, almost embodied the spirit of the names that was put on him, because I think his father put the name Cassius Clay on him, right? And I think Elijah Muhammad put the name Muhammad Ali on him. So one was his father who raised him, put a great man's name on him, and then his spiritual father put another great man's name on him when he changed his name. So that's, amazing. And then when you look at his life and how he's a symbol for, fighting for freedom and, speaking your mind and speaking truth to power, right? Pan-African James, what's up, yo? What's up? What's up, my brother? But y'all, that's what we got tonight. Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay, Okay. All right. Good looking out. Sajda. AA, welcome to the show. Classic Shabazz, what's up, bro? All right, Classic Shabazz say there was another Muhammad Ali during the 1800s that he think that Elijah Muhammad got the name from. Now, let's explore that. I don't think so. All right? Because the Muhammad Ali that you're talking about, he was a missionary. The Muhammad Ali that the Nation of Islam talks about, or is kind of linked to early Islam in America. I think the Muslims of Arabia had sent envoys to convert Americans to Islam, and I think this dude Muhammad Ali have made a foothold in the late 1800s, early 1900s in the African American community, proselytizing Islam. I don't that could be where he got it from, but even if it's true, that Muhammad Ali was more than likely named after the Muhammad Ali, the companion of the Prophet, right? So, I don't know. So, let me see. He says, Chef, look up Muhammad Ali bin Said, his autobiography. Yeah, I think that's the same man that I'm talking about. Shabazz. Classic Shabazz. Let me throw up a Zoom, y'all. But what y'all think though? Like this some this some good information here though, man. Like when I first heard the story of Cassius Clay, it was when I first heard the story of Cassius Clay, the original Cassius Clay, I was shocked. Right? I was totally shocked. And I just had to study up on him and, learn about him. And I always thought, man, why nobody don't talk about this guy? And why, we learn about John Brown. I think somebody in the chat had mentioned earlier John Brown. And we definitely called John Brown brother. John Brown gave up his life. He gave up his sons' lives, trying to free African American slaves. So that's another white man that we can call brother. Well, I can call brother, right? All right, let me throw up this Zoom. My bad, y'all. I'm gonna talk y'all to death. It's y'all turn. Boom. And the Zoom is firing up. Boom. Boom. Copy invite link. All right, y'all. Y'all can come in. We can discuss it. Let's get it. Link is in the chat. Any moderator can pin that to the top for me. That link. Appreciate y'all. School out Dundalk, man. She go to what? It's crazy. Boom. All right, don't be bashful. Come on in. Y'all know this is y'all platform also. Chef Madness. Let's talk about it. Boom. What we got? We got Stu Peas. Stu Peas, Wagwan.
Wagwan, my brother. The great South African president. What's his name? The one who died. The black president.
Nelson Mandela.
Nelson Mandela had a nickname, Troublemaker. I always wanted to learn how to say it in the African tongue, but I never was able to pronounce it. Hence, I wasn't able to remember it.
Mm.
But I'm going to find a nickname and put that as part of your name. Seriously, you need to look it up. Nelson Mandela nickname, Troublemaker.
Troublemaker. I'm gonna look it up right now. What's
Yeah,
going on,
right
Steve?
now, Troublemaker. And put it in your name. Because put it in the middle, aka it, Troublemaker.
Am I really
Because
causing trouble tonight?
huh?
You think I'm
Yes,
causing trouble
because
tonight?
you indirectly
Mm-hmm.
came out here and instead of you fire shots directly,
Uh-huh.
you put a sniper on a 50 cal, you stay from a distance, and you fire two enormous shots at the Black conscious community
Mm.
because you identify a white man whose resume can almost stand up to anybody resume.
It's a fact. That's
Black, white, or Chinese.
a fact.
We can put Cassius Clay resume up against anybody resume for a job. Because that man showed willingness to lay down his life not once, not twice, not three, but every day
Every day.
in Kentucky.
In Kentucky.
Plus, no, the other thing is he gave up wealth, not ordinary amount of money at that time. $40,000 at that time could buy you a plantation. $40,000 at that time was riches beyond riches. And he said, listen, I am such a man of integrity that when I come to head this household, I don't have any slaves. Everybody getting freed.
Mm.
Plus, him got to the president and him said, listen, you talking bullshit. You're a pussy hole. That him literally tell Abraham Lincoln, you are an asshole. Declare emancipation now, or I have nothing to do with you. I will back you because I understand. I go to Russia, I go all over the world, I back you. Right? I say you are the legitimate government of the United States of America. The Union, not the Confederate.
Hey, that's crazy.
But if you don't do this thing, I can't stand beside you. I'm not waiting until the 7th of July. I'm not waiting until the judge decide. You have to decide now whether or not to emancipate the people. And if you don't, I am not with you. Whose resume can put up against this? Probably only Martin. I'm not waiting until the 7th of July. Yeah. Probably only Martin resume can put up. That's a serious resume. You get stabbed, you get shot, you get people come at you constantly, every day. You live in constant fear of your life. You don't give a F. You walk with your gun, you walk with your knife. Right? No, that is a reason for Second Amendment. Power move, mute, power move. Yeah. Right? His resume speak for himself. I can't wear a t-shirt with that white man face on it. I don't feel any way.
Wait, my bad. Stu, peace and power,
Yeah.
peace and power. Big
Peace.
up yourself.
He power move. I could wear a t-shirt with that white man face on it. I don't feel ashamed.
Same.
Yeah,
I'm sitting. He was a real bad man for real. He was the real thing. Real thing is he was real.
Yeah.
This is the real thing. The dude come to the dude say, listen, all of my slaves them free. $40,000 that don't matter, them free. Right? Then he opened a school. And although segregation law was him still open a school. And he said, listen, Dr. Umar don't have nothing on me. His resume is better than Umar resume. Him school free.
Right.
Him resume bigger than him resume better than everybody in the nation of Islam resume. resume bigger than Khalid's resume.
Hell yeah. Hey,
No,
they
no,
said the
seriously.
school.
Put
They
him
said,
resume up and show me somebody resume that matches to it.
hey,
How much
stupid.
black people
They said his school is still free to this day.
still free to this day? Now
Damn.
show me a resume. Show me somebody else's resume, Chef Ray.
I can't. Yo, the white man always end up outdoing us. What the fuck? Like, yo,
No, power move, power move,
Mm.
power move. Prove me wrong. Show me a stronger resume than Cassius Clay resume.
The only way somebody would come up with a resume stronger than that, it would have to be a Marvel character. That's the only way. And Stupid, you gave me an idea. I'm gonna have to get that shirt, his face on the shirt. And I gotta thank Shay Frame for letting me know. This is one thing I like about my homeboy. That's my bro for real.
Oh,
so it's like
move. Let me tell you a better shirt. A shirt with one face, but half of it being Cassius and half of it being Muhammad Ali. Join together.
You have to trademark that one.
Yeah, that'd be
You have to
You
trademark
understand?
that one.
Half might be Cassius Clay, the boxer, and half might be Cassius Clay, but it's one face.
Yeah.
Now you put that on the back of that T-shirt. People will ask you why. You say, look up the Cassius Clay resume. Look up both of these men's resume.
Look at the correlation itself between both characters and their names, and that's why I gotta thank my bro for putting me on to the original Cassius Clay. I had no idea about it. So just based off his character alone, I mean, I love to learn. That's a high for me. So like, I appreciate that, but just his character alone, because nowadays men are soft. They don't make men like that. So when I stand on my square, I say every day I don't fall to no type of trends or whatever agendas people put. I just stand on my square and say I'm a man first, and I move day to day as a man. So when I see this man's character, I'm lit up with joy, Stupid. I'm like, man, that is a man's man for real. I mean, and then check this out. This man was damn near 100 years old for real, 90 years old, still putting in work. It don't get no real in that. You gotta
real
make
bad man. Real bad.
Yes, you got they have to come up with a Marvel character to outdo that resume.
Yo, they said one guy shot him twice. In the court, he kept coming, ended up catching the guy, beat the shit out of him, dragged him up to the roof of the courthouse. You know what I mean? Beat him some more, then gouged his eyes out with his hands, took his body and threw it off the roof.
Yeah,
what type of shit
cut
is
off
that?
his nose, cut off his ears. This wasn't a player.
Yeah,
This
cut his
taking
nose
weapons
off, cut his
taking his
ears.
weapons back.
Man, the fuck?
Yeah, he was no joke. He was no joke.
But it's not that bad. Why I respect him is that he stood on his square. He went to Yale and he got educated. And he said, listen, all my belief system in the past was bullshit.
Right.
This has to stop. And he came home and he said, listen, I am going to put a stop to this bullshit. At least me in Kentucky. Imagine Kentucky in the 1800s. What? You understand what he did?
At that time, yes, that's man. He was no joke. And then he went against the grain with Lincoln.
Yeah, Mr. Lincoln, you're taking too long. You put your pussyfooting around. You're dragging your foot. You're dragging your foot.
Yeah, I appreciate that man's character. I truly do, because like I said, nowadays you don't come across men like that. Like no, and even back then they wasn't built like that. I mean that was I gotta dig more deep in that. Like you said, get a T-shirt or something. I gotta big up this man for real. Like I'm very impressed. I like that. That's character right there.
Yeah, it is.
No, the other thing is that he wasn't born poor. This wasn't a struggler. This man lived on a plantation. He had slaves. He had money. Right? He could have easily said, listen, I'm not changing the status quo because I want to be comfortable. But this man is a real freedom fighter. He said, fuck all this shit. I'm standing on my square and I'm doing the right thing. No, when Umar tell you that white people can't be allies or they need to stay out of the way, we probably need to educate Umar on Cassius Clay.
Mm-hmm. And he would probably find a way to spin that to not go along with it. Because I watched something with him the other night, and it was a panel talking about reparations and how he was going against it. One thing I picked up on was that he is a highly functional. He's a highly functional mental health patient.
No,
Like you
he's
got
a
some
grifter.
people.
He's a
So,
grifter.
and I agree with that as well, because he even mentioned on that panel I was watching how much of good that Candace Owens was doing, and I even was like shocked, like, hold up, who is this guy for real? Like, and what was his angle bringing her name up? So like, they say some people with mental health, like they think it's always somebody that's like crazy or like, you know what I mean? You can have people out here that are like highly functional, intelligent people, but they are batshit crazy. And I noticed that on him, like his mind is gone, and the stuff that he believes and the stuff how he spends stuff.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, he like you can put somebody like I don't do the 50-50. Like you listen to somebody, they make a couple of good talking points. You like, oh, I'm rocking with them, and then they come with some bullshit, and I'm like, no, man, I'm either rocking with you or I'm not. I'm not gonna play the 50. So like at one point, when I first got wind of him, I was like, oh, this guy, you know, he trying to do some good things, building a school. And then as the layers kept getting peeled back, I said, man, he full of shit for real. And then so now when I look at him, I might watch a video on him. I just watch to see how much more crazy shit he gonna spew out, or what is he on for real. Like I don't listen to him now to be like, all right, let me see what good talking point he has or whatever. That shit, like I look beyond a good talking point. You might say a couple of good things. I'm not just gonna hang on that. I look at the overall picture.
Right.
His mind is fucked up. And if you was to show him a guy's character like the original Cassius Clay, he would find a way to spin it to be like, nah, he just don't he don't rock with him like that. He would find a way. I highly believe that.
Yeah, definitely. And he got the intelligence to spin it.
No, my question to you, Sheffrin.
Go ahead.
When you see a white man who went to a lecture a year, one lecture a year, and he decided to put his money where his mindset is. What about us? What games we played for the further emancipation and freedom of our people? When our wealthy Black people, I'm not saying all, prefer to stay with the status quo, prefer to wear a white t-shirt to say, a black t-shirt to say white life matters. Are only interested in selling these garbage to people, garbage sneakers, where they get 5% of the profit. They're selling the sneakers and getting 5% of the profit. And the white company getting all of the profit. What are our contributions? We should be embarrassed to learn about Cassius Clay.
It would be look my man psychopath atheist, right? He said, so Cassius Clay gets love, but Queen and Zinga get smoked. Why is one slave owner worth a shirt, but the other should be demonized?
I would argue that Cassius Clay wasn't a slave owner. He was in a slave owner's family. And as soon as he became the head of the family, what did he do with what did he do with his slave? Was he selling slave? Was he transporting slave? When he came into power, what did he do?
He let all his slaves go. And then he fought for the rest of his life to abolish slavery. Yeah, he better than Queen of Zinga. I'm sorry, y'all. I know it hurt like pain. I know it hurt like a motherfucker to hear somebody tell you that a white man from Kentucky is better for us than Queen and Zinga. I know it hurt. But reality is a tough pill to swallow, y'all.
Not only, the important thing is, not only did he free his slave, he could have freed his slave and he still would have worked out a hero now. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But he said, no, this shit don't stop here. I want to free every slave.
Yeah.
And one thing we gotta stop doing is making comparisons with what one person did or what another person did. Saying like, how can we big up this guy and then bash somebody else? Like, I'm just looking at this guy's character and the actual moves he made. I don't like when we see a person might see the good character in him and then they bring somebody else up for a comparison to block all that out. So it's like when you see people make those comparisons, like what is their angle with that? I just get that they do that to kind of block out the good that was in that guy's character. We gotta stop doing that.
Right. He might personally on a one-on-one basis don't want a black person in his family, you know. We don't know that. He might never want his son to marry a black girl, you know. We don't know that. But at the same time, he looked at people as human beings. What he said? What did he say? There's only one blood. He said that, right?
Yep.
There's only one blood. So the one drop rule, he didn't give a F about it. He saw everybody as human beings at that time. And he died in his bed peacefully at 90 odd years old.
He went out like a true soldier.
Right?
What's the saying? What's the saying? A coward dies 1,000 deaths, but something only dies once. That's the epitome of that right there.
Right?
And that movie, what's that movie with Bruce Willis? Was it Hard to Kill? That movie that's based on him.
Die Hard.
Yeah, that's based on him.
Really. Spike Lee need to do this alley and call it Cassius. This would be a good movie for Spike Lee.
Like Chef said earlier, that should be a movie. Yes.
Since he did the alley movie, he should do the Cassius Clay movie.
Mm-hmm. He got to redeem himself from that Chirac movie because I don't know what the hell that bullshit was.
Yeah.
No,
it should definitely be a movie about Cassius Clay. That should definitely be a movie.
But see, I think that the perfect person to play him has already passed on. See, it should have been made. What was the nigga name from Death Wish?
Not Kurt Russell. No, not Russell.
Jamie Lee Joyce?
No, the old white guy from, remember the Death Wish movies?
You talking
Charles Bronson.
Charles Bronson. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I was about to say Dirty Harry. Did he play Dirty Harry?
That's Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood.
Oh, that's right. That is. That's right.
No, Clint Eastwood is 90 now himself. He's over.
Yeah, well, yeah. If Clint Eastwood was younger, Clint Eastwood could play it. Or who could play him? The guy who starred Yellowstone could play him.
Somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat said Leonardo DiCaprio.
Man,
Kevin Costner could play him.
Kevin Costner.
I can see Leo.
I can't see Leo.
Oh, Kevin.
Leo don't look tough.
Can see Leo.
Leo don't look tough enough.
Shit, Leo took a beating in that movie where he got mauled by that bear.
That was him, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. That bear tore the fur off of him.
Yeah, Leo could probably play him. If not Leo, who could play him? But that dude, Harrison Ford too old too. But yeah,
I can't think of nobody offhand.
Harrison Ford.
Besides Leo.
No, but Harrison Ford about the same age as the guy Kevin Costner, ain't he?
No, he's older.
Now, if they doing phases of the movie, Harrison Ford could play like his older, like you know how they do characters like start off when he's a kid, and he could play like the last part of him when he was still putting in work at like 90.
No, you need a gritty person. Harrison Ford don't curse. You need a gritty person. Because
But
that
see,
we don't have to ask if that motherfucker curse.
if it was back
We
in the
don't have
70s, right? If it was back in the 70s, man, Charles Bronson would have murdered that. Charles
no
Bronson would have murdered that.
part of no Charles Bronson was not a good dramatic actor. You need somebody who dramatic and can do action movie. You know who could play him, but he's not English? The guy who's taken. The guy who started
Oh
taking.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Liam Neeson.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Liam
yeah,
Neeson could play.
yeah,
But
yeah.
no, but
That's a good
he
choice.
probably could play him, right? Because that accent might go good. He was born in 1810,
Yeah, in
right?
Kentucky, yeah.
So I mean, that accent might serve, you know what I mean, the purpose to put us in that time frame. Because who knows what the accent probably was in 1810 for
Yeah.
Americans, right? It probably still had like a English tinge to it or a UK
Or
tinge.
English, yeah,
Right.
You know what I
English
mean?
Dutch tinge to it.
Like that
Yeah,
Idris
English.
Elba.
Somebody said Jason Statham. That's funny as shit.
And another thing I picked up on was within his character, and that's one thing I like about Martin Luther King said, judge a person by their character, not by the color of their skin. And that's one thing, like what Dr. Umar does. He just completely dismisses like if you mess with a white girl or something like that. I'm saying to each his own, but I'm saying if you look at somebody's character, like Stu said earlier, there are certain peoples of that are white people that could be allies. So like a lot of times I'll be thinking about like what happened to us during slavery, and I'll be like, man, fuck these white people, this, that, and third. But I'm like, I can't generalize everybody like that. You got to really go off. I mean, you can go with the collective. It's like systematic racism, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
You know how brave.
Hmm?
You understand how brave some white people was with the Underground Railroad? Do you
They
understand
put their lives
when
and their
slave
family
catchers,
lives on the
when
line
slave
during the railroad,
catchers
the
are hunting black
Underground
people with
Railroad.
dogs and they're hiding people in the house?
Mm.
They build special areas in the house to hide people. You think that if the slave was caught, only the slave would be in trouble?
You're right. You're right. So we can't fault all of them because all of them not bad. That's just like all of us not bad, and that you can look at any ethnicity and pull out good ones and bad ones.
Yeah, I think for the most part, white people were victims of a bad society, right? It's just like African Americans, we are victims of a degenerate subculture, right? So all of us get, or the majority of us get put in those categories with, just the negative characteristics that you see promoted in our communities. And the same thing with white people. If you go to the 1800s, we castigate all of white people because of the institution of slavery, right? When it wasn't all of them, it was their society that they lived in. It's just like I can live in the black community and I can be a black man and I can disagree with the drug culture that's in our community, right? But then somebody could look at me and see the way that I dress and the people that I hang around, right? And then they say, "Yo, you the same," right? They say you the
Guilt
same.
by association.
Guilt by association. I still hang out with drug dealers. You dig what I'm saying? Some of my closest friends is still in the streets. You dig what I'm saying? Be at my house
Chef.
all the time.
Chef, you bring up that. Now that the 30 years since the 80s and 90s, and many of these dudes coming home, I see them on podcasts almost being celebrated, discussing how much they moved, how much weight they moved, how much money they made, how much time they got locked up. Do you think we should be celebrating them on YouTube? These dudes coming home.
I hate it. And I argue with my friends every day. And power moves can tell you. I don't. They laugh at me and poke fun at me because I watch Power, but I don't watch BMF. Right?
Facts.
And they say, well, because Power is a made up story. BMF is celebrating real live drug dealers and we're glorifying it. It's a difference to me. You feel me? Like I can watch a theatrical movie like New Jack City, right?
And The Godfather.
I can watch a theatrical movie like Scarface, right? But the moment you make a movie about Big Meech and knowing that our kids actually want to be Big Meech, right? I can't celebrate that. You know what I mean? I can't push that type stuff on our communities, right? That's crazy to me. And me and my friends argue about that. So.
But you make a good point though, and stupid. It's like you just said something that made me think of something that it's almost like when I used to like where I live at now in Baltimore is like a predominantly white area, Federal Hill. So like when I used to go, hang in the barbershop or go hang out in the hoods or whatever, they would glorify guys that just came home or things like that. And I looked at it like this, as you were saying it. It's almost like a rite of passage. Like they glorifying it's like a badge of honor. So it's like how they say you somebody that just said, well, I just did 4 years in college and they just came home. They don't get no credit. But a guy just said, well, I just did 10 years in the pen. We're gonna throw them a party. So it's like, right. It's like a badge of honor. So it's like when people go to jail or go to prison that live in the hood or whatever, that's like a rite of passage. And I can't stand it. And when I used to be in the hood, and I used to because like I'm always trying to be better every day. And I used to be in the hood. And Shay Friend to tell you, we'd be in the shop, talking shop. And I would always be like, yeah, I caught my first adult charge 16, and I've been to this jail, and I was putting in this work. And I think about it now, and I look back on it, and I'd be like, you know how foolish I sounded? And I'm just like, when I hear people talk about that, I'm like, you know how dumb you sound? So when I come across guys now, they might run into me, and they be like, oh, man, tell them how we was doing this on the block. Or we was over to jail. And I'm like, man, I'm not with that. Like, I'm not about that. I'm like, no, I'm not about that life no more. So like, I can't stand when it does get glorified. Now, I still watch like certain programs or gangster movies or, you know what I mean, like a lot of black exploitation movies. Like I just like how that character was back then. But I still see how we've been messed up from that culture from day one. And to be honest, I can't stand nowadays when it's being glorified. And when I think about it, when I used to do it, it's foolish. It sounds stupid. And at some point, which I don't think it would happen, that rite of passage has to end. That if I could tell my younger self or tell a younger guy, you don't want to lose your freedom. That is not cool. But they make it now like it's cool. You have to get that badge of honor. So like guys are crashing out just so they can get that badge of honor. And this shit is so stupid to me. I can't even make sense of it, but I can make sense of it, but it just don't make sense.
No, I understand where you're coming from because we need a shift in the community. Because what we're glorifying don't make any sense. What we're glorifying don't make any sense.
At all.
The drug dealer who was on the street making $1 million a week, when he comes out, the dude, the real Rick Ross, will tell you that when he went on Joe on the show, Joe, what's his name? The white podcast, the guy who is into MMA.
Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan. Yeah.
Joe Rogan show. He said he was broke as hell. He was broke as hell. He was asking Joe to peel him off some money. Right? But this dude, 20, 30 years ago, was the... Well, he's getting better now. He's making some other decisions. He's doing well. Right? Him going into legalized marijuana. But...
Oh, you talking about Rick Ross?
Rick Ross, yeah. But most drug dealers come home to nothing.
Mhm.
They fuck up the community for 5 years, 6 years, 10 years.
Mhm.
You're going at 26, 27. You're coming out now close to 50.
Yeah, and he was broken spiritually as well. It's like not just with because when they lose that material things, a lot of them, from based on my experience, they don't have any strong character or any principles or morals. So it's all about they just doing it for the lifestyle and the material things. So it's like when they do come home broke, they also broken spiritually. It's like they didn't have anything to stand on. And if you could ask the real big Meech right now, if he could do it all over again, like you said, stupid, is it really worth making millions for a couple of years to be gone for 30, 40 years? Is it really worth it? If I
No,
could do it all over again, I bet you he wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I would be a total square if I could do it all over again.
he got to work at McDonald's.
I would, man, right. And man, coulda, shoulda, woulda. I love the person who I am today, and I'm always building, adding on some new characters, like certain characteristics to be a better man. But if I could do it all over, I would say fuck them streets, fuck that jail shit, fuck all that shit. I would not want to be dealing with none of that. I would want to be on a whole different side, for the whole other side of the coin, for real. That shit, that's not where it's at. That shit is not cool. But the thing is, that's what's being promoted though. So look at all the music we listen to. Look at all the TV shows that's coming out. That gets glorified. Now you don't hear the positive things that should be glorified. Like you have websites like platforms like the Shade Room, things like that. They just promote bullshit all day. They might have one or two posts that may highlight somebody doing something good, but for the most part, nothing but male cow manure is being promoted.
No, nothing but it. And it influences the black community so much.
The easiest to be influenced. Do you say my bad?
The easiest, yeah. But trust me, we need to go back on Cassius. I like that dude.
Yeah, I'm getting that
like
T-shirt.
That.
Thank you, Stu
like
Peace, for that idea. And when I go to go get it customized, let me know your size or whatever. And you know what I mean. I gotta get free. I gotta get shape. I gotta get a few of them for real. We gotta represent that. No. That guy was definitely something.
Yeah, that guy was a monster. That guy was nobody to play with. You couldn't run up on him. Run up on who?
Right. Run up and get done up.
You get done up. Right? You get done up. Right? You couldn't call him out to him. You couldn't invite. You could not invite Cassius Clay to your dick. You could not. Or else you'd have to line up in front of him with guns. He wants a duel. You couldn't invite that dude.
and even when they had weapons, he was taking their weapons from them.
Right?
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, he was a soldier for real.
He was something else. But so we have pushback always, right? And the pushback, like y'all was mentioning, I think most of the pushback comes from a place of love, right? And the reason why I say that is I remember when I used to give this type of pushback, right? Somebody black always had to be greater, right? A white person could have never did it because they was just a good person. So when you look at the comments, you got, comments like, white people wasn't truly abolitionists, those white abolitionists didn't want to live next door to you, and like all that type stuff, right? So it's like, their good deeds or them fighting against a negative, right? We try to knock that shit down, right? Even when white people, I remember watching a documentary on three Jewish integrationists, right? Who went down south with the Freedom Riders, right?
And died.
Oh, right? I hear about. Did they make a movie about that?
Yeah, the Ku Klux Klan buried them.
Right in the
Right?
car, they couldn't find the body. FBI, they died. They
Exactly.
got killed.
And I remember hearing Farrakhan talk shit about them guys who gave up their life. They were fine, right?
Mm.
So it's like crazy, right? To hear and I used to agree with his rhetoric, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was
in the
younger.
nation.
Right. But then when I got older, I said, yo, hold on. These guys gave up their life, and they was young, college students, impressionable, right?
Mhm.
They gave up their lives, and then as they gave up their lives, they turn around, and black people say that the lives that they gave up wasn't worth shit, basically.
Mm.
You dig what
There's
I'm
no
saying?
credit.
Like, Farrakhan, you didn't give up your life. You feel me? You didn't give up your life during the height
Did
of
he
the
go
civil.
down? Did he go down south? Did
Hold
he
on.
go down south during
No,
the
during the height of the civil rights movement, the Nation of Islam stayed out of it.
Yes.
So that's crazy to me. During the height of the civil rights movement, the Nation of Islam stayed out of it. But then
Malcolm wanted to get involved, though.
yeah,
Malcolm wanted to get involved.
Malcolm wanted to get involved. What's going on, Psycho?
Peace.
Now, Malcolm wanted to get involved, but in the 90s, when Farrakhan made those remarks about those Jewish civil rights activists who lost their lives, right, trying to get black people to sign up to vote, they came down with the Freedom Riders. For him to make disparaging remarks about those guys' lives, yo, like it's something like we'll always find a way to knock white people, even when they try. Like we don't extend when they extend brotherhood to us. We knock their hand away and bat it down like that. That's just crazy to me. I remember playing lower league baseball, right? And hot as hell outside, right? We walking home with our bats. You dig what I'm saying? It had to be damn near 100 degrees outside, right? We coming from Luckman, I think. We got our bats, right? Our gloves. You know how you used to put your gloves on your bat, and we got them over our shoulder. And we gotta walk like 8 blocks, right? We gotta go from Luckman all the way down Park Heights. Power moves. Yo, black people watching, yo, white dude seen us walking. He passed us, right? Yo, the dude doubled back. He went to the store, came back with waters pulled on. Look, yo, guys look so hot. You dig what I'm saying? Y'all look like y'all about gave us motherfucking fresh cold waters. You know how many black people roll by us? Like shit like that. Like,
right.
yo, it's like, and then somebody would turn around and say, yo, a good person is just a good person, yo. Like that shit don't have a skin color, right? That shit does not have a skin color, right? If I see a white person is racist, I used to be I used to say some of the most wildest racist shit, right?
Definitely.
Right. But if I would have seen a white person get hit by a car, all that shit is rhetoric. I'm running over there to render that motherfucker assistance. You dig what I'm saying? Because goodness is just in all of that rhetoric. That's just fucking rhetoric. If you really feel that way and you won't lend assistance to another human being, that's when you fucking racist, yo. Right? When you see a motherfucker lay down their life or put their life on the line and they lose it, and Farrakhan and them sit up there and act like though that shit is hard. It make decent white people not even want to not even offer their fucking service, yo. Like if I was a white person, if I was those Jewish boys' mothers, and I heard that motherfucker say that, yo, after my son done laid down this fucking life, yo, I would hate black people, yo. I'd be like, man, fuck them niggas.
Right.
Fuck, my son gave up his life for them dumb motherfucking niggas. That would make a person say that. I know it'll make me say some crazy shit like that. I don't know. What's going on, Psycho?
Peace, what's going on? Don't you think that's how a lot of black people felt when their family members came back from like World War One, World War Two, and everything else, and they were still treated like niggas,
Facts.
even though they laid their lives out for this country?
Facts. But did they lay their lives down for the country?
The black people, World War One, World War Two, yeah, they were putting their life on the line for it, yeah, absolutely.
So they was putting their life on the line for white people?
No, I said the country.
All right, yeah, cool. I'm cool. But that's the thing. The Freedom Riders, right? They put their lives on for a particular put their lives on the line for a particular group of people, right? The dude Cassius Clay put his life on the line for a particular group of people, not the country as a whole, not a overall patriotism. His act was I'm against slavery. I'm an abolitionist, right? That's what he put his life on. And who was being enslaved? Black people. So his cause was geared towards a particular group of people. Now, when people who fought for World War I, they fought for America in general. They wasn't saying I'm going over this bitch and putting my life on the line for white people. They was fighting for America. That's something different. Go ahead.
No, I agree with that. That's why I said the country. Yeah, but they was doing it for different reasons, right? Like the Aboriginalists, they was doing it for religious reasons. Let's keep it clear. Like they, these are spiritual people, and they saw scriptures in the Bible that led them to believe that slavery is wrong, and they went on a movement to try to end it. But that was because they feared God, right? Now, the Freedom Riders, that was strictly political. That was political, right? They was trying to get black people to pretty much into the voting and into gerrymandering and all this other stuff and everything else, this, that, and the third, and get people to register to vote and everything else. That was a political move with the Freedom Riders.
I would disagree with you on Cassius Clay, the white man. That fucker wasn't religious. Listen to his story. That asshole wasn't religious. And most Aborigines, although they got to church, they weren't ultra religious. They were Christian-minded people, yes, but most of them wasn't ultra religious. They were just human beings.
Right. That's like saying that Martin Luther King was just
at
religious.
the time. The church at the time sided with slavery. Most white church at the time, most Protestants sided with slavery. So if they were good Christians who followed the church, they would have maintained and stayed with slavery.
Right, depends on what scriptures they was following. That was the thing. The Aboriginals read the scriptures different than the clan was.
Yeah, but most Aboriginals was just good people who decided that this don't look right or feel right. I don't feel comfortable benefiting from this. We need to put a stop to this. So it's not really the religious alone.
Yeah, I think
if you listen to a lot of them saying why slavery is wrong, they always go back to the Bible. Just listen to what they were saying. Don't listen to me. Listen to what they were saying about slavery.
So let me ask you:
Was Darwin religious? Was Charles Darwin religious? He was he wasn't, because if he was religious, he would not have gone against and talk about evolution. He would have been a creationist. I'm not saying that people don't follow people Christian-minded, but when we talk about religious people and we use religion, the church at the time was a place of networking, of cooperation, of people had spiritual beliefs, yes, and they might have been Christian, but not because there was Christians were the primary reason why they were against slavery. They weren't just like most people against slavery because it was good people. I said that it was bullshit.
All right, so let me ask you. All right, so the if the abolitionists was mainly moved by religion, I think the only abolitionist that was strict, that the main component of their abolitionist philosophy, it was the Quakers. Now, outside the Quakers, John Brown wrote in his diary.
John Brown was religious,
right? John Brown.
He was so religious. He was schizophrenic. He heard voices.
Yeah. Right.
Dang.
Right. So But that's the thing, though. So, what do we say about Frederick Douglass? Was his call for abolition, was it just do we lay that on the altar of just religious mindedness, just because he was a preacher, right? Like, or Martin Luther King, do we lay, his fight for freedom, right, on just his religion, or do they use religion to galvanize their followers? Because it's clear that they have what's to call it? What's the word I'm looking for? A secular. They have a secular opinion of why slavery is wrong, right? And they back it up with the religious on the other hand, so they can go to either bag, right? They got the secular reason why it's wrong, right? They got their own personal reasons of why they feel is wrong, and that might be coupled with their religious philosophy. But I think most people are dual in nature, right? Most religious people are dual in nature. I think most religious people can see the world from a standpoint of something is wrong, right? And look at it like that without it having to be strictly religious. Because if that's the case, we have to take Martin Luther King. Like, where do you put Martin Luther King?
Well, I'm not the biggest Martin Luther King fan, but yeah, as far as the religious thing, like I'm only mentioning the religion aspect of it because I just don't want people to get it twisted. Like these people somehow or another had love for black people when it had more to do with their fear of God. They was more paranoid about burning in hell more so the fact than doing right for black people. Because because a lot of these abolitionists, they actually was on the Go Back to Africa movement 50 years before Garvey, and so Lincoln himself said that he understands that we're inferior beings and whatever. I'm paraphrasing, but this basically what he was saying. But we're inferior beings, and he understands that they can't live amongst us. And his initial goal was to try to get us to ship us back to Africa. So yeah.
Okay, so this is good.
No, I totally disagree with that.
Yeah.
I totally disagree with that because it would be easier for them to confirm to the status quo of the day of misintegration and race mixing of the curse of Ham. That right, they have so much things in the Bible that they could use to defend slavery. So using that to say it's because of the fear of God why these people chose to be abolitionists, I don't believe that.
No, not why they chose to be abolitionists. I'm saying they was abolitionists, so they did have a fear of God, and that's why they chose to try to fight against slavery because within the Bible they saw something wrong with it. They saw it morally wrong within the Bible.
Darwin never used the Bible to justify saying, listen, is one race. This dude never used the Bible to justify that is one blood. The Bible nowhere in the Bible does it tell you that human beings are one blood.
I never said
Bible,
that.
The Bible itself separates people more than it unites people. In the Old Testament, Christianity might try to unite people, but the Old Testament was a book of separation.
I agree.
Right? Was a book of separation. The New Testament, through Christianity, tried to say Jews and Gentiles, everybody have a place in the afterlife. Right? But we cannot base it primarily on that abolitionists were religious. They did what they did because they fear going to hell. Some may have, but some people, the people on the Underground Railroad, right? I'm not saying that they weren't religious, but at the same time, they go out of the way, they risk their life. And we can't just sweep what they did under the rug and say they did it because, Is the fear of God let them do that? If they never have the fear of God, good people is good people.
I mean, you know, I mean, I'll say they did something good for black people. But I don't know if whether or not they was actually good people. That's questionable. But yeah, okay. I do want to touch on the thing that really made me hit the link, which was the idea of us celebrating certain bad coaches within the community. Could we elaborate on what y'all actually meant by that before I respond?
A drug dealer is not good for the community. I want somebody to identify. Seems like how you identify the fear of God. I want you to identify a good drug dealer in the community. Is there such a thing as a good drug dealer?
It's a contradiction.
Good drug dealer? Yeah, I would say yes. Yes.
No, I got Psycho. You got to break that down. I got to hear this one.
Somebody who's selling drugs because they have no other means to feed their family, and actually is only in it for a little bit to pretty much get themselves on their feet, and they was able to maintain their family structure during that downtime of their period of their life. I wouldn't call that person a bad person. No, I wouldn't call them bad for the community. And understand my premise when I'm saying this, because everybody always looks at the drug dealer as the bad guy. The drug dealer is the bad guy. The drug dealer is the evil devil. He's the one destroying the community. No, the people that's destroying the community are the drug users. That's who's destroying the community. Without any drug users, you have no drug dealers. The ones who's robbing and stealing from people's apartments and everything else to go get the drugs, these are the drug users, not the drug dealers. They're not the ones that's breaking into the apartments. They're not the ones who's having babies hooked on drugs. They're not the ones doing all. No, that's not. These are the drug users. We are shooting at the wrong people. If you eliminate the drug problem as far as the people using, you don't have no drug dealers no more. It ain't nobody to sell to. They'll find something else to do. They'll immediately leave the corners because they just sitting on drugs for years without it going nowhere, or they'll start using it. But either way, then they become the user, then they become the problem because they use it.
And I used to think like that, Psycho. And I used to justify why I used to sell drugs. And now when I look at it now, you can't. Does that make it better that the drug dealer? You saying I get what you're saying, but the drug dealer is actually making that drug user a bad person. So I thought about it when I used to try to justify that, and I said, damn, I see some of the people that I used to sell drugs to now, and I'm like, damn, she was actually a prom queen. She was beautiful, and she like strung out now. And I'm like, that was somebody I actually sold drugs to, and I felt bad about that. But at the same time, I used to look at it like, look, I gotta eat. So I'm like,
but if you didn't sell it to her, she would have got those drugs from somewhere else.
So that's the way to justify.
That's the
way to justify.
This is where we get to this infinite regress, because again, it's always because even if it wasn't no black people on the, you can laugh, but it's true. You must not know no drug users because at the end of the day, even if it was no black people standing on the corner selling the drug, you know what they'll do? They'll go to white towns and go get it. Look at the people look at the people that's hooked on Percocets. These aren't black. These Percocets are coming from mainstream medical facilities and everything else. Like nobody, they're gonna find ways to get their drugs.
But it's no way to justify.
Let me answer this to him, because everybody on YouTube who know my voice, know my story. My father is an original crackhead. If you know Bagger, anybody who know Hunchback Bagger, who used to move money to Vivian Blake, Hunchback Bagger, who had Frontline on Reynolds Road, was a crackhead too. Him and my father to take crack. If you know Dennis Brown, Dennis Brown is one of the best singers in the Jamaican music. He used to smoke crack in the backyard with my father. So, right? I can name hundreds of crackhead, because one thing about crackhead, they love each other. Nobody likes to smoke crack alone. I've never seen a crackhead who enjoys smoking crack alone. Am I lying?
And I never thought about it like that. But now that I think about it, I can't think of it, ever seeing like crackhead smoke by themselves.
Right. So I can pull out my history. When anything I say, I can back it. No, this is it. We use the justification that a drug dealer want to feed his family. But
Not
I
all
have
of them.
seen
Not
no,
all
no,
of
no,
them.
no, no, not all of them. But I have seen drug dealers who started out with, let's say, 50,000, right? And then he had $1 million. He bought the house on the hill. He bought the 2 cars. He bought the 190E. He had two 190Es and he had other cars. But back in the day, it was 190E. He had the Nissan Maxima, right? He had the clothes. He had the jewelry. When have your family eaten enough that you're still using the excuse that you're doing this to feed your family? That's why I know that excuse is a bullshit excuse.
No,
Yeah, there's no
because
way to justify.
you asked me to give you an example of a good drug dealer. I didn't say this is the average everyday drug dealer. I gave you an example of how you could be a good drug dealer. Like some drug dealers, I ain't gonna say all, I'm not even gonna say most, but some drug dealers actually do go in, get in, make enough to be able to make some legal money, and they get out. Because
How many?
I will say this about most drug dealers. This I do feel comfortable saying about most drug dealers. Most drug dealers don't want to sell drugs. They rather find some legal money. They rather find some legal money. They rather try to find licks as a way to try to turn that drug money into legal money. That's what they rather do. They don't like having to look over their shoulders for police, stick up kids, and everything else. All the stress of having to re-up, and they don't want to have to deal with all that. They prefer to make legal money. That's what most drug dealers like to do.
Those are hustlers. I always say it's the difference between the drug dealer and the hustler. But basically, Psycho, you saying that the drug dealer that's selling the drug users are just casualties of war, pretty much.
No, I'm saying the drug deal. I'm saying the drug users are the war. I'm saying the war is getting rid of the drug users, and I ain't talking about like violently or nothing. I'm talking about eliminating the habit, like getting and it's bigger than again just worrying about the drug dealers. Because in my entire life, I've seen drug dealers come and go constantly off the block, but those drug users never go anywhere. They still there.
But I would say the drugs itself
the drug dealers the drug dealers are interchangeable. The drug users are not. The drug users are still there.
But the drugs itself, I would agree that would be the war instead of putting it on the drug user or the drug dealer. The drugs itself would be the war. Like they had the war on drugs. I would say it's the drugs itself that cause it's the domino effect. One thing leads to another. So your original question was like, why do we glorify that, and why does that get glorified? Like basically, a lot of BS just gets glorified nowadays. People coming home from jail, young guys look up.
My question was, let me clarify what my question was. Why is glorifying criminal activity a bad thing? Please, I'll let y'all elaborate.
That goes without saying, though.
Because criminal activity is the thing about criminal activity and the thing about drug dealing. This is what drug dealing does to the community. This is what drug dealing does to the community. And I have a story to tell after I finish telling this. What drug dealers do to the community is that it takes away the idea of hard work. Let me explain what I mean by that. A normal, everyday 9-to-5 person is now seen as less than because his inability to do materialistically what a drug dealer is capable of doing. So the ordinary 9-to-5 person in a community now who goes to work, pays his mortgage, is looked up and as a fool, as I will never partake in the system, what I'm working hard for. He doesn't even drive a good car. He doesn't even do this. Sheffrin is going to work. Sheffrin has his own shop. Sheffrin is looked up and as although Sheffrin have a nice car, he is looked up and as a fool. Only a fool. Of course. This rapper came on Vlad TV and he said, I'm not going to work. Why should I work? When all I need to do is stick up somebody and it take me 5 minutes. And I have
stupid. Stupid. I would say Shay Frame is more. He
Oh,
would get
people do
respect
not.
more
Yeah, I'm about to
because
say people
he's a
respect the
business
barber
owner.
in the hood. People
Huh?
respect
No,
the
not
barber.
even. Not even.
The
He's a
barber
business
gets
owner.
the barber and the weed man
No,
get
no,
some of the most respect in the hood.
no,
You
no,
will
no,
see.
no.
Trust
No,
me.
the
No,
ones who
what I'm
don't get
saying,
respect is what you saying, stupid. Is the people that work 9 to 5. Those are the
yeah,
ones that get looked down upon. So like
yeah,
most women, not most women, but nowadays, like in society, you say you work 9 to 5, that's looked down upon. But
yes,
if somebody like Shay Frame, he's a business owner. He would
yeah,
get
he's a
respect
business.
because
No,
he
but
has
he
his
does.
own
Exactly. He
freedom.
even owns the
Does
barber
he get?
shop that he gets
Does he
even more
get?
respect.
No, does he get the respect the dealer gets? Does he get the respect
The
the
same
dealer?
Yeah,
amount
because
of respect. I
yeah,
would say the same amount of
because
respect, absolutely, because
you had
he's making
yeah.
Well,
legal money.
well,
He's
no,
making
well,
he owns his own
things, things.
he
All
owns
right,
his own business.
That
He's
goes back to
contributed
my
he's contributing to the
all right.
community. He owns
but
his own
No,
hold
business,
on, hold,
and
no.
even
stupid.
Things things has
and the
changed.
drug
Yeah.
wait, even the
I will
drug
admit that
dealers,
things has
even
changed.
even the
Things
No,
drug
has
de-
changed.
can
it
y'all hear
has.
me?
You know why? You know why, stupid? Because he's looked him and a drug dealer. That's why I said it's a different. You got to differentiate between a drug dealer and a hustler. So for somebody that's a drug dealer, just knows how to sell drugs. A hustler can take that money, flip it, get out the game, and do something legit. So somebody
Right.
that's a hustler, they gonna respect Shay Frame because he's a business owner, he's a hustler. Most of the hustlers that we actually know, or when I was out there, we own businesses. That's what that
I don't
was.
know nobody.
That was
I don't know nobody in
that
my
was
hood who
respect.
mocked the
We
barber.
got that respect.
Nobody mocked the barber. The people that own the barbershop, that just don't be happening in the hood. Actually, they
It's
get
the
love. They
it's
actually get
Calvin,
love. The barbershop is a place where men go to bond and hang out
right?
and
But
everything else. They're not laughing at the barber.
it's Calvin that worked McDonald's that's walking down the block. He don't get respect. But Shay Frame, not just the barber, like I said, he's a business owner. But even if he was just the barber, like you said, we go to talk shop, he would get more respect than somebody that's going to an
Yeah.
office job or something like that.
That would have been a better comparison if you said the office job. Now,
The biggest
now if
laugh
you're
I
talking
get.
about the office, and
All
if you're talking about the office job, this idea that somehow or another that they're not respected in the community and this, that, and
right.
third. I'm confused when I hear this talking points that these educated people aren't respecting the community. How?
I'm not saying
I'm
educated.
confused.
I'm not
Well,
saying
that's
educated.
what I was trying to
I'm
tell
saying
CP. Like it's
no,
not.
no. I'm not saying educated. This is what I'm saying. The ordinary 9 to 5 dude who was like the fathers 50 years ago, who did
Gets
the
no respect
ordinary,
today.
right? He gets
Pete,
no
what's up,
respect.
Chef? And what's up, Stu P? What's up?
What's up?
What I think we have to do, we have to categorize
Yeah,
the time frames of what people think. So
right.
most of us, when we were young, we thought ignorant. But as you get older, you get a little bit wisdom and you change your
Yeah.
thought. So some of the thought
Facts.
process that we are talking about, we're talking about when we were ignorant and did not have a lot of information. So as we get a little bit older, we start to understand kind of like what the game is, because it is a game that they're playing. And, we get a little bit wise, but at that time, for most of us, it's seemingly almost too late because we've made a lot of mistakes. So we just really need to try to talk about solutions and try to guide the next generation out of the mistakes that we've made, because that's really what's going on.
Yeah.
No,
the next
because
generation making the same mistakes.
Concrete.
that we
Let me
I don't
made.
get
ask
too
concrete.
far. Okay.
Let me ask concrete that question. Concrete. Do you think the 14-year-old dude, in any hood, anywhere in the world, and I'm not talking United States, I'm talking anywhere in the world, the 14-year-old is looking up to the scammers, the dealers. He's not looking up to you who driving a Toyota Camry.
Listen,
But that's also a
that-
sign of the time because
that's
back in the day, the blue
that's
collar
actually-
worker
we
had
got-
respect.
Can we keep it a buck? Like these young white dudes ain't as little kids ain't looking up to the business and people either. They looking at Call of Duty and all this other stuff. They heads is in the clouds, and this idea that
That's keeping it in our community for a sec.
Okay, we keep it on our community. Well,
No.
well,
No. Let me explain the white people situation to you. A white dude is like a superhero character. Let me explain a superhero character. When he comes down to the ghetto, or when he's acting ghettoish, he is putting on a costume, and he can take off that costume
well, I wasn't
anytime
talking about
in
going
his
to the
life.
hood, but okay.
No. Whether it want to be the hood, or whether it want to be uptown, or whether it want to be the rich area, He can act who the ghetto anytime in his life. He's ready to remove that costume and conform to white society. He's welcome into that society and is given the ring and the cloak, just like the prodigal son.
Right.
In
But
the black society, no, in black people don't have the liberty
right.
to
I
take
understand that.
off a
I
costume.
understand that they can
Who
just get
you
a haircut
are
and put
is
on a
who
suit and
you
they fit right
are.
in. I got it. But I want to stick to my premise as far as the glorifying. Now, white people glorify their criminality since the dawn of time. They glorify all their wars. They glorify the mafia. As a matter of fact, the mafia is what built Las Vegas. If it wasn't for the mafia, Las Vegas wouldn't even be in existence right now. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for criminality in white culture, you wouldn't have NASCAR. NASCAR was built on the backs of criminality. If you go out to Missouri right now, you can go find a whole museum for what's my man name that was running around here shooting up everybody, bank robbing. I see this is why I need to stop smoking.
Bonnie and Clyde.
No,
Jesse
not Bonnie and
James.
Clyde.
Jesse James.
Jesse James. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Jesse James. Got a whole museum for Jesse James right there in Missouri. They glorify their criminality somebody mentioned Bonnie and Clyde. That's another one. Al Capone. Like these are real people. These ain't fictional characters that's been glorified on a large basis out here. And this is what white people do everywhere you look. Like they constantly throwing their criminality all up in their face. Confederate statues everywhere. The daughters of the Confederacy. Don't get me started with them. Like they got all.
So you said
all
there's good. There's a lot of good and evil. You can justify the evil.
What I'm saying is when we glorify our criminality, is deemed as toxic and French. That's what's keeping us down and everything.
Because it
else
is.
down the third. How is it keeping us down? How is that keeping us down?
Like I said,
it ain't keeping nobody else down.
This is
now,
what I'm.
If you lose your freedom, you think that's a good thing?
No, I ain't saying. I know. No, I didn't know. I didn't say that. But what I'm saying is, every culture came up on the backs of criminality. Every culture. Nobody's culture came up on morals. Nobody.
You know how you're wrong with that. Let me explain how you're wrong.
Please prove me wrong.
I had the liberty. I had the liberty to be very flexible and to live among many different people when I was back home. I used to be uptown and I used to be downtown. Uptown is an affluent area. I used to be on the hills. I went to a good prominent high school. So a lot of my friends came from very prominent, well-known families. And a lot of my friends come from down in the dirt. I prefer the dirt and the mud because those people to me is who they are. But let me explain what you don't understand. When that same white criminal got to that white country club, he does not go with this gangster facade to fit in and to network because he understands what he is doing. He wants to become part of a system. He might have got his money through criminality, but he goes into a level of so-called open and close quotation legitimacy. So he does not carry the same standards. They know that his father was a bootlegger, but when Kennedy's father went into normal society, he did not come into normal society as a bootlegger. He came into normal society and acted with a level of legitimacy so that his son could take the next step. So although they know that some people may have been criminals and some people, Trump's father was a slumlord. But when he went into very legitimate society, he did not go and operate as a slumlord.
He was
right. So a lot of them did that.
That part is wrong.
He had
money. He had money when he was a slumlord. He already had money when he was a slumlord. He didn't become a slumlord. Stop becoming a slumlord. Then made money. No, he already had money.
Listen, he was a slumlord first, and through his slumlord, he was allowed to get government contract. Trump father, I'm telling you about, to build houses in the suburbs of New Jersey. He was a slumlord first. Trump father came over from Germany as Trump or whatever the name was. They didn't come over from Germany with anything, any real money.
No, and I get what Psycho's saying.
Hold on. That's what the brother just said. He said the whole damn country was built on some
Right, and I was about to
criminality.
I was about to
But
say
you said that,
justified
hold up,
that.
Stu P said that he disagreed. Then you just
No,
brought
no,
up
no,
the
no,
fact
no, no. What, no,
that
no. What I'm
the
saying,
man's
no,
whole
no, 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 no.
scheme
What I'm saying,
was criminality.
He's saying that they celebrate it,
They
right?
do. People
They
know this.
absolutely
When
do.
people,
Yes,
So
they
all
do.
right, look,
how you
let me
think
say
that
this
you
real
know
quick.
this?
Psycho, you made a good point because I get what you're saying. How Vegas was built on from
The whole damn
the mob
country.
and all that. Now check this out. Right, I was gonna say that. Now that was a means to an end. You can glorify that. That's cool, but I'm not gonna glorify somebody that was like that's like a big meat or somebody that's been in the hood selling drugs, and then they go back. I mean, they get locked up, do years. He come home, people throw him a party. I'm not saying that's not to be glorified. That's just some bullshit to be glorified. Now, if you're gonna say, okay, he built these schools, he put this hospital up, and then he came home, okay, let's throw him a party. But we can't glorify the bullshit. We can glorify, yeah. If somebody did, if there was a means to an end, okay, I bought this key, and I'm gonna flip these keys to 10 keys, and okay, now I'm gonna build a school, or I'm gonna do this, and I'm out the game now. Okay, that we can that's cool. We can justify that. And then Psycho made a good point on that. I'm saying I don't agree with justifying the bullshit as far as somebody that was on the block, got locked up, come home, they throw him a party. He ain't did shit. He ain't did nothing for the community.
That
Yeah, he
doesn't
might have gave
happen
out
most of the time.
he
Most
might
of
have
the
gave
time,
out a
that's
few
another myth.
turkeys or
That's
whatever.
another myth.
Yeah,
The
that's
myth,
what I'm
the
saying.
myth
I'm
of
glad
the,
you
the
on the
myth of
myth.
the,
Yeah,
the
that's
myth
the
of
myth.
the myth
I
of
didn't get
the
a damn
everybody getting a
celebration when I
party.
came
Yeah, I'm
home.
about to say the myth of the whole everybody getting
That's not a
parties when
myth,
they
bro. I
come
live in
home.
Baltimore
That's
City where this
that
happens till this
that don't
day.
that does not
That happens,
happen
bro.
normally. That
That
wait, wait,
happens
wait,
till this
wait, wait.
day.
I'm not saying it never happens. That's not normally what happens. Normally people come home, they
Bro,
don't even know people, you don't even know that person came home. You just see
bro,
that person one,
they
you
have
just see that person one
podcasts.
day. You probably ain't seen them in about 6 years. Like,
They
yo,
have
what's up, man? Where you
podcasts
been?
with
Oh, I was
prisoners.
locked up. I just came home the other day. Boom, 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 whatever the
Exactly.
case. It's usually not no big, huge celebrations. Or
I've been
this is
to
maybe
prison
it's
Because he
a couple of
probably was
times, bro.
somebody
When
that
I
didn't have
came
no
home, it
rep
wasn't
in
no
the street. I'm saying
celebration.
we talking about who we glorifying. That's somebody who ain't had no rep in the
Your
street.
parents and your
If
family
somebody
be
was a
happy.
stick up boy that robbed a liquor store and then you ain't seen him in 10 years, it's like, oh yeah, I was locked up robbing a liquor store. But if it's somebody like Big Meats that had
yeah, but
a
how many
name in
big
the
meats is
streets,
there? It's not a lot
so
of big meats
I'm
out there.
saying
That's why
no.
it's big meat.
So
Because not a lot of big meats
that's
out
what
there.
no, I'm going by who we glorifying. So I'm saying when you say that we don't
We're not
glorify
we're
these
not
parties not
glorifying the sticker
happening, I'm
boy.
telling you now that's still right. I'm telling we glorifying the kingpins. And I live in a city where this is happening now, and I'm waiting on somebody to come home from the feds. As soon as he come home, we throwing him a party. And that's just because of his reputation
That's because he's
and
the status, though. That's because
Well,
he's
let me ask you
status.
right.
this.
That ain't got.
So the
Hold
That
person
on.
you
wasn't
Let
haven't
me ask
seen
because
you
in
this.
10
Power move.
the
Let me
person
ask you this. The person that's coming home, is he a bad person?
not at all.
You think he should be
Not
in
at
the
all.
prison for the rest of his life? See what
No.
I'm saying? Like, so when you celebrate somebody coming home, and sometimes people do stuff, like I said, out of ignorance. Like I might have shot
Facts.
somebody when I was 18 and I did 20 years.
I'm
But when
one of those
when
persons.
I get home in the 20 years, hopefully I'm not the same dumb person that shot this person. So it's kind of like, it's crazy to say, but it's like you coming up out of slavery and you're being welcomed back home into your society, into where your people are. That's kind of like what the celebration is. Now I know we're not hoping that this same person is going to come out and do the same dumb shit again. You see what I'm saying? So
We're not celebrating the stick up boy. We celebrating the kingpins.
It don't matter what it is, because everybody made mistakes. When you go do your time and you pay your dues,
that's
you
just
get out.
kingpin stuff. I mean, if
Like, what does that have to do with
Gotti had made it
crime
home,
is
he would have
crime.
got. If Gotti had made it home, he would have got celebrated. Like
Right.
got like this, like when you get big names coming home from jail, that's just kind of what happens. Like any business.
Right. So I'm just saying we can't glorify the bullshit as far as
I
like
agree with
the
what you
stick up
said,
guy.
though,
But I'm
bro.
saying I agree with if there's a means to an end that these people, okay, they committed crimes to build Vegas, so they built hospitals and schools. I'm cool with that if it's a means to an end. But if you just somebody out here doing a bunch of bullshit, we're not glorifying that. We're not looking up to that. That we not.
Well, you
No,
never know
that ain't gonna fly.
like
They
I'm saying,
don't. They don't. Like does the pedophile get uplifted in the community?
Hell no. Hell
Right.
no.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like it's levels to this, right? It's not like
Right.
just celebrating people that's just coming home from jail. Like it depends on what you got locked up for.
Like,
Right.
That's
right.
a lot of people that they light up helped a lot of people.
No. We just said something a while ago. He just said something a while ago, but I need to ask you. Because listen, This will sound crazy, but the drug dealer is in the same bracket as the pedophile.
No, I can't go with that.
No,
I'm going to.
absolutely
I'm
not.
going. No.
Yeah, that's pretty
I'm going to
deep
tell
right
you.
there. I don't
No.
know what's going
I
on.
am going to. I'm going to
Yeah,
tell you
make
why
that
I
make
said,
sense. Please make that
I'm going
make
to
sense.
tell you. I'm going to tell you why I said that. Most, and I'm not saying all, most people, especially black people, who get abused is a result of broken families. And most black families were broken in the 80s as a result of a drug problem. No, we might not look on it and say, if A is responsible for B, should A also get some of the beating where B gets?
No,
Because
But what's so
nobody,
crazy? You know what's crazy? Hold
I need to
on,
push
slow
back
down,
on
man.
that,
nobody
though.
in there,
Yeah,
nobody in there
Let me tell y'all what's
I
crazy
can't fly
about
with
this
you on
whole
that one.
thing.
The home-
I just got to
Hey, bro,
defend
hey,
it.
Steve
Hold on.
Brethren, I can't fly with you.
Yeah,
on
Hold
that
on,
one.
this is
the homes,
crazy.
family home.
The
Wait,
drug
wait.
the
The
drug
family
dealer
home. The
in the
family
80s
home.
is
Wait,
getting blamed for everything, but not Reagan, not
yeah.
the whole
Let me.
damn system
Right,
that
right.
dumped the
Let me
drugs into the
address that. Yeah,
community.
yeah.
Right.
Because
None
the
of that
war
gets
drug.
any
The war.
blame.
Yeah.
Everything get just the
One
people
at a time,
that we
y'all.
sitting up.
The-
That's crazy to me.
Now the war on drugs started in the 70s, actually, and the
Yeah, you
family
know what I'm
homes got
saying? Like,
broke.
who
And the
did it?
family homes was broken up. I can show you footage
Exactly.
of black men. Wait, let me finish.
One at a
I can show you
time.
footage of black men and black women discussing issues in the home and everything else in the 60s. Like the family unit, this myth that the family unit got destroyed in the 80s and everything else, it was issues in the family unit pre 1980s. Like this is like a lot of this stuff is just
Yeah, they said systematic. It was a systematic.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Right. That's what I was about to say. Because look at the like when they did the Section 8, no fathers in the home and all that. Right. That was
That
they got
a
movie about that. I forget the name of that movie.
And if you look at when the '94 crime bill was passed, if you would have got caught with, especially under the Fed mandatories, the Feds had mandatory minimum of 10 years. So when that crime bill hit and we were super predators and all that, I was in the streets at that time. Last time I called my first dog charge when I was 16. So what I'm saying is like the Feds was giving mandatory minimum of 10 years if you got caught, with a few grams or whatever. So like all of that is part of that is systematic. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
okay,
I'm with you on that.
And then certain states, like I heard, like when you start to listening after the crack era, when we start moving around and talking to each other, you start listening. Different states got different laws. So in Alabama, it was like 10 years for each rock. I was like 10 years for each rock. You know what I'm saying?
And it wasn't just drugs that destroyed the family unit either. I mean, 1972, the Temptations came out with a song called "Papa Was a Rolling Stone," and that was in '72. So that means this stuff was already going on, like Pops and everything else having side families.
It's just being done. It's just being done differently.
We had broken homes going on before.
No. Although Papa was a Rolling Stone when Temptation came out with that song during the 70s, 75% of black families were men and wife families. Was a married unit. So although they came up with Papa was a Rolling Stone, if you look at the statistic, 75% of black people weren't Rolling Stones. They were in committed married relationship during that period of time.
But he said even before
I think
when
that
they
stat's a little bit off, but okay.
No, you can't look at that stat. You can't look at them. 75%
for
black
the most
people.
part, he's right. But what the system was then, even though the husband may step out on his wife, he didn't leave his family. He might have it was just wild because
that's
true.
I
That's
mean,
true.
if we really just go back and just talk about it, like
Right.
how it was,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? That's really what was going. He wasn't leaving his wife. He
Right,
was
leaving
leaving
his wife.
And his
We
wife
know
might
granddad-
knew about it. It was just wild.
Black people,
you know what I'm saying?
black people in the 50s and 60s, black people in the 50s and 60s were the most married people in the United States of America.
Right, but he
More black people were married than white people.
But I'm saying we had the nuclear family, but we knew that granddad had a couple of kids. We lived on the west side. We knew granddad had a couple of kids on the east side. But he's saying that was happening before it was made systematic, before Section 8, before they took fathers out the home and all that. So it was just done differently, but it was still happening though. So I get what he's saying on that, and that makes sense.
Most men ain't gonna probably deal with more. But if we just look back on the crack era, then you look at the '94 crime bill, and then you look at our population and how it's just
Who
still at
asked for the 94 crime bill? Who
Huh?
asked for the 94 crime bill?
Clinton
Who was
and
the
Black people.
Clinton
no,
and
What,
Biden.
what they
Stop.
what they did,
Black,
check it out.
older
What they
black,
did
older
was they
black people,
masked it
older
up
black
under
people
that
like
when
Dolores
the
Tucker and them
George
that was
No,
fighting.
no.
All the people that had
Who
a problem with
cried?
hip hop. All the people that had a problem with hip
Who
hop during
cried for
that
the
time.
94?
Y'all
We need to be
Listen,
All the
honest.
people that had
this
a
is
problem.
what they did.
The
When
Clintons and Biden.
James Bird got drugged behind that truck in Texas, they put that inside that bill. The 94 crime bill, and it had something for homosexuality because they hung some homosexual kid on a fence somewhere in Minnesota.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they
blame,
masked that bill and put it and passed it through that. But we didn't know that was off in that
right
bill.
now.
We
I
was
blame
trying
I
to
blame
get
I
justice.
blame I
agree.
blame
You're
the anti hip hop crowd of the early 90s, the
Listen,
Dolores
listen.
Tuckers and
When
everything else
grandma,
for
no,
the
no, let's be
94
honest.
crime bill.
Yo,
No,
let
let's
him,
be
That's what I
let him
blame.
honest. When grandma, the church lady in 94, look outside our neighborhood and see power book running wild in the street with a 9mm, running down somebody, breathless, firing off 6, 7, 8 shots in our good neighborhood that she and grandpa, who did work at the Ford Motor Company factory
Right.
for 30 years, to pay for. When the politician came to grandma, I said, Grandma, church lady, are you okay with this? And grandma said, no, these Negroes running wild because I know that I got this house not through selling drugs, but through grandpa going to the factory every day, coming home with him back hurting him, him foot hurting him head hurting him hand hurting him. There's not a spot on grandma.
No.
Grandpa never hurt him. And she, no, let me finish. And she lied down and soothe him and give him some food and give him some sex and send him back to the factory the next day. So when the white people them come to her and say, do you want this bullshit in the neighborhood? She said, no, lock up these Negroes.
Right now.
Don't blame the white people alone for the 94
They wanted. Now what happened was that grandma. She wanted. No, what happened was they wanted. Actually, what happened was they wanted them to do something. Now that's what they wanted. They didn't ask for the actual bill to be the way it was. Now the bill was the way it was because Bill Clinton and the Democrats was trying to push back against the rhetoric that the Republicans espousing that the Democrats are soft on crime. So they wanted to prove to the Democrats, because they were moderates, and they wanted to prove to the Republicans that they wasn't soft on crime. So they added all these extra caveats in there, and this, that, and the third, all up in the 94 crime bill. Pretty much stack it and everything to where it became what it became. But grandma and them just wanted something to be done. They didn't ask for people.
Right. They didn't know that was going to lock up the next generation.
Right.
Like, who would do that? They just wanted
no,
something.
No, grandma wouldn't have done that. But Negroes are running wild in the streets, and we must admit that.
Okay, but then watch this. Why was they running wild though?
Why? Tell me why was they running wild?
Because
tell me why they was running wild.
The system, Reagan them set it up where the people was unemployed, and they flooded the communities. I was there. They flooded the communities with crack cocaine and said, hey, they say, hey, you can either make $1,000 a night or you can make $325 an hour.
Even before Reagan.
And then they say, what you want to do? And then when you in the neighborhood
economic.
And you looking at other people prospering and you barely making it, it's gonna start weighing on you. You see,
even before Reagan,
if you ain't educated, if you ain't got no college degree, if you just like most of us at that particular time, you're gonna wind up at 17, 18 with little education. You might take that cat.
Right. Now,
guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna be sitting in prison looking dumb and figuring that shit out later on. Because that's what happened.
Did I not say this earlier?
We figured it out once we was locked up.
Earlier.
Oh shit!
That's why drug dealers are dangerous to the community.
But see, I don't know.
They offer bad
now, if you look at this from an economic standpoint, this actually started way before. This started way before the 80s, even with economic stuff, because it wasn't even even before the drugs got into it. You had the whole economic crash with the steel mills and everything else going out down the Midwest. And a lot of the black families out in the Midwest, the middle class families, everything else, they all, a lot of the economy and everything else was based on these factories. right? These steel factories, the cars and everything else, like all these factories out in Pittsburgh, Ohio, Indiana, you know, the entire Midwest and everything else got riddled once all those factories went out, once all those factories went down and the steel mill crashed. And that happened in the 70s. And that was also a slow drip that was going on. That also caused a lot of people to get hooked on drugs and everything else, depression and this, that, and the third. So it was a combination
right
of
there,
things.
Detroit, right? So they had
Detroit's
a
another
riot.
spot
They
too.
had a
Yeah.
riot in Detroit, and that's what made them move the factory.
Well, there's a lot of riots going, but Detroit riots.
When they
talking
killed
67?
Malcolm, or they killed somebody, that riot or whatever your chef may know,
You probably talking about 67. You probably
see
talking
what
about
I'm saying?
67
When
riot.
that riot happened, that's when they decided to move those factories out of Detroit, and they moved them down south, like here to Texas, and then across to Mexico. That's
Yeah,
what they did.
that messed up the Midwest families. That
Well,
messed up a
that's
lot of
what-
their families.
Right. So that's what it became systematic, because let's say in '94 when the crime bill hit in Texas, they might have only had in the whole state of Texas, they had maybe 20 prisons in the whole state. When the crime bill hit after that, they got about 100-something prisons in Texas right now. So
I
that's
was
what
there. I was
so that's when
sitting
you
in
get the
prison. It was overcrowded. We were sleeping
Right.
on the floor.
So that's what I'm saying. That's when it became systematic, because we were in power at one time. We wasn't just out here fools fucking up. We had Tulsa. We had, the Black Wall Street. We had a whole lot going for us. But like you said, when it became systematic, white supremacy knows that we're powerful when we come together. So they put these things in place, like the school to prison pipeline. Somebody got to fill those 100-something prisons that's in Texas and throughout California and all these other states. That had to take place. Prison is big business.
So watch this. Hold on, watch this. If we lock somebody up, one man up for 15 years, how many kids you think that might stop them from having?
What you mean? You saying the prison?
See, just think about how slick this is. They depopulating you when they separate the male from the female. So how many people did they lock up in the 90s? Because I seen a lot of people get locked up for a whole bunch of time. And if you lock somebody up for 15 years in a most procreative state, how many children did they stop from being procreated just by separating the male from the female? Think about it.
It's a whole lot.
See what I'm saying? So this is not done with the gun. You see what I'm saying? They don't have to kill. So now we look at our population, and where I'm at in the South, the Hispanic population, even though we right next to Mexico, when I was in the 70s, I could show you my school pictures. There was not any Hispanics in Texas. Now, everywhere is nothing but Hispanic. No disrespect, because I like the way they move. They look like, it seems like they coming, because I think that this was their country anyway. So they just coming back to take their country back.
Right.
But I think they're doing it through procreation. They are
outpopulating
people into where it's a problem. That's why they're trying to build this border, because see, this war can take place without a gun. So if they outpopulate these Europeans in a couple of years, guess who's going to be the minority? Guess who they're going to have to get in the vote? See, we 13%, we not strong. They don't need us just for a little bit. But if somebody got 30, 40, 50% of, they're going to cater to the people with the bigger population. See, we ain't even playing on a political scale like that. See what I'm saying? You got to procreate yourself if you want to have a strong population, even in America. But we ain't doing that. We deluding ourselves. A whole bunch of shit is going on. People being, same sex. So you can't procreate that. Then you got the prison. You see what I'm saying? Then we killing ourselves. See what I'm saying? So man,
you got
the war from what I see, the war is going on, and it ain't even no gun need.
It's a psychological warfare, spiritual warfare, financial warfare. I mean, all of it.
I heard y'all.
But how do you make guns?
So that's why it bothers me when everybody just points to Pookie on the corner as the problem. When they will ignore the people that's funding Pookie, that's giving Pookie all the stuff. They will ignore the users. They will ignore the systematic rate. They will ignore everything and just make Pookie the face of the problem of the community. And that kind of irks me. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm with you on that. I was just saying we can't glorify Pookie, but I get what you're saying.
Listen. For me, Pookie is the problem. Let's not. Pookie is the problem.
He's a problem.
Stop talking.
Pookie,
no, he's not the only problem. But
what made Pookie is the problem. What made Pookie is the problem.
Can y'all hear me?
No. We're not taking.
We're
not passing the ball. Pookie is
hold on.
one of the major problems.
Trying to talk.
Oh, chef.
Oh yeah. So for me, I heard y'all go through a lot of stuff. All right, so I'm still stuck at, right? White people that do good and do things for greater humanity get called out like their deeds are somehow tainted just because they white, right? And
automatically discredit.
Yeah, automatically discredit, or it's something wrong with it, or we got to put an asterisk next to their good deed because they white. It's always another reason why they did it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like we're saying, then y'all went to the good drug dealer, right? Which is nuts, right?
Nobody said nothing about a good drug dealer was
So
good.
a drug dealer, because he black, can be somehow good, but an abolitionist, because he's white, he can't be as good. I'm confused, but this is the issue right here. We're saying, right, it's always a way to justify the drug dealer. And what Stu Pease did, he put it in your face. He said he'll put the drug dealer in the same category as the child molester. And we know how visceral and the reaction we get from even thinking about a pedophile, right? And we don't want to associate the drug dealer with the same thing. Why? Because we all participated in it. That's why. We don't want the thing that we did.
Hold on.
Hold on.
You ain't gonna do this, Jeff. Nah, I can't let you do
that.
I'll let y'all go.
No.
One is complete. The pedophile is violating somebody. That the drug dealer is supplying something that person is requesting. The drug dealers are supplying something that somebody's requesting. While the pedophile is violating somebody. This is not the same.
The drug dealer is violating the whole community.
Hold on, polite them molested a 14-year-old kid.
Listen,
that's a violation.
We're having a damn debate about should he be interviewed.
So
what I'm saying?
That's a violation. That's the difference between somebody coming up to you and you supplying them with something that they're requesting.
Yeah, it's no way to cross correlate that. You can't cross correlate that at all.
Man, that's crazy. So everybody on from side now to us to me, probably the chef, probably almost everybody. We didn't probably selling some weed.
I know y'all don't want to hear
that drug dealer.
But you want to say because we sold some weed or whatever, we just like pedophiles? Come on, chef. We ain't gonna be able to.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
We're not doing that.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
That's what you're saying.
We're on the same level.
No, I didn't call
Of course. Everybody is pedophiles.
Y'all do not want to have a conversation. Y'all don't want to have a conversation. Because y'all trying to equate it to me calling you a pedophile, and I didn't. But I'm saying the same violation, right? To violate a community, right? To sell drugs, and then we tried to say that the addict was somehow the problem, the victim in the situation. When an addict is a victim. An addict is actually sick. It is a sickness. And it's crazy that us as black people, right? We look at our sick people as the problem. But the drug dealer gets an excuse, but the addict is actually a goddamn victim.
If that's the case, why let's flip it. How come we not blaming the dealer of the dealer? Right? Because Pookie and Ray Ray didn't create the drugs. They got those drugs from somebody. so we gonna do this infinite regress. Let's bring it back to the white people all over again.
Right. That's what I was saying. You gotta go to
Pookie and Ray Ray.
I'm staying right in the black community.
To the source of it.
I'm staying right in the
black
community.
And then hold on, alcohol is legal. Hold on,
why we gotta stay?
We gotta stop there
because that we don't want to take
drug you can fucking ever think of.
Stop, James.
And they sell alcohol around here daily.
We want to
So
pass the
what
buck.
do?
See,
People got choices.
Stop,
Either you gonna be
James,
an
No,
alcoholic or you're
I'm
not.
putting the problem on. I put the problem on the people that's using, because the people that's using have stopped using.
Yeah.
Pookie and Ray Ray go away. If Pookie and Ray Ray goes away, the white man can't fund Pookie and Ray Ray no more. So that aspect of systematic racism goes away. See, it's a trickle down effect, but it got to start somewhere, because again, Pookie and Ray Ray can't sell drugs to nobody who don't want them.
You gonna
It's
put it
high
on
demand.
So hold on. Do y'all must don't agree that drug addiction is a health condition? Do
Absolutely.
I don't agree. What I don't agree.
Yeah.
What I don't agree with is the fact that somehow or another Pookie and Ray Ray forced those drugs on people and made them
it
get
ain't
hooked.
about they're sick.
He didn't
They
make them
feed
get
the
hooked.
sickness. So if I was to feed your sickness and keep you sick, right? What would you call me? What could you possibly call
At best,
me
an enabler.
if I
At best,
feed
an
your
enabler.
sickness?
At best, an enabler.
Man,
And
hold up. I done sold drugs and told the person I was selling drugs, man, you need to stop doing this.
Why you selling
because
it?
listen, you know why people don't want to
You see
blame
what
the
I'm
drugs?
saying?
You know why
Like,
people don't want to
yo,
blame the drug
You
user?
act like we have no
People don't want to blame.
compassion or
People don't
nothing.
want to
Like, what
blame
the
the
hell is
drug.
going on with
People don't want to blame the drug user because that hits too close to home. Because that's usually a family member. We all got family members that was hooked on something. We all got like less of us got family members that was actually selling. More of us got family members that was actually users. So we don't want to blame our family members. So we want to blame the person who supplied the family member instead of the family member for actually getting hooked and should have never used it.
I got family members that supplied the family members with the drugs. So
Right.
I can literally say my father was the reason why my whole family got high. And he supplied
You
them
talking about
damn
with
near.
weed? You talking about weed?
Listen, no,
So if your
no,
father
hell
wasn't
no.
around, your
I'm
family
talking
wouldn't have
about
got high.
heroin.
Your father wasn't around? If your father wasn't around, your family wouldn't have got high?
My father was the main contributor of why the majority of the family members got high. He was a big influence on that. And he supplied
would they have not gotten high if he wasn't around is what I'm asking. Like if he wasn't around,
I'm starting to think a lot of them probably wouldn't have got high if it wasn't for my father.
Man, what I seen about Baltimore, it sure
that
would be
nigga
hard to
had
get
so
away
much
from
of an
drugs.
influence on them. It's crazy. Like my father been dead for years and they still revere this nigga. Uncle Anthony can't do no wrong. Uncle Anthony
probably was a good person. Like just because he did drugs, that don't mean he was horrible.
No,
like,
he was a good person. Listen, he was a good person to them. He was a good person to them because he always supplied that itch for them. You see what I'm saying? But then, hold on, James, stop, James. I'm telling a personal story. He was a good person to them because they could always get their itch supplied by him. And in turn, that's evil.
I get that.
Do y'all get that? Like, I got family members that
mean,
OD'd, right? And lost their lives. And they can trace their addiction and shit back to this nigga.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to make a moral decision about your pops or whatever. I'm just going to say I have a hard time believing that your pops was the reason they got high. You could say he supplied them and he didn't help the situation none because of that.
He was an addict himself.
Because he was easy access to it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Listen, he was an addict himself, but he was a slick addict, right? He was
a functional addict, probably, huh?
Right. They all looked up to him, right? They all looked up to him. Everybody wanted to be slick like Uncle Anthony. So when Uncle Anthony started getting high, it was the slick thing to do. Now Uncle Anthony get high and he's supplying them. They were younger than him. So they looked up to him.
But Uncle Anthony was getting high. It was the cool thing to do in the neighborhood, period. It was just like, because that don't
make it right.
Because I'm not saying it right. What my point is, you can't blame Uncle Anthony though. Because I'm saying it would have been somebody else probably that they would.
I wonder how Uncle Anthony got on it. What happened to him?
Can I tell that story?
Chef, can I tell that story?
Hold on, let me address this.
Definitely not for you.
Look, it could have been somebody else, psycho, but it wasn't. It was Uncle Anthony. So,
But y'all not mentioning the people who brought the drugs in and how all that started. Y'all just dismissing all of that.
I'm not passing the buck to nobody. I'm talking the people in my family. I'm talking about. I ain't talking about a neighbor. I'm talking about people who was directly in my fucking house and why the fuck they did it. Y'all can't. It ain't gonna go to some mysterious white man where y'all trying to take it to. I'm saying,
but you know what's
so how
bad
did the
for you,
drugs?
Chef?
How did the drugs?
Let me tell you what's bad about what you're doing, Chef.
Oh
we watched The Wire, so we already seen that the whole
Shit.
damn
Shit, we
city
lived
is
The Wire.
fucking right.
Shit, we lived The Wire.
Like The Wire done told us what was going on in the city.
No, but this is shit
like,
my father already
it's a whole
admitted
systematic
to.
situation, Chef. You can't
We lived The Wire.
you can't just blame the Baltimore on
God,
black people.
yo.
It's the whole damn system up
James,
in that camp.
James,
What I seen.
James, this is shit my father already admitted to. He admitted to this shit. He's seen how his family went down, how all of them followed him.
How did Uncle Anthony get the drugs?
Right.
I don't give a fuck.
In the 80s, in the 80s,
70s. Now we're going. His pops probably was in the 70s.
Right. So how did that get there? Are we
Can
not?
I tell a story?
Y'all just dismissing.
No.
How all this happened?
Can I tell a story?
Maybe
Can you please wait until I go?
We want to hear
Hold on. This story.
Can you please wait until I finish Stew Peas?
All right, go ahead, Tony.
Thank you. This is thunder, all right? Listen, Chef, you're making this it's too much in it, too much nuance, right? If these cats are saying that child molestation is just as bad or even worse than
I said that drug dealing is just as worse as child molestation. Snoopy said it.
And
you
I
say
agree.
that selling drugs
is just as bad child molestation. Yes.
Great. Now, does anybody on the panel agree with him?
I agree with him.
I don't.
I agree with him.
No, I don't.
All right, cool. Now, fentanyl is one of the big dogs out here as far as drugs is concerned. If you don't know anything about fentanyl, just look it up. Fentanyl, rather. Just look it up. It's responsible for
144,000 last year.
Okay, so I don't even have to say the numbers, right? To compare child molestation to the death of almost 150 thousand people, I think it's irresponsible. But we ain't even talking about fentanyl. Let's talk about all drugs. Let's talk about
heroin, crack.
Yes. Hold on. Chef is speaking about illicit drugs, right? What about the legit drugs that we are abusing at this point? Some people are abusing Loratials, blah blah. The whole lit, right? Of all these barbiturates and downers and uppers that we are abusing. We're doing a lot of harm to ourselves. And I think most people would agree that the 60s and the 70s, black people were mostly united. Gang violence did come into play at a certain point in the late 70s, but it was still a strong community. And I think most people would agree that the crack epidemic was one of the, if not the main reason for the depreciation of the black community that we can put our finger on. And the early 80s all the way to now, drugs have destroyed pretty much, or helped, been a main contributor to the destruction of our community. I'm not sure about, I don't think child molestation is even on the same.
Are you saying it's worse than? Are you saying the drug dealer is worse than the child molester?
The drug dealer can possibly be selling you something that can possibly kill you.
So no. Are you saying it's worse than?
I just said it.
Is that
So
Thunder?
so Thunder even went further than I did.
But he's talking about the
So,
pharmaceuticals. We
well,
don't
again,
make
we
no
are
damn
talking about
pharmaceuticals.
we are
Who
talking
makes
about
pharmaceuticals?
Okay,
we are
okay,
Who makes
comparing
okay,
we are
opioids? Who makes
comparing
all
this
right,
stuff?
all right.
we are
Let me
Where
tell you
this
my
coming
comparing
story.
we
from?
are comparing
All
somebody
right,
being
okay,
violated. We are
okay.
comparing somebody being
Let me tell you
violated
my story.
to
Let me tell
somebody
you my story.
openly
No, no.
going out by
Let
their
me
own
tell you.
by the,
Let me
by
tell
the,
you. Let me tell
this
you
is
my
crazy.
story. Let me tell you my story. Because although I never sell crack yet, I never sell crack yet. I did like another aspect of the game. I did enjoy another aspect of the game. My aspect of the game was the violence aspect of the game. That's what I did enjoy growing up. I get a kick out of the fuckery. And it was all fuckery. The game came with a lot of violence. I have seen with my two eyes 2 incidents with what I'm going to refer to. One incident was a 21-year-old girl came to the crack house and she came with more bangles and chaparitas and chains on her neck than you could count. And she spent 3 days in the crack house. And by the end of the 3 days, she didn't have a piece of jewelry on. And she was at the back of the crack house sucking dicks for rocks. I've seen that with my own two eyes. And the dealer said he had a good weekend. This girl was good because this girl came and spent money and caused other people to spend money. And she was spending so much money that even when she didn't have money, she was on a 3-day binge. When her money was out, she started selling her body to get money to buy crack. Another thing I've seen crackheads carry their daughters to the crack house and make them available to get fucked. So nobody can tell me anything until you know
I'll tell you the difference. I'll tell you the difference using your analogy. Now she went out there and she went out there, she sold her body, right? Now she got caught. Now, well, let me finish. Let me finish. I'll let you get it out. Let me finish. Now she went out there and she sold her body, right? Now when she went out there and she sold her body, if she got caught selling her body, unless she was in Las Vegas, she would have got locked up, right? Now if she went out there and somebody just went out there and violated her and raped her, and they got caught, he gets locked up. See the difference? Like you are comparing somebody being violated opposed to somebody doing something by their own accord. This is silly. I'm not.
They weren't doing it by their own accord. They were doing it because they were an addict. They wasn't
right,
own accord
right.
associated with it.
Whose fault was
they
that?
Were
They was
doing
an addict. Whose fault
they
was that?
were
They
doing
was
it
an addict.
because
She
they
was an
were
addict. She was an addict before she went to the crack
right?
house.
And the drug dealer had
she
no
was an addict
problem
before she got to the crack. Before she got to the crack house,
the drug dealer had no problem
already an addict before she
facilitating her
got to the crack house.
addiction. What about the mothers, the hundreds of mothers across the United States, Jamaica, who carried their children to the crack house?
Let me ask you a question.
And those
Name me the
children got
state.
abused.
Name me the state. Name me the state. Real quick. I need somebody on the panel to name me the state where it's legal to get raped. Name me the state where it's legal to get raped. Because I can name you. Because I can name you the state. Because I can name you. Wait. Because I can name you the state where drugs are legal. I can name you the state where drugs are legal, but you can't name me one state where grape is legal. This is a silly conversation. I don't even know why we even having this.
No. I'm talking about two separate things. You trying to justify what you're saying because
drug dealers are equivalent to rapists.
Drug dealers are, of course, drug dealers are a drug dealer, and when you sleep at night time and you think about it, a drug dealer is one of the most evil things you can have.
A drug dealer is 20 times worse than a child molester, bro.
No,
a drug dealer is one of the evilest things you can have.
Big Pharma. Hold on. Let's so y'all. Let's get this correct. Big Pharma, who make these opioids and this fentanyl and all of these drugs that's killing people, they're worse than child molesters.
They are worse than any child molester that's ever been.
Yeah, we're not just gonna pin this on black men.
I can't believe y'all saying
the real drug dealer.
We're not talking about race right now.
Well, child molestation is rape. It's statutory rape. That's what it is.
No, child molestation is rape.
We're not talking about race.
Race.
We're not talking
race.
Guess what? Everybody in this, the thing about the whataboutism argument is that everybody likes to jump back. Well, I wouldn't have it if the white man didn't have it. Listen, Michael Leopold Smith, that's my name. I don't suck dick. It means that if my belly full, I'm not sucking dick. And if I'm hungry, I'm not sucking dick. Because I don't suck dick.
What?
right? No, no,
Let's
no. I'm
not get
using
in
that.
the
No,
gutter,
no,
man.
no, 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 no.
What
I'm
the hell
using no,
kind
no.
of
I'm using that
conversation
analogy.
is this?
I'm using
Yo,
that. No,
chef, you need
no,
to
no,
get the
no.
wheel.
Yo,
No,
pause.
no, 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 no,
You're
no,
like,
no, no,
yo.
no, no, no. I'm using that analogy.
Yeah, well,
The
calm
excuse
down
that
with
we
that,
use,
bro.
no, no, sorry, the excuse that we use is that I wouldn't do it. I did it because it was only available out for me at that time. It's only available out. That's the excuse that everybody used. Oh, my family was struggling, and this was the only available out, irrespective. And I turned a blind eye to the impact that it was having within my community.
But most
Because
people did that when they were young. That you don't realize the consequences.
yes, but
Yes.
then
No, look,
no,
you don't.
no,
But see, you talking about like women. But what about what the men went through? We got shot, killed, locked up, and it was all because of ignorance.
Man,
When
let's
you
stick
get
to the
locked
topic,
up,
man.
you find
No,
out that all this shit was for nothing.
James, is a child molester worse than a drug dealer, or just
Of course
just
it
as
is.
bad?
Because you're
A child
taking advantage of a child. It's always worse
this
to
child
do something.
Okay,
When
good.
somebody's an
Cool.
adult, they have their own
Let's
way.
do this. Let's do it.
You got a choice to make.
Hey,
Just like
Thunder,
when crack came out, everybody had a choice to make. You could
Thunder,
either smoke it,
let me say
you could
something real
either
quick,
sell
Thunder.
it, or you could leave that shit alone. That was your choice.
Let me say something real quick, Thunder. This is Chief X.
What's
You
up,
know what I
Chief?
mean?
Don't say nothing about me.
Hold on, I'm not talking about
Man,
people.
relax, man.
I'm hold on, calm down. I'm an adult. I'm talking about the subject. Okay, this is Chief X, right? I lived through this era. Okay, I'm just trying to be real with people. Let's drop our biases. But first of all, I want to know is Chevron on the panel right now listening?
Yes.
Or did he leave?
Yeah, he on. No, he on.
No. If he's not speaking, he's not on. Chevron, did he walk away?
Oh,
he's
there you go.
listening.
What's
Okay,
wrong?
He's listening.
you guys can go ahead and
What you
continue.
got to say?
Hold on.
What's up?
I'll wait till Chevron. Chevron, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, I just want to speak on something real quick. Just give me 1 minute, okay, please. Okay, without interruption, please. Okay, I've been listening to the conversation at the end of this stream, right? I would consider myself an expert on this conversation, seeing that I lived through this era when it began, and I had a drug addiction problem with crack in 1990. Okay, listen to me. When the crack epidemic came upon, most of the drug dealers were also gang bangers. Let's be real for a second.
In California.
No, James, just listen to me. Just slow down. I'm gonna tie it all together. Nobody needs to be defensive. Okay. Most of the drug dealers was also gang bangers, also known as murderers. Let's just be real for a second and stop the game. Okay. I was in a drug program. Most of these women in the drug program were just victims and innocent people. They weren't doing harm to the community. They weren't gang banging. Okay. They weren't murdering. They weren't participating in all this foul stuff we became to glorify. Okay. I've witnessed and watched on it for years, drug dealers selling drugs to pregnant women. I've witnessed crack babies being born. Crack babies being born with mental health issues and all kind of stuff. That's a fault of the drug dealer who didn't give a fuck or care. Money was his motivation. He didn't care about the community. I'm just trying to be real with you guys. He was about making money. So yes, a drug dealer has equal guilt as a child molester, even more to me, because he preyed on the community and innocent people. Most people who were on drugs were victims. They weren't around here just destroying the community, gang banging and acting a fool. At this time in the 80s and the 90s, everyone was just experimenting with this new thing they called crack cocaine.
Right.
They didn't mean any
Now-
harm.
Right.
They just thought, hey, they can
But they end up
try
causing
something.
harm,
Hold on. Let me do this. Just slow down.
Where did he come from?
I just came on the panel. They didn't mean any harm. People were just experimenting, and this was a new drug and try. And some people got addicted. Some people didn't.
Right.
Those who got addicted just fell in love with it and was experimenting. They meant no harm to the community. No, for real. This is how it started.
Dang,
It was a
man,
craze.
we was
And
right
hold
there.
on,
Look,
hold on,
look, I'm
hold on,
54. I
people.
was there too.
Hold on,
Man,
James.
why
Hold
you
on,
so
please.
You ain't the only
man?
person that lived
I
through that.
asked just to give me a
That's
few
crazy.
minutes just to get this off.
Why
Just
you
slow
so
down.
unruly,
You
bro?
people are getting defensive now because I'm speaking
Because
some
he
real
over
shit.
here just galloping
Wait for you to
about
land your
fucking
plane, 'cause
crack
I
era. We
wanna
was
see.
I'm
all
gonna
there.
land
What
my
the hell you
plane. I
talking
just
about?
got on the stream.
Dang,
You
bro.
guys have
I
been
mean,
talking for
it's
hours.
rude though,
Chevron,
man. You
can we
don't
get
need to
some
be
order in
rude,
here?
man. Why you rude,
Who?
Because he's telling us
James?
something that we all know, and he
No.
Bro,
I'm
let that
telling
crazy
you
about
that
it
because
is
people are
he
making
didn't left
excuses.
out how the shit got there. Like he don't even want to talk about how
No,
the crack,
James, I
how
haven't got there
cocaine, the
yet.
price of
Slow
cocaine
down.
went from like
Chefrin,
$50,000 to
can we get some order up in
$60,000
here?
that's
to
crazy.
like $15,000
Can we
in
get
maybe
some
a couple
order
of
up
years.
here,
James, you
Chefrin?
should
So
let
look,
That
that
shit
man
out.
talk,
hold up,
bro.
James. He said
Talk
he gonna
about
tie.
that shit.
No,
You
James.
should
He
let
said
that
he gonna
man talk,
tie
bro.
it in. So let's see if he tied
Yeah,
You
in.
should let that
tied
man
in. Let's see
talk.
how you gonna do that.
That's just rude as hell,
Just
man. That's
relax,
all.
y'all. It's
James
not
want to
that
run off
serious.
and blame the white
Chief
man.
X, go ahead, Chief.
Cause
No,
that's
hold
who
on,
Let
did
Chief
the
X
shit.
finish.
I
Let
was
Chief X
right
finish.
there.
Let him
It
finish. Let
wasn't
him
even
finish.
no crack in the 70s. You didn't even know
James,
what
you
that
got to
shit
be
was.
quiet for a minute. See, when someone come on ticket talking some real shit, niggas get nervous because
Man,
they
how the hell
argument
am I
is
nervous
flawed.
about watching what white
Okay,
people
well,
did
just
Because
to
you
let
you?
me
keep
flow for a minute.
talking.
I just got on the
Why
panel.
you can't be
I
No,
quiet,
just
Chief
got on
X,
the
Stop
go ahead,
panel.
being
make your
rude.
point. Make your point, Chief X.
Okay,
Why
slow
you so
down,
rude,
people.
man?
We're adults. It's okay to have an adult conversation. When someone is sharing their experience in life, just let them talk for a minute. I only said I wanted 2 minutes. Just discipline yourself. I'm telling you, I lived through this. I'm an expert on this topic. Okay, just slow down. Okay, so my point is, it was always the drug dealer who was the gangbanger, who was influencing those around him, and others always looked up to the drug dealer and the rapper. They had a responsibility as human beings, right? And they failed us. They didn't care. It was money over everything. It was a lot of wicked stuff going on by drug dealers. They were taking women. Somebody mentioned a lady bringing her baby to the dope house. He couldn't see this baby in her arms and care enough to say, you know what? I'm not going to sell her no drugs. I'm going to talk to her and maybe she can clean her life up and tell her to go to a drug program. He didn't give a damn about her baby or her. He wanted money. Drug dealers, see, people blame the victims instead of the victimizer a lot of times, and this just so bothers me that I live through this and see this. Because people look up to the dope man, and they don't want him to make him out to be a bad guy. They want to talk about the person who's on drugs and was a victim. People need to grow up and mature and be real and honest with themselves. Let's just be real. The drug dealer was the gangbanger and the murderer. Not all of them, but in general, the drug dealer was the gangbanger.
Okay,
He was not positive for the community, and this is just common sense.
Everybody
Now
didn't
that was
gang
your
bang.
that was your
Chief
experience.
X,
crazy.
you reiterated the same thing. I was trying to see how you was
that
gonna
was
make it make
Nobody
sense.
was
that
gang
was
you
your
didn't
banging in
mention
that was your
Texas
point.
in the
thought you was
early
gonna
80s.
mention.
That shit wasn't happening.
That was your point. I mean, that was your experience out in
What you
out
said,
locally in
James?
California.
Wasn't
Now, out
nobody
in Oakland,
gang banging in
California,
Texas in the fucking 80s. Like what
it was no
about?
gang.
That's
I
just
lived that same.
California.
I lived that same era out here in the East Coast. The drug dealer was not gang banging. They wasn't out here beefing over colors and stuff like that. We didn't have that going on over here. So we're not talking about murderers per se over here that was getting locked up and everything else get under those same 94 crime bill laws that you're speaking of. That wasn't the case. So like we got to put a lot of this in context. And again, Why are we
stop
sitting
lying.
here? Why
The drug dealer wasn't shooting down anybody.
we didn't have gangs out here. We didn't
I don't know
no
why you
gangs
would
out
go
here into the
against.
90s.
I don't
There
know
wasn't
why
no
you
gangs
would
out
go
here
against a
into the
man
mid
who
90s.
don't
Well,
give a
Chief
damn
X,
about
why
a
are you cutting
woman
me off?
and her
Chief X, why are you
baby in
cutting me
her
off? I
arms.
waited patiently
And
for
you
you.
sit and you would
Chief X,
sit
I
here and
waited
cap
patiently for
for
you.
the
I
man
waited
who
patiently.
sold
Why am I waiting?
drugs
Why is he
to a
still
woman
talking?
with her
Why is he
baby in
talking
her
over me?
arms.
He
Why
asked
would
for
you cap
he
for
asked
that
for
kind of
everybody to
person?
give
This
him
is
5
this is
minutes to
what's crazy to
monologue.
me.
One
He
at a
had 5 minutes to
time.
monologue. As soon as I start talking, he dives right in, and he called us emotional.
Exactly.
But see, again, you don't want to blame yourself for being on the stuff.
No.
You don't want to blame
We blame ourselves, but we're talking about the totality of things.
Let me finish. Because you sat up there and talked about these women getting sold drugs to and everything else, but you ain't saying nothing about the woman who knew she was pregnant, who sat up there, went there and took those drugs, knowing that her baby was going to be affected. You're not going to say nothing to them. Oh, she's a victim.
You don't
Wait.
understand
No. In that scenario, that woman was not a victim. That baby was a victim. That baby was a victim by her mother. Her mother
was a drug dealer.
That baby don't trust nobody but her mother. That baby don't trust that drug dealer. That baby don't trust Pookie and Ray Ray. That baby don't even know Pookie and Ray Ray. That baby ain't getting substance from Pookie and Ray Ray. That baby is getting substance from the mother. And the mother sat up there and didn't give a damn about that baby and went out there and got drugs. If Pookie and Ray Ray wasn't there, if Pookie and Ray Ray wasn't there, I am still talking. You were talking the entire time I'm talking. I just want to keep pointing out. We got the emotional person over here who can't be quiet while I'm talking.
No.
Now, like I was saying, now that baby said up there, that
drug
baby,
dealer
I know it hurt. I know it hurt. The truth is coming out. The truth is coming out, and it hurts. We're going to talk all about it. We're going to talk that real stuff. We're not going to sit up here and play no games like the responsibility ain't on the mother to protect that baby. The responsibility ain't on Pookie to protect that baby. The responsibility is on that mother to protect that baby. And I'm not letting y'all get away with that. I'm not letting y'all get away with trying to victim shit over the fucking Pookie when that mother should have sat up there and took care of her baby. That's her baby. That is her baby.
Y'all missed the whole point, though.
Period. I'm not letting y'all get away with that. Y'all not going to victim shit.
Psycho.
No, the drug dealer is in his right mind. The person on drugs is compromised, and they're not thinking in a right state of mind.
That baby ain't thinking, period. That baby not thinking, period.
No, slow down. It takes the community to help out. If the person on drugs is not in their right mind, they're compromised, then people who are not on the drugs should help out the community and be more considerate.
Sometimes the drug dealers are on drugs. How come y'all don't get the drug dealer any why come y'all don't get the drug dealer any leniency when they could be on drugs? A lot of times the drug dealer are also hooked on these drugs. So, but y'all won't look at it that way. Oh well, he was strung out. He's a victim. He didn't know no better. He wasn't thinking straight or none of this other stuff. No, y'all don't give a damn when it's that. Because he's up there selling, right?
Did you use to sell drugs?
Y'all being very subjective on the junkies that y'all want to protect. No, I do not sell drugs.
Did you used to sell drugs?
No.
Okay,
So
why are you capping for the dope man
weed
so
is legal.
much?
Weed is legal.
Why are you capping for the dope man so much? We're talking about crack cocaine.
No, never sold crack cocaine. No, I never sold crack cocaine. Absolutely not.
So why are you capping for the drug man so much?
No, because I'm sick of people always. I'm sick of people always
disappointing.
I'm sick of people always trying to ship victim shit, away from the people that are fucking the problem. The people that's the problem to me is white people. But if we're going to take it, but we're going to go all the way down to the bottom of the ladder. What we're not going to do is motherfucking go down the bottom of the ladder and stop right in the middle and then not leapfrog all the way to the bottom. If we ain't going to deal with the top, we got to go straight to the bottom. It ain't going to be no middleman. No, everybody want to focus on the middleman. No, Pookie and Ray Ray is just the middleman. So we're going to deal with the top, we're going to deal with the bottom. Which one is it?
Can I ask that question?
Hold on. I just want to say one thing real quick. Hold on. Y'all being mad emotional real quick. What's so disappointing is, Chief X, I was listening to what you were saying. I was trying to wait for you to make it make sense. And Psycho, y'all, you harping on what you saying, but y'all was disappointed is y'all not saying, y'all putting the cart before the horse and not saying how the drugs got into the community to make Pookie or Ray Ray how he is.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Hold on. Can I ask a question? Is Rick Ross Pookie and Ray Ray? Is Alpo Pookie and Ray Ray? Is Jim Brown Pookie and Ray Ray? Is the shower person leader Pookie and Ray Ray? He's using the term Pookie and Ray Ray for we to show sympathy to the little dime bag are the little dudes running from the corner to the. I'm not talking
That's what y'all
about those
talking about.
dudes. I'm not talking about Pookie and Riri. I'm talking about the iPod.
Okay, so hold on, you asked the question.
The,
Hold on, check this out, stupid. You
How
asked
is
the question.
y'all
Watch
not
this.
saying who brought it into the community
Rick
though?
Ross was getting his stuff straight from the Colombians who was.
But he had no
Hold on,
problem
watch that. He was
in his
working with the.
community.
Hold on, now he was working with the CIA. So how in the hell do you not even bring none of them up?
Because
that's what I'm
they
saying.
didn't
That's what's
bring it in.
disappointing.
He brought it in. He
Man,
brought it
y'all
in.
talking crazy, man.
Where Thunder at? Where Thunder
Y'all
at?
talking
Bring some
crazy.
common
Right here,
sense
man.
to the Thunder.
Y'all talking crazy.
And Chief X
Thunder,
right
teach
there
these
in
cats
LA,
Thunder.
and he know all this stuff. He
Because
ain't
how
brought
y'all
the
just going to
CIA yet.
dismiss? That's what I'm saying. How y'all going to dismiss how it came
Guess
into the
Blame
community
the white man.
and
It's a
going and
white
then going?
man.
Hold on, but y'all
Nobody's
It's a white
dismissing
man.
how
no,
it came
but how
into
you
the
go?
community.
Right,
We know that. We're
I'm
not
dis-
blaming no
I'm
white man for
dismissing-
our business and our
Oliver
affairs.
North, I ain't
Then we
heard
got to
they
deal with the
name
bottom.
yet.
We ain't
We
going to deal
still
with the
talking
top of
about
the ladder.
some
Then we need to deal
small
with
Crack
the bottom of the
cocaine
ladder.
was in all neighborhoods.
We're not going to
White
deal with the
neighborhoods.
top of the
The
ladder. Then we
first
need to
time
deal
I
with the
got
bottom.
high, a white boy was getting high with me. It's in
Hey.
all neighborhoods. Stop trying to
There
blame
you
the
go.
fucking
I
white
don't know
man.
how you
Niggas
so
was
again,
just
so
sitting
you
How
going
did
from
he
hold
get
on, you
into the
going from
neighborhood?
crack
Again,
to
the
white folks.
users are the problem, right? Because Pookie wasn't selling it to that white boy, right?
No.
The
Hold on,
users
you
are the
let a white
problem.
boy tell
The
you how to
users are the
this,
problem.
cut it out.
Stop
We either
saying
going to deal with the
Pookie.
top of the ladder or the bottom of the ladder. Stop dealing with the middle. The top of the
Jay,
ladder. You said you don't
okay,
want to deal with the top, so
y'all
let's deal
under-
with the bottom then. Let's deal with the users.
Are you under the impression who is at the top of the ladder? Let's
Top of the
everybody
ladder
gotta
is
slow
systematic.
down, man, 'cause
It's
there's 4 or 5 people talking.
the top
at
of the
one
ladder
time,
is Richard Nixon.
and y'all gotta
The
Let
top of the
Thunder
ladder.
Hold
talk.
on,
Let
man.
Thunder talk.
He asked the question. I was
Uninterrupted.
trying to answer.
I got you, but I'm trying to preface we got an audience, right? This is Chef's show. We have an audience that wants to listen. And the reason why I ain't been saying nothing because I want to hear for myself what the chaos sound like. And it's chaotic what y'all doing, man. So let's just slow down and what can somebody tell me let's do this. Heroin. When did heroin get introduced into our community?
The 50s.
Around it got popular in the 60s. It was around before that.
Right after the Vietnam War.
I would say either during or after the Vietnam War, right? So we just can't jump straight to crack.
Yeah,
we
go
have
right to the
agree.
Vietnam War. That's when it became popular.
Right,
I agree with
and Richard Nixon started the war on drugs in the 70s. They got this documented. The secretary came out, made statements and everything.
No problem.
Yeah.
Hey, and
So
Thunder, before you continue, Thunder, I just want to say, no white boy ever in my life sold no crack to me.
Okay. Now, I think we all can agree that heroin was definitely more prevalent than crack in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, right? I think we all agree with that.
Well, before
All of it messed us up.
Before the 80s, yes.
All of it.
Well, hold on. I'm in Baltimore. Yeah. Heroin has always been the number one drug.
Of course,
choice here.
Right.
That's my point. My point is
Fort Worth as well.
We can't. I don't think y'all doing it on purpose.
The kids sold crack in Baltimore.
I believe y'all got good intentions, right? I don't think y'all doing this on purpose. But to me, I believe you all are jumping past the big boy.
They putting the cart before the horse.
I think that's what I say.
Yeah.
I think heroin is I think probably where we need to kind of start when we talk about drugs, right? So
no,
now,
we need to start is who's flooding the community with all this stuff.
Jesus Christ!
When we say the big dog or the top dog, whoever the brother who just said that, right? Would you consider the white man at the top of the ladder, or would you consider
the white man at the top? The white man's at the top of the ladder. They're the ones flooding. They're the ones supplying.
Geographical location. We in America, so yes, Europeans are in control of this country.
So when those Mexicans were flying airplanes and going through the borders and stuff,
white men were allowing it. The white man was allowing it to happen. Yes.
Oh my God! Just let Thunder talk.
Yeah, bro. I think. I'm not sure.
It's documented. I ain't got to. We can. It's documented.
Yeah, it's a shame they don't know this though. It's just
listen what I'm saying. You're saying just because it was allowed,
yes,
that mean that they're the one responsible.
You go look at the Ron Contra.
Do you not know what the war of black people was about?
You might be a little too young.
You need to go study the war of black people, man. Study that.
Hey, James, but you shouldn't even be asking these type of questions. Really kind of shows like you just
He
not aware
hasn't
of the
made his
subject matter.
point yet. Anyway,
But you don't have to make a point if he doesn't even know about the wrong.
No, the audience wants to hear what he's trying to say. Don't
haven't
dictate
made
to
that
what
point, Dan. You're making that point. I haven't said it. What I'm asking you is, I think if you applied that rationale across the board, you'll understand what I'm saying. You're saying just because something is allowed, then that makes that person that makes them the one responsible.
Ain't that what y'all saying about the drug dealers? I mean, like
No.
you're applying the same.
No,
Y'all very
No.
selective where y'all like to apply this logic at.
No, let me clarify because I didn't understand what he said. Say that again.
So Thunder, here's another
let
analogy
Thunder
real
say
quick.
what he just said again. Hold on.
Here's another analogy, Thunder, and you can continue. Because they allow guns, that means if somebody shoots somebody with a gun, it's the white man's fault because of a nigga shoot another nigga. It's the white man's fault because he allowed guns.
Just like if Pookie and Ray Ray's on the corner with drugs, just because they on the corner with drugs don't mean that somebody should go out there and buy it, right?
Hold on, my brother.
Right.
Now I was about to roll right with you, Chief. You took my thunder away from me. That's my name. You took my thunder. That's fine.
Thanks. Go ahead, boy.
My brother James, the ATF, Congress, all these people have passed laws that gave us permission. Well, I ain't gonna give it to them. Let's start with the fire and the fire that allowed us to have guns and allowed us to own firearm ammunition that allowed us. So by your rationale, it shouldn't be no such thing as black on black crime. But we shouldn't even blame black people for what we're doing to ourselves. We should just blame the white people, right?
Teach.
Well, you
right.
Yeah, he made that's a great point. That's a great point. They allowed guns, so we're gonna blame white folk for niggas being and killing each other.
Great point. Just because white people gave us the guns. Well, let me. Just because white people gave us the guns doesn't mean we had to go out there and shoot everybody. Just because Pookie and Ray Ray, you had the drugs out there, don't mean you had to go out there and buy them. Now, ain't that true?
No, no. See how
that's totally the truth. That is the truth. No, y'all disingenuous. Y'all are disingenuous. No, y'all are disingenuous because y'all logic only applies one way.
Because we bodied it. We bodied that good point.
I think the conversation is really over. But
it's not over. It's not over. You only validated my point. You only validated my point. Again, this is hold on. I don't see the infinite regress here. Y'all don't see the infinite regress here. Every time I point out,
they want to blame the white man.
One at a time, please.
Hey James, you passed on your chance to respond, right? So
no, I didn't. Y'all, it was a bunch of people talking. I'm trying to respond now. So
okay,
just chill out. Hold on. Now you went all the way back to the 60s to start talking about the drugs.
No, James, let's start.
That is what you did. You started talking about you wanted to identify when did black people start getting hooked on.
Psycho, this is what disingenuous sound. We talking about.
Did you not say that?
We talking about Congress allowing us to own firearms and ammunition. By your rationale, we should not blame black people for killing black people. It should be no such thing as black on black violence. It should be white on black violence. I guess that's what we need to
talk. No such thing.
Thank you, Thunder. Thank you, Thunder.
It's just violence. There's no such
thing.
No.
It's just violence. If we're gonna charge the white man, let's charge the white man. That's what y'all were just doing.
No. Okay. Well, no. Listen. Y'all gotta make up your mind. If this logic applies here, then I need to understand why y'all not blaming the user. Y'all need to explain why this. No, you're contradicting yourself. No, I don't have no love for the dope dealer. This ain't about love for the dope dealer. It's about me addressing the actual problem. The actual problem is the user. And y'all don't want to sit here and address these users. Y'all don't want to address these users. That's what's going on. Because again, your analogy
No,
fails
no,
because
Thunder,
your
hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
analogy
he
Drug
is
just
that
dealers
nothing
made
is
a
but
crazy
only
y'all
harming
talking over me
himself.
because y'all know y'all
The
can't get
dope
around
man
what
is
I'm
harming
saying.
the
All you
Y'all know
doing
y'all
is
community.
can't get around what
talking
I'm saying. Y'all
fast
can do
and
all the
trying to
ad
talk,
homs
but
and
you
talking over me
already
and
know
everything else, but y'all can't get
you're
around
not
my
going to
point.
be
My
able to
point is
explain.
y'all
You're
are
not going to
stuck
be
in
able
this
to
infinite
explain your way
regress,
out
and
of
I'm
it,
gonna keep
man.
y'all in this infinite regress until y'all
You can
understand the
talk
Yeah, the
flaws of
you
y'all
drug,
can talk
logic.
to the
Because
addict is
cows,
according
only
to your
harming
own
himself.
but
analogy,
you
The
cannot
dope
according to
man is
your
explain
own
harming
your
the
way out of it.
analogy,
community.
y'all still talking over me because y'all know it's cut.
If you're telling me
Y'all don't
that
want
white
nobody to hear what I'm
people
Yeah,
are
the
saying
fact
because y'all
is
responsible,
that
understand that y'all flaws,
the,
y'all logic is
the
flawed.
addict is
I
only
ain't
Y'all know
harming
that
saying
y'all
himself,
logic is
no,
flawed.
and
we
the
talking
drug
Again,
about
arm, the
it's
Hold
not
on,
drug
hold
dealer is
just
on.
like
harming the
y'all said.
community.
It's not Pookie's responsibility. Pookie takes all the ownership for taking the gun, even though the gun's there. He shouldn't take it and shoot nobody. Just like the drugs are there, nobody should be going out there taking all these drugs, especially if they
Psycho.
carrying a baby.
You are
Especially
making
if
a
they carrying a
non
baby. So
sequitur
y'all can't sit
argument
up here and play these little
that
silly
ain't
games.
got
Y'all want to
nothing to
go.
do with what we
Y'all only
talking
want
about.
to attack the bottom of the rung when it's convenient. When it's convenient, y'all
Hey,
want to attack
see,
the bottom of the
these
ladder.
cats
But any other
are
time, y'all want
sad,
to
right?
skip over it and all this other shit. Y'all
Look
gotta
how he
stop,
just
man.
talking. He's like, yeah. Listen, bro.
Hey, Thunder,
It's real
before
simple.
you go, Thunder,
I'm not gonna let y'all
Thunder,
get
Thunder,
past.
before you go, let me just
Hold
make
on,
this
G.
clear, Thunder.
I'm not gonna
Thunder.
let them get past what I
No, I'm
just
just gonna
said.
say one
I
statement
didn't
and then
get
you can
past.
go,
Go
I
ahead,
Thunder.
go ahead.
showed you how you're
Thunder, I'm gonna say
selective in
one
what you're
statement
saying.
and you can
I ain't
go.
get past nothing.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on.
G.
I'm gonna say one statement and you can go, Thunder.
Yeah.
It's the addict is only harming himself. The drug dealer is harming the community.
How?
Now that's a
How?
body.
Is the
That's a
community
body
on
bag right
drugs?
there.
Was the
But
Man,
wait.
hold
When I
on.
was coming up, when I was coming up,
doing
when I
all
was
kind of
coming
stuff.
up,
They be
I don't
stealing
know
and
what
doing
community you
all
came
kind of
up in,
stuff.
but when
Cut
I
it out.
came up, most
You
of
act
my
like
block
dope
wasn't on
fiends are
drugs.
just
Most of
upstanding
my block wasn't
citizens.
on drugs. I don't know. So you talking about
Right.
they destroying the
James,
Ain't none
community?
of
What's
it
wrong
making
with you?
sense.
Like,
What,
they be
what community
stealing
you grew up in where
stealing
everybody
from
was on drugs?
mamas, stealing from
Everybody wasn't
grandmas.
on drugs in my community. I'm sorry.
all right, man.
And I
You
grew
gotta
up in the
stop
hood,
talking so
and
fast, man.
everybody wasn't on drugs.
So
I hung out
listen,
with working families,
it's real
working
simple.
class families when I was coming
It's
up.
real
So I
simple.
don't
I
know.
asked
The
There was a
only
few
y'all one
crackheads here
simple
and there,
question, right?
but that
This
didn't
is
make up
what's
the vast
crazy
majority of the
about it.
community.
Hey,
They
James,
don't want. They must haven't been on the planet before crack. This is what
I
I'm
just
tripping
said
on.
heroin, right? But we're not gonna do. I'm not. We gonna stay
No,
right
hold
here.
up. We talking about when we was living. We don't go back when we was living. Hold on. Since
heroin
we've
wasn't
been
popular when you
living,
were living.
we know a world where there wasn't no crack in America. We know this. How did it just all of a sudden appear?
Because of white people. That's what you're saying.
Where did it come from?
I'm asking you a question, James. You
don't know where it came from?
According to your rationale,
It came from the Latin world. The Latin world was the producers of heroin and cocaine.
according to your
The
rationale,
Latin world,
South America.
Mexico,
Mexico and South
Colombia,
America.
Let me ask you a
Yeah.
all
question.
these people were
Yes.
the ones who grew
Hold
the
up. Do
drugs
you know the price of
and took
cocaine in
care
the
of the
70s?
plant.
now
And
you
who was
talking
in
about
bed with
prices.
them? And who was in
He
bed
Do
all
with
you
them?
know
Folk
the
was
price of
not
cocaine
growing
in the
drugs.
1970s?
And who was in
Mexicans,
bed
the
Do
with
you
them?
don't
Latin
know
world was.
Right. And who was in
White
bed with the
the price
Latins?
of cocaine dropped
Are
when
you saying
crack
because
came out?
white?
You don't
Y'all
even know how to put the
point
damn pieces of the puzzle
James,
together
your
to even
point
have
was
this type of a
that
conversation.
you blaming white
You
people.
don't. Y'all don't
James,
even know
can I
what
ask James a
y'all.
question?
What's crazy about it? We
James.
Hey,
arguing
Chief,
about some
hold
shit
on,
some
man.
white folks did.
Hold on,
This
Chief.
what's crazy about it.
Now your rationale was
Yeah, they
that,
did that shit.
Hey,
But
James,
y'all scared to
your
say it?
Hey James, your rationale was that I say Hispanic people are the top of the ladder. You say
Top of the
white
ladder of
people.
what?
You say white people are at the top of the ladder because
Yes.
they allowed it, right? Now, are white people at the top of the ladder when it comes to black on black violence?
No. But watch this. Are
Nah.
black people number one on white violence?
I heard your answer.
No, let me ask you a question. Are black people
let me
number
continue
one
down
on
my road.
white violence? Answer the question.
Let me continue
Are
down
black
my road
people
and then I'm asking
number
the question.
one on Hispanic
Hey,
violence?
James, let me continue down my road and
you don't want to do that.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
That was a dumb question.
Okay, no problem. Now, if in my opinion, the people who are growing the cocoa leaves to engineer them into cocaine powder and to package that cocaine and allow that cocaine to traverse across the state lines and to bring the product in, to meat and then sell those products to to black people, which then turned around and sold it to more black people. To me, that's what I see happening. When you look at all the BMF, all you do is look at it. They'll show you exactly how it happened and exactly who were the plugs, how it worked out, blah, blah, blah. We know this. Now,
it was
that
just
is why I
Hispanic
put
people.
Hispanic
White people didn't have nothing to do with it.
at the top. You're telling me that we should blame Whitey? I don't understand
That's
how.
crazy. So
But
you
let's say,
hold
hold on.
Won't blame the white man. You won't blame the
You don't
users.
know
let's
nothing
say-
about
No,
you.
I've been
So you
waiting.
rather
I've
blame the
been waiting
middleman.
since
So you're
You
gonna
don't
blame
know
the
nothing
middleman.
about
No,
Blaming the
hold on,
middleman makes
You don't
sense.
know how old
hold
is
on,
Blaming the
Thunder?
middleman makes sense.
How old is
James, hold
Thunder?
on.
I think we need a
Hold on. I've
moderator.
been waiting.
Chef Rain,
Hold
where you
on.
at, Chef Rain? Chef
Hold
Rain,
on.
where
I've
you
been
at?
waiting. I've been waiting.
Hold on.
How old is
We need,
Thunder?
hold
I
on,
need to
y'all.
know.
Hold on. We need a moderator for real.
Now we
Chef
need to
Rain,
know
you
how
got
old
to
Thunder.
moderate
Okay.
this shit.
Okay,
We-
my turn now.
No,
You
My
gotta
turn
be
now.
young
Chef
or
Rain
something.
needs to
Chief,
moderate this.
I know,
If you
but
guys
he's not
want,
here yet.
hold on.
He's not
If you
here,
guys
but
want, if you guys
I
want,
would be done already.
hold on,
Chief.
Stupies. Hold on, Stupies.
Man, you need
If
to
you
run
guys
your
want
own
peace
show.
in an
Chef's
adult
cool. He ain't
conversation,
said nothing, so
hold
you
on.
cool with it.
You know, to
If
the
you guys
conversation
want
was running
peace,
on
hold
before you
on.
came, Chief.
If you guys want peace in an adult conversation, we have to have a moderator.
Well, we don't
Chef
have one
Rain,
now.
where are you at?
We don't have one now, so just quiet. We
Okay,
don't
no,
have
no, no,
one
no, no.
now.
I understand
Exactly.
we don't have one, Chef. Nobody's stopping you from speaking, Stupies.
You
I'm
are
just trying to
speaking.
say, no.
Please
Listen,
allow me to
I'm
speak.
just
stop
Allow
trying
me
to
to
right
say
now.
that we need peace
Let's do
so we
peace
can have an
talk.
adult conversation.
Let's do peace talk. Go ahead,
handle this
2P.
amongst ourselves. Go ahead, Stu P.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
we
my
cannot
turn.
handle this among ourselves.
Chief,
We need a
please stop
Let's do peace
moderator.
talk.
Chief-
We
Chief-
already
People
Chief-
need to be
decided.
saying,
So
it's
be
your
quiet.
turn to talk. It's your turn to talk.
Everybody's letting
But
It's going to be
we
chaos
don't, Chief
unless
X,
we have a
Chief X,
moderator.
we doing that
Chief
now,
X,
Chief
can you
X.
stop talking up and let me talk?
We
No, I
got it,
cannot
Chief.
stop talking. I'm
Come
trying
on,
to get
Chief
to.
X.
I'm trying to clarify something. Everyone
Man.
should agree. Everyone should
No,
agree.
it's my turn to
Hold
talk
on.
now.
Everyone should agree that we need a moderator to
No,
keep
we don't. We
peace.
just need you
Hold
to be
on,
quiet and
hold
let
on.
Stu talk.
That we need a moderator to keep peace and have people
Man, we
talking
ain't
one
no-
at a
we ain't no
time.
We
damn
keeping
A
it
peace,
now.
brother.
moderator
We know how
is
to
the
We
person
keeping
that
it now,
says,
Chief
hey,
X. We
Hold
hold on.
talking.
A moderator is the person that says, hey, you're next, and then
Well, if
people
that
can
ain't
shut the
going down
fuck
right now,
up.
so just
Chief
And
let
X,
this
me
we
way
doing
we
it.
can
I
have
think we
some
wasting
peace
time.
around here instead of this
Let's do it
fucking
this way.
chaos
Let's
y'all
do
be
I
into.
think we wasting
Niggas is
do
time.
into
this way.
chaos because their
I
concepts
would be
has been
finished
fucking
already.
goofed out.
I would be
Chief
finished
X, you
already.
causing the chaos. We handle it
I'm
right
not
now,
causing
Stu
a
P.
chaos.
All right,
I'm
then let's
trying
do
to get
peace
some
talk.
peace going on.
Let's do peace
Everyone
talk.
should agree that we need a moderator.
Well,
I
no,
agree
we
that you the
agreed
one
that
get.
we're
We
going to
good.
allow. We'll
Chef
allow
You.
stepped
two
away, and
peace
that's
to
why
go.
it's chaos right
It's
now.
not you. The only one causing
You the
chaos.
one
No,
doing
I'm
it
not
right now.
causing chaos. I'm
All right,
trying to
be
tell you,
quiet
let's have some
for a
peace.
second. Then
Two
just be
peace.
quiet for a sec. We saying let's
Yeah,
do
we
peace.
trying
Go.
to tell Stu P to go.
Chill out,
Go
Chief
ahead,
X.
Stu
We
P.
good. Go ahead, do peace.
No, we're
All
not
right.
fucking good.
Come on,
Jesus
man.
is
Come
still
on,
talking.
Stu. Yeah,
That
this
nigga
you,
there
not
is
you.
psycho.
This you, not you.
All right.
Come on, man.
Okay. Thunder, did you know that when cocaine was first introduced into America, it was introduced to the white community?
Of course it was.
Cocaine wasn't a black people drug, you know. People love to blame the white man. The white man was selling cocaine to white people originally, you know. It's
Yeah, but
black
where did
people
they get
get
it
it.
from?
They got it from Colombia.
Well,
When
is
cocaine
white people in
first
Colombia?
came, well, it's Colombian. Some of them look whitish, some of them look Hispanic.
Hey, Stu Peas. Are there white people in Colombia?
Yes, there are white people in Colombia.
Were there
But
white
there's
people
more
making the drugs and selling to us?
to the Americans,
Yes.
to white Americans, yeah. If you call,
No.
I'll call them
Well,
white.
white people in Colombia making cocaine and selling it to Americans.
Is the Miniad cartel? Is Pablo Escobar white? Would you call him white? Or you
Yeah,
call
He's
him
Hispanic. He's
Yeah,
Hispanic.
white.
He's
But
not a
go
Caucasian.
ahead, Stu P. Do your
But
thing.
you have white
Yeah, they don't understand
Hispanic.
that, but go ahead.
You have
Stu
white
Peas,
Hispanic.
he is clearly a Hispanic male. He is not Caucasian.
Go ahead, Stu P, man. Please.
Oh, that's a conversation for another day. But when they started exporting drugs, and Americans started importing drugs, it was primarily for a white market.
Of course it was.
And it was
Because
very,
the
very
average,
high.
Is
no,
this
because
some
it
way I
was,
could drop a
hold on,
link?
let me
It
finish.
was
Let me
Is
finish.
this some way
100,000
here
a
I could
key or
drop a
something.
link?
because it was very expensive.
Of
When
course.
cocaine came into the black market, the first time I saw cocaine, I was 8 years old. Right? 1979 was the first time I saw cocaine. The first time I saw crack cocaine.
Please, you're going too far, man.
No,
No,
Hispanic people,
let me
bro.
finish. Let me finish.
Are
The
you saying
first time I saw
Hispanic people
crack
or white
cocaine.
people in Colombia grew coca leaves, coca beans, processed it into cocaine?
It's not a bean, it's a leaf. It's a plant, it's a leaf they use.
First of all, they were using it for they just used to put it
They
in
used
their
to-
mouth, and
they
then
used
they
to
used to
chew
smoke
it
that. It
first,
was like
right?
a
Let me
natural
finish.
thing. It
James,
was
let me
like for
finish.
numbing.
Were white people
medicine.
doing
It
it?
wasn't even when they
Let me
first
see.
started doing it. It wasn't even for that. They white
good.
folks found out
Were
about
white
it,
people doing
and
it?
they put chemicals and shit on that shit,
James,
and
were
found
white
out.
people doing
You need to calm down. You need to go read the Ron Contra scandal.
Hey,
That's what you need
James,
to do.
was
You need to
white
go
people doing
go
it?
read. I'm gonna tell you, Thunder. Watch this. Go read up Pace cocaine. Read up the
James,
origins
were
of that
white
too.
people-
You will
were
learn a
white
lot
people in
about how these
Colombia
Europeans getting down, but you don't
processing
know.
coca leaves?
Huh?
Were white people doing that?
No, coca leaves
was
are
it?
natural. People were
Well,
not
white
using it.
people
They weren't using it for
processing
nefarious
coca
reasons
leaves into
like white
cocaine.
people
Can
think
I
about
finish,
doing.
please?
They
Can I
weren't
finish,
using it to
please?
get high. They were
James,
using
can I
it for
finish?
White
medical
people-
purposes,
We're gonna
to numb
stay right
things.
here. We can stay right
And it
here.
was a part of their culture. They put it in their mouth when they was
Can-
working.
Well,
That's
Can I
white
finish
people processing coca leaves.
It was Colombia.
White folks-
White folks figured out how to do all that shit, bro.
I said, well, white people doing it.
It was
Hey,
Colombians
Thunder,
that
they
were
nobody,
doing it.
Thunder,
figured out how to
nobody
put-
wants
they
to be
use-
honest and nobody
Of
wants to
course
be
they don't wanna
honest
ask.
and answer who was manufacturing the
I said it
coca
was
leaves.
Yeah,
Colombians.
These
Europeans,
people
We said
they
don't want to be
Colombians.
They
honest
meant
because they want to always blame the
y'all
white
said
man.
who manufactured it,
Exactly.
and then the
They
white
was
man brought
funding
it
the
from
shit.
them.
Where you
And the
think
white
they
man
get
brought it from them and allowed them to bring it into the country. What are y'all
Bro,
talking
good.
about? I
All
already
right,
know.
good. So
I just dropped the link in the
Hispanic-
chat. I just dropped the link in the chat.
amount of
I just
chemicals.
dropped
The
two
Hispanic
links in the
people
chat.
talk
One
about
giving
it.
the
country tried to
origin.
stop the
Wait, I
chemicals
just
from
dropped
coming
two
to the
links in the
country.
chat.
Can I
I just
finish?
I just
I
dropped
don't
the-
even know what's
okay, before
going
you
on.
fin- I'll pass real quick. I
Hispanic
dropped
people at
two
the
links.
top of the
It
ladder,
takes
right?
chemicals to
I
make
want to clear up a lot
cocaine,
of
not
confusion.
just the leaf.
I dropped two
Where the
links in the
chemicals
chat.
come from?
One for the origin,
Thunder,
one
can
for
I
the
finish?
Look that
origin.
up.
I dropped two links in the
Can I
chat. One
finish?
for the
James,
origin
can I
of
finish?
other war on drugs, and the second
The
one
war on
is the
drugs?
link. The second, that's what y'all talking about. And the
We ain't
second one,
talking no war, no drugs.
yes, y'all is
We
talking
said
about the war
who-
on drugs. What do you mean y'all ain't talking about the war on drugs? You're not paying
We
attention to the
said
conversation.
who
Okay,
You
then now
don't
you
even know
qualify for
what's
this
going on,
conversation.
bro.
Click the link.
And
Click the
sold
links,
it into
Thunder.
our
Thunder.
community.
You of all people after saying that silly
Yeah.
ass statement need to click the links. You really need to click them links. It's, and the second one is showing that the war on drugs was targeted specifically to black people. So and these are y'all can go look at the links yourself. This ain't my words; these are their words.
This
Well,
is
even
crazy.
even if we go to the
Y'all
source,
just
I
scared
get
to
what
say
y'all
that white
We
saying.
know the
that
history of
white
this, bro.
man-
I'm
All right, but
glad
hold
you
on.
brought
When
up
Chief
the
Facts first,
documentation up.
but hold on. When
No,
Chief Facts
Hey,
first
hey,
came
Can I
they
out,
finish,
don't know.
please? Can I finish, please? Can I finish? Because I was talking. Because Sunday asked if it's white people. It's Colombians. And the primary market originally for cocaine was white people.
Right.
Cocaine didn't become a problem in black communities until they figured out how to make this crack. I remember when people were smoking
It's
cocaine.
called
and
cocaine paste. Look
remember
that
when,
up.
oh, let me finish. Remember when people were smoking cocaine and weed? What you call it up here? In Jamaica, we call it a Wilbert spliff.
To
Where they had the
Cal.
cocaine and the weed in a
we call it
spliff.
Woodies.
To
We call it
Cal.
Woodies. Yeah,
They
we
call
call
it
it Woodies up
primos in
here.
Texas.
Yeah,
Right?
in Demo, we call them Woodies.
Yeah, they used to smoke it like that back home. Most people, until people started getting the pipe. I remember before the pipe, it was the can. Remember when everybody had a
Boy,
can?
you wild on the motherfucker, Stupid.
Hey, Stupid, who
He said
who
they
was
started
growing the
out with
weed?
the weed, then they hit the pipe.
Hey, Stupid,
Yo,
who grew-
when you hit
grew
the pipe,
weed?
it's all over with.
Right. They had the can. They used to get a can and bore the top
Yeah,
of it.
once you hit that can of that pipe, it's a wrap.
Hey, Stupid,
Right.
who grew the weed? White people.
They growing it now.
No.
People grow the hell out of weed. What do
They
you mean?
growing it now. And a
What?
matter of
No,
fact,
Jack- see that?
it's been legal in
James.
California to grow weed for
Hey,
30
James.
years.
They
Who
was
was
doing it
growing the
before
weed
that
in
out in
the-
California.
Stupids know about the bush.
They've been some
Hey,
Stupids
James,
know about the bush
who
in
was
the
growing
yard.
the weed?
White people
Back in the day,
growing
was
weed
a
in
Mexican.
California for the last
It
40
was a-
years. What are you talking
it was
about?
a
I
Mexican.
said
They've been
right
growing it in Canada
at
for
that
decades.
point.
The best weed in America is grown in California. Everybody know that.
Hey,
They,
James, who was
they
growing
learned
the
how to
weed in the
cultivate
50s
weed
and the
at a
60s?
very high level in California.
Who was growing the weed in the 50s and the 60s? White people?
Hell yeah. Ask
Yeah, they
Chief
was
X.
growing
Go
out there.
on
Hell
and
yeah, they
tell
was
him.
growing out there right
Tell
in
him about the
California in the
Emerald
woods,
Triangle.
right in the
See, he
forest,
don't
right
even
there.
he don't
Yeah,
even know what's going
right in the
on.
forest. They were growing weed.
It's
Hell
called
yeah.
the
Yeah,
Emerald
I was trying
Triangle.
to I was trying to speak to people from an expert point of view, but
Mm.
people have their own agendas, and they want to blame this and they want to
I'm
blame
dropping
that.
links. Anybody got some links to drop?
If we're being honest,
I'm being honest. I dropped
cocaine
links.
and heroin was grown mostly in Latino geographical areas.
I agree.
White folk allowed things, but just because someone allows things doesn't mean it's their fault. Niggas take it upon themselves to do dirt, and they take it upon themselves to capitalize on money and things like that.
Like the drug dealers,
If anything is going on in our community, it's our community's fault.
Right. Like the drug
White
dealers,
folk
right?
was not living in Compton when shit was going foul. Niggas and Mexican was. Okay? Niggas need to get rid of this racism shit and take responsibility.
Exactly.
Right. Chief X, I agree with you on that.
Everybody but the users, right?
No
Everybody but the users, right? The users are the only victims, right? Not the drug dealers. Drug dealers ain't the victims, just the users, right?
No, what I was trying to get was I get everything y'all saying, but like even if you go to the manufacturers and all that, when Chief X originally jumped on, I was trying to get the concept of making the correlation between a child molester and a drug dealer, and I still haven't gotten there yet.
Me and Chief X and a couple other, I think Shep, we are saying that if you believe that a child molester is worse than a drug dealer, then I would suggest that's why we even talk about this. If this brother is talking about the war on drugs, all he doing is helping me.
But make it make sense. I just don't.
I
can't grasp the concept.
Let me help you make it
sense.
Since I lived through this. Hold on, Thunder, please. Let me just do this. Let me make it sense to you guys. I'm just trying to tell you. I was there and into it. Hold on. I was there and I was into it. The drug dealer has the choice. The addict is just trying to get high and take care of what they personally. It is a drug dealer who has control of everything. He is dictating. Listen to what I'm saying. It's the dope man. I'm trying to tell you. Listen to what I'm saying. Let's hold on. It's the dope man. It's the dope man who is dictating to his neighborhood and running things and telling people what's happening and what to do.
You got choice to do drugs.
It is not the addict running anything. It is the dope man running things. Telling people what to do.
Dope man don't run nothing. What is dope man running? He don't run nothing.
I just can't grasp the concept of
run nothing.
A drug dealer being worse than a child molester. I just can't grasp that concept.
Okay, if a drug dealer sells crack, so listen, if a drug dealer sells crack to 20 women,
they can't help
and a molester only molests one child, but a drug dealer sells drugs to 50 women who have crack babies, and these crack babies have a fucked up life.
That's the mother's fault.
That's the
mother's fault, not
who
the
has
drug
done
dealer's fault.
worse
That's the mother's
than one
fault.
molester.
That's the mother's fault. That baby's that mother's responsibility. That baby's that mother's. I'm not letting y'all shift that away. That baby's that mother's responsibility. Period.
Those are people. Those are people. Drugs is an actual product. So if a drug dealer is taking a product, we say, okay, he's destroying the community, this, that, and the third. That's that person's decision, in which y'all already established that. But how can you say a child molester, a person that's, let's say he work in the schools or whatever, and he's molesting kids and all that.
Justify that shit. That's what I can't.
I just can't grasp that concept. I just can't.
All right,
if you're selling drugs to pregnant women, you don't give a fuck about the kids. That means you're
taking drugs, you're to blame. Hold on. What's better about being a child molester than being a drug dealer?
They're both horrible. The point is, the drug dealer has the option to destroy more kids than a child molester does. A drug dealer destroys more kids and family than one child molester does. And if we're being honest, that's the reality of things.
Okay, we got you.
James,
Less than one
all
child
right.
is cool. You can do that.
Please allow me to give me 30 seconds, right? So the brother asked, he said he don't understand the difference, right?
So y'all saying child molested.
He don't understand. James, be quiet.
That's crazy.
No, it's crazy that you keep being rude.
That's what y'all saying. Y'all said the child molesters are better than drug dealers.
I did not say that. That's my point.
Nobody said
No,
that.
we
What
gonna
we're
frame
saying
this
is
The
with
the
whole
y'all
drug
medical
dealer,
saying.
industry,
the
This
the
is
whole
drug
what
dealer
y'all
medical
has
saying.
industry
Some
destroyed
child
are
more
the
molesters,
equivalent
families
of child
than
molesters.
people
better
than
The
than
any
drug
whole
man
dealers.
who's
drug
I believe
industry
y'all
molested
is
one
equivalent to child
child.
molesters.
At one time, right
The whole
now.
medical,
It's
the
four
whole
This is
people.
what
medical
y'all
industry,
saying.
the whole
It's
medical
crazy,
industry
man.
is
It's
equivalent
four
to child
people
molesters.
talking.
They selling
I was the
fentanyl.
one talking,
They
and I
selling
just got
fentanyl.
cut off.
They
And then
equivalent.
psychopath is still talking. You see, it's four people talking at one
Right.
time.
So why you talking?
bro,
Why I'm talking?
I
Like
asked
I
the
said,
Thunder
like
talk.
like I
now we
like
got
I didn't
four people
I didn't
again.
believe it was his turn.
We got Psycho, James.
Like why
Chief,
how
Nah, I
how
just
is
asked
Chief
the
and
question. I'm
Thunder
through.
just dominating this conversation? Like can we
This
get
is why
into?
a moderator is necessary. People acting like a moderator is not necessary.
Man, I'm
What's
through.
going
I
on
already
here?
asked my question. Answer the
I mean, y'all
question.
just
All
everybody,
right.
y'all just espousing all kinds of nonsense. Y'all ain't
Whose
citing no
turn is it
sources.
now?
Y'all ain't
You
doing
ain't
Whose
nothing.
got
Y'all
turn
to
it
giving me
is
agree,
now?
but
anecdotal
you
evidence
still
from
need to be.
West Coast.
You don't have to
Like
agree.
what's
Just why you
going on
being
in the
rude?
West Coast is the same as what's going on in the East Coast. This is silly. I'm giving you. I'm showing y'all the evidence that this shit was targeted towards black people. Y'all gonna skip way beyond
We
that
keep
and
talking
start
about black
targeting on
people.
Pookie
It
again.
was
Like if
targeted to
Pookie wasn't
everybody.
around,
Black
like
people
if
is just the
Pookie wasn't
ones who be
around, Billy
tripping
Bob
about
wouldn't have been
goddamn
about
around
black
selling
people.
the drugs. You really think Billy Bob wouldn't have been out there selling drugs if Pookie wasn't doing it? Like y'all are
Billy Bob
delusional.
was
The
selling
problem is the drugs getting into the community, and then the
How
other
they got
problem
there?
is people using it.
So the
But
white
y'all want to
people.
sit up here and keep clapping on the middleman because y'all
Hey,
don't
how
want
they
to
got to the?
again. Y'all don't want to
How
put
they got to the?
niggas
responsibility on the
was
white
black
man,
folk
and y'all
was the
don't want to put
ones
responsibility
demanding
on
the
the youth.
supply.
Okay.
Why? Because
Black
Pookie's the
folk was
easiest target.
demanding the
Chiefess,
Pookie the easy
supply.
target.
And to
Chiefess,
exonerate
Pookie
black
is low
folk
wait
is
until
hanging
you
fruit.
finish.
erroneous.
Pookie is low
Chiefess,
hanging fruit,
wait
and y'all
until you
always
finish.
want to try to clap on Pookie. Pookie is the
White people.
demon of the
Hey,
community. He's low hanging
Pookie is
fruit.
not low hanging fruit.
Yes, he is.
Pookie
Yes, he is.
got
That's why y'all
power.
target him. That's why you
Pookie
ain't. That's why
got
you're not saying
fucking
nothing about
power.
that pregnant mother. That's why you're not
Pookie
saying.
got
That's why you
power.
taking that mother. That's why
Pookie
you
got
taking all
power.
responsibility away from that mother.
Pookie got
You got that mother
power
got
and
power.
Pookie
That mother
fucked
got
up.
power. You taking all responsibility away from that mother and pointing
No,
at Pookie
Man,
Pookie
hold
got
because he's
on.
low
power
hanging
Let
and
fruit.
them
Pookie
Because
got
he's
answer
low
the
hanging
decisions
fruit.
he
question.
makes
It's
Hold
easy
up,
to
hold
say
up,
and
hold
Pookie
up,
did
Pookie
man.
it.
We
fucked
got
It's
to
up
easy
the
to
break
say
them.
Pookie did it.
community.
It's harder to
And
say that
Hold up,
mother
Pookie
man.
should
is
have
a
did what she
piece
knew
of
better.
shit.
It's
Hold
harder
up.
to say that
Pookie's a
mother should
piece
have
of
knew better,
shit.
Right?
and it's
I
her fault
still
Pookie
ain't
that
is
that
a
answered.
baby
piece
came
of
out a crack
shit
baby.
Five
who
people
That
made
talking.
crackhead,
choices
that
and
crackhead was a
fucked
piece
up
of
the
shit that had that
community.
crack baby
This
mother.
is
That
chaos,
crack
man.
baby's mother was a
Like
piece of
it's
shit.
five
That
people
crack baby
talking
mother
again.
was a piece of
No,
shit for
Pookie was
Psycho,
a
taking that
it's
piece of
just
goddamn
shit.
crack.
going
For
The
on.
taking
crack
that
baby's
crack.
mama was just trying
That
to
crack
live
baby
life,
mother was a
and
piece of
some
shit.
niggas
That crack
influenced
baby
her to
mother
do
was a
some
piece of
bullshit.
shit. I'm
And
not
we
letting
finna
you do
have
that shit. The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah,
five
That
Pookie
crack
was
baby,
a
that
piece of
baby only
shit.
knows one
You's
more
a
time
protector,
dope
that
before we
man
mother.
start.
That baby
apologist.
only knows one
You's a
protector,
fucking
that
drug
mother.
dealer
That mother. That's
apologist,
the only
nigga.
motherfucking protector that baby knows.
That's
Fuck that
crazy,
Pookie.
man.
That Pookie
Psycho,
don't owe
man.
that baby
That's
nothing.
right. That's what
That
I'm
Pookie
saying.
don't owe
No,
that
They
baby
can't.
nothing. That
it's
That's what I'm
mother
wrong,
owes
saying.
bro.
that baby everything. I'm not
That's
letting
what
you
I'm
get
saying.
away
They
with that
can't
shit.
make
It's
it. They
wrong
can't
what
A
you're
make it
doing,
make
bro.
baby,
sense
Fuck
to
a
out of here.
baby is
That's low
It's
hanging
innocent.
wrong
A
fruit,
what you're
dog.
doing,
baby
Y'all
is
Psycho.
ain't getting away with
innocent.
that shit, son. That's
Pookie
coon
is
shit. Now go ahead
guilty.
and get on with your
A
coon
Psycho,
motherfucking
baby
bro.
narrative
is
where Pookie's the
innocent.
fucking demon of the
Pookie is
fucking community.
guilty.
Let me hear you
A
about
Order.
you
baby
blame
is
you.
Hold up.
innocent.
So
You
the
on the same
baby is
level as a
only
goddamn
innocent.
child
Order.
I don't
molester
hear
because he
this
sold
shit. I
drugs.
don't
Y'all
give a
Order.
motherfuckers
fuck.
nutty up
Everybody
in
stop.
here. This
Everybody
shit
stop.
sound crazy.
Everybody
That sound
stop.
like I'm
Who's
talking to a
turn?
Yeah,
fucking white
babies
supremacist. What
are
the hell's going on
Who?
innocent.
up in
Stop.
here?
Everybody
White
stop. Everybody
supremacy.
stop.
That's what
Babies
it
are
sounds like.
innocent.
Everybody stop.
Man, ain't no
Everybody
such
Babies
stop.
are
thing
everybody stop. We're gonna let
Everybody
Stu
stop.
That's
Beans
what you
go
sound
in.
like,
Everybody
blaming
We
stop.
want to
Pookie for
let
every
you guys
goddamn
know
thing and this,
that
that, and the third.
everybody
babies are
stop.
The white
Go
man
ahead,
innocent.
saying, "Oh, why we
take
talking
your
about the
turn.
white man? Why we
We're going in
deflecting
the
for the
audience.
white man? Why we? It's Pookie's fault. It's Pookie's
I
fault.
ain't
It's
never
not the
seen
mother's
a
fault
mo.
for taking the drugs.
Hey,
It's not the white
Pookie's a
man's fault for
piece of
giving the
shit
drugs. No, it's
murderer.
Pookie's fault.
Hey, did y'all have
Fuck
Yeah,
out of here.
fireworks?
Pookie's a
What about black
murderer
on
and a
black
piece
crime?
of
What
shit.
about black on black crime?
I
We
don't
was up
think
here
none
talking
of y'all
about
Sacrifice.
drugs.
had
We got
Pookie's a
T-Rex
piece
fireworks.
of
introducing
shit.
But guess
motherfucking
what?
murders and
Pookie,
everything
Y'all
else,
agree,
that
y'all
third,
Leroy,
but we
all
was talking
them
about
niggas
drugs.
is
Y'all
pieces of
motherfuckers just
shit.
want to clap on Pookie. Let's keep it a
Yeah,
fucking
Psycho,
buck.
you
Pookie's a
raised like
It's
piece
your
of
about
mama,
clapping
shit.
on Pookie.
Hold on.
It's
Hold
Pookie
on.
Psycho,
hate.
you
That's
had
the
Hold
hell's
on. Real
going on
quick.
right now.
Sacrifice. Stop.
you had
Power
a
move.
father in
It's
your
your
life,
Hold on.
turn.
Psycho.
All right,
Hold on.
excuse me.
Everybody
Look,
stop.
real quick.
Power
Infinite
move.
wit.
Psycho, you had a
Power
father
move.
in your
It's your
life.
turn.
All right, hold on.
Power move.
Hold on. Infinite wisdom just wrote something in the chat. It said he said nobody made them pick up the pipe. A child doesn't choose to get molested. So that's what I'm trying to say. When you try and make comparison between a drug dealer and a
How?
child
Okay,
molester,
here
it
before
just
I
don't
was
make
rudely
sense.
interrupted.
I am
This
talking
is what
about
I
the
was. Hold
impact
on,
it have on the
stupid.
community.
Man, they
Stupid. Let
said
me
that
let me
being a
finish, bro.
drug dealer is worse than
All
being a
right, so now,
pedophile. This is
James, hold
what
on.
they
One,
say.
And I
30
can't go with
seconds,
that.
y'all,
I just
please.
can't make.
So I
Go
All
ahead.
want
right,
to
power
know
move. We heard
how
you,
is being a
dog. You can't do
pedophile
it.
better
So
than being a
let me
drug
try to
dealer?
help you.
I want to
Okay.
know.
This is what we
Okay.
say,
Answer
right?
that question.
James, hold on. So this is what I'm saying. When the comparison is this, that child molester, let's just say he destroyed that child's life, right? I know a lot of people who've been molested and they find not fine, but it didn't destroy their life. But let's just say for the sake of argument, let's just say they destroyed that child's life. That child is no more. She ain't no good. She's gonna be a hoe. She's gonna be a strip. Whatever you want to say, right? Or this guy, he gonna turn into a homosexual, a little fag, right? No problem.
Molest other kids.
No problem.
Molest other kids
Now,
like he got molested.
You compare that. Hold on. You compare power move. You compare that to this drug dealer destroying the entire community.
Yeah, these molesters are destroying the community too.
Property value. See, y'all keep on talking. When you talk about property values going down, when you're talking about families being destroyed, when you're talking about people dying, I heard you say something about those people chose to do it, right? You think these 140-some thousand people chose to die from fentanyl abuse, fentanyl overdose? You think
a lot of them people got molested? They be overdosing. They got molested. That's why they be doing.
But they made the choice though. A person that molested a child.
They made the choice to do what?
To molest that child.
No, so, the drug user made the choice to do what?
So the molester didn't make a choice to do.
Forgive me.
The drug user made the choice to do what?
What did the molester make the choice to do?
A power move. What did the drug user choose to do?
They choose to use the drugs.
And do what? Get high, right?
Right.
Did they make the choice to die?
That wasn't on them.
Hey, power move. Yes or no? Did they make a choice in living or die? Did they have the choice?
Yes,
because they didn't have to take the drugs.
No,
man, you got drugs. You got people on drugs to go rob shit for drugs and get killed that way. People on drugs get killed for doing all kind of dumb
right?
shit.
We know that. Did they take
breaking in people's house and getting shot because they on drugs?
Hey,
so they don't just die from drugs. They die from doing drugs.
I'm trying to hear you out. I'm trying to hear you out.
Jay keep on running his
because I'm telling you making a dumbass argument. Those things do all kind of dumb shit.
Allow me to make the argument then.
They take the drug dealers drugs and don't pay them and get shot. It's all kind of scenarios where drug dealers dope fiends do dumb shit. So what are you talking about?
Does a drug dealer have the choice to not make a crack baby?
Right, I agree with that.
Drug user ain't no different from the drug dealer.
Hey, power move.
They in the same damn boat.
The drug dealer has a choice to not sell drugs to a woman or to
the drug user got that same choice.
The drug user.
These women are so helpless to you, man. They're just so helpless.
The drug dealer is not in his right mind.
I was in prison. Watch this. I'm gonna tell you what's so cold about this. I was in prison. I was the drug dealer.
Man,
now you think being a drug dealer, you think being a drug dealer, you better. But guess what you find out when you go to prison? You ain't no different from the dope fiend. The dope fiend is in prison right along with your ass. So it ain't no damn difference.
Right. I just can't.
And
that's all I was saying.
They may destroy a child's life. They are not destroying. Brother Polite ain't destroying a community of people.
So you think what Brother Polite did was cool then, basically.
But he ain't destroying that.
This is deep.
Economics is destroying the community, not the drug dealer. We're going to stop playing games.
Man, they crazy.
Economics is destroying the community, not the drug dealer.
They saying pedophilia is better than being a drug dealer.
That's crazy.
If our economics was right, there would be no youth. If our economics was correct, there would be no drug dealers. If our economics was correct, there would be no drug dealers because there would be no need for them to be chasing money.
The drug dealer don't give a fuck about nothing but
himself. He cares about money. Yes, he do. He cares about money. That's what he cares about.
Yes, exactly.
He cares about money. Exactly.
And himself.
He don't give a fuck about the community. Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point.
The drug economics
was correct, if I
he just
no, he doesn't. Get the fuck out of here. That's a lie. That's a lie. The addict do not care about the community because the addict cared about the community. The addict wouldn't be funding these drug dealers that you give up, that you so much shitting on. These drug dealers that you hate so much, they wouldn't be funded by these addicts. They wouldn't be funded by these addicts if they cared so much about the community. You talking out of both sides of your mouth.
The
You talking
dope
out of
man
both sides
don't
of your
give
mouth.
a
How you
fuck
gonna sit up
about
here
the
and say the addict cares
community.
about the
And
community when they funding the
psychopaths,
same
you
people
need to
that you
stop
claiming
capping for
this
dope
motherfucker
men,
destroying the
nigga.
community? How does that even work? How are they funding the people that you claiming destroying the community and you saying they care about the
The
community?
drug
Make that
addict
shit
is
make
only
sense. That
destroying
shit
their
don't make no
own
damn
life.
sense. If they
The
wasn't
dope
funding the
man is
motherfucker that you
fucking up
saying
the
is destroying the
community.
community, the motherfucker who's destroying the community wouldn't be destroying the community,
All
right?
right,
No,
Then we
stop
can
capping
then
for
we
the
then we
nigga
will be
who's
forced to
destroying
then
the
we be forced to
community.
focus on
The
the real
drug
problem
dealer has
because
the
the real
choice
problem is
not to sell
economics. The
drugs
real
to
problem in the
pregnant women.
community is
Why is the
economics.
drug
If we
dealer
could get our
selling
economics
drugs to
together,
the
there would
pregnant
be no
woman
need for the drug dealer
affecting
to
the
go out
baby?
there and hustle because they will have other means of money. They will have other
Why
means
is
of
the
resources.
drug
Because,
dealer
like I said,
affecting
drug
babies?
dealers are not out here
Why
because
is
they
the
want
drug
to.
dealer
But vast
affecting
majority of
babies?
drug dealers much rather have legal
Why is the
motherfucking money.
drug
I
dealer
promise you
affecting
that.
babies when he
I
has a
promise you
choice?
that. They do not like
He
that
don't
lifestyle.
understand it though.
All
He
right,
don't
look,
understand.
gentlemen,
Like people
gentlemen, I'm
just out
just,
here just doing
The
gentlemen, I'm just
drug
gonna say
dealer
this, and I
don't
was
give
trying to
a
see
These
fuck
somebody.
about
motherfuckers,
nobody.
Hold on, Chief
these
back,
folks
Chief
take
back.
the
I was
penitentiary
gentlemen,
chance
just give me this,
because they want
because I was
to.
trying to see if y'all was gonna make it make sense. And I'm
Sheffrin,
gonna
we
say
need a
this, and I'm gonna
moderator.
Hold on,
We
Chef,
need a
I'm trying to
moderator.
get in.
I'm gonna
Sheffrin
fall
is
back.
back.
I'm gonna fall back, but I just want
Sheffrin is
please.
back. We need a
All right,
moderator.
No,
all right,
Chef
Chief
finna
X,
close the show
Chief
down.
X. He right there, Chief X. I just want to say this, and please forgive me,
Jeffrey, your
fellas.
mic muted.
Hold on, Stu. Please forgive me, fellas, and I'm gonna fall back after I'm gonna say this. I cannot grasp the concept of you saying that a drug dealer is worse than a pedophile, and I'm gonna leave it at that. I was trying to see how y'all can make that make sense,
Who
Can
create?
and to me, it
let's
just don't
explain.
make sense,
Let me
and I'm gonna
explain.
fall back.
Who
They hate
creates
So I'm
Pookie,
gonna
more?
dog.
fall
They hate
back.
Pookie.
All
That's
right,
what this is
Who
about.
all right.
creates?
I can explain it. I can
Who
explain
Hold
it.
on,
If,
creates?
you,
Chef
if,
want
if
to
people want to
speak, dog.
listen, I
Hold
can
on.
explain it.
Chiefex, please don't hijack my topic. Let me talk. Let me talk on it, please. I brought it up. No, this is it.
Chef is
Who's
trying
that?
to speak. Chef's trying to speak. Golly.
Listen,
Go ahead, Chef, man.
the,
Sheffield, we can't hear you.
you can't hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I hear you.
Hey, nah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the drug dealer creates more havoc in our community than the child molester. Like, if y'all can't see that, y'all then lost your minds. If you look around our community and you say, what is the biggest problem in our community? If somebody look at the crime, right, and the violence and the crazy shit that go on in our community, and they sit there and say child molestation is number one, y'all delusional.
Nah,
Y'all
that ain't the
delusional.
con. You put
Let
the
Chef
context in a
talk.
whole
Let
other
Chef
context.
talk.
Y'all,
Let
That's
y'all
cool. That's
delusional.
cool, dog.
Let Chef talk.
When I walk out my door, right, or I go downtown, I'm going to see more drug activity than child molestation every day of the week.
And you know why?
No, come on, James. Don't say nothing
Let
stupid.
Sheffrin talk. God damn.
If you have a comeback for that, yo.
Yes,
like,
I do.
You
know
cannot
why?
have. See, that's
because
the
child
problem.
molestation is looked
James,
at worse
let
in our
Sheffrin
community
get it
than
off.
selling drugs.
No,
That's
let
the worst thing
Sheffrin
you
get
can
it
do.
off. Niggas is feeling guilty now.
No, that's the truth. The worst
No.
thing
You
you can do in the
niggas
black
is feeling
community
guilty
is be a
and you're
child
trying to
molester.
justify bullshit. Let Sheffrin
It's
talk.
a level to this shit.
I'm not.
No, let Sheffrin talk.
I would never say that children getting molested is not a fucking evil. But I'm saying that drug dealing, right, in our community at this moment is a bigger reason for the degeneracy in the fucked up environments than molestation, child molestation. Like, but if y'all keep running past that stop sign, and I totally agree, a child molester, kick them up the ass, push them in traffic if you want to, right?
Okay, so hold up.
No. Let Sheffrin finish.
You just framed it that way.
No.
I'm gonna
Let
ask Sheffrin a
Sheffrin
question.
finish.
So hold on. So if which one is worse? If I catch a drug case, if I catch a drug case, or if I catch a molestation case, which one is worse?
The fuck up,
Answer that question.
Shut up, James.
One individual person
get
catches
on
a
a
drug
roll.
case or
to
molestation case. Which one is worse?
James, in our community, we told
I'm asking a serious question.
Let Sheffrin talk. Shut up, James.
Nigga, you shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on, stop, y'all. Listen. In our community, we definitely we definitely look at child molestation as being a greater evil than drug dealing, because we basically then gave up on the addict, right? You can hear it in what y'all say. Since the early 90s, the addicts in our community are worthless to us, right? We care about everybody but the addict, right? We care about the drug dealer, right? We care about the drug dealer more than we do the addict.
Care about both.
No, we don't care about that. The addict.
I said me. I care about both.
Yeah,
let
How
Chef
we
from
got
talk.
people that
God
we
damn.
love. Hold on, let me explain, because I used to be in the streets just like everybody.
All right,
Bro, we got people that we love, aunties. We got people's mamas that's on drugs. And when they on that, and when they dealing with that, when they dealing with that, we don't be wanting them to be on that. But that's just what they doing. So, but when they get off of it, we be happy that they off drugs. Like, well, nobody wants nobody to be fucked up, bro. I don't understand why y'all getting that narrative.
Chef Ron. Mute these niggas, man.
You shut up.
Talk.
We having a conversation with
Chef Ron is the
This
host.
ain't your fucking show.
No,
Go
Chef
on
Ron
your
is the
show and try to
host.
tell
Shut
people
up.
how to talk.
Shut
You
up
the one
and
making the
let the
problem.
host
Shut
talk.
up.
I'm done.
Shut up and let the host talk.
No,
that's fucking crazy.
I'm done talking, Nate, because
that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, like, if you think about that, nobody in the, like, when I was in 8, 9, 10, I never thought I was gonna be selling drugs. Nobody. You think that's what I aspired to fucking be? Who does that?
Yeah. Real quick, I just want to say this real quick. If my daughter got raped, right, I got nothing but smoke for the person who raped her, right? But if my daughter ends up getting hooked on drugs, I'm not going to point the finger at the drug dealer. I'm going to look at her and try to get her fixed, because she's the problem, not the drug dealer. Because whether she went and got it from this drug dealer, that drug dealer, this drug, don't matter what drug dealer she got it from, she got a problem. She got
a problem with herself.
So it's
not the community.
So I'm I'm not going to have smoke for the drug dealer. I got to get her fixed. But if somebody raped her, I got all the smoke for the person who raped her. And I don't understand how this concept doesn't resonate with people.
It does. She has a problem with herself. We agree with that. But the drug dealer has a problem with the community.
Both of y'all just made excellent points. Don't run past them.
Why would take certain guys
y'all
out
both
the food
just
chain,
made
right?
2 points, and those 2 points shouldn't be fighting against each other. He said your daughter, right, has a personal problem, and the drug dealer got a community problem. We just acknowledged that both could have a problem and that both of them are an issue. I think we should leave it there. Because I don't think we're gonna agree. Like, my standpoint is, if you look at any medical journal or whatever, drug addiction is a health concern. It's not, but drug dealing is not in there. That is, I never heard somebody get diagnosed, right, and treated for selling drugs. Like, that's like that's crazy to me. But if y'all keep running past and not making that correlation, and y'all just saying that drug dealing is not a plight on our community, like, we in a bad situation. We supposed to be the smart niggas. Like, if we can't even point to the drug dealer and say that y'all are completely corrupt and wrong and y'all fucking up black communities, if we can't say that to them, right? Like, who can say it to them? If the white man tell you, look at your community, look at all of the dope pushing and all of that, we'll say, no, that ain't their fault. That's your fault. That's the white man's fault. What the fuck?
Crazy? Like, you ever watch, like, the Mac? You ever watch that conundrum between the Pan-African and his brother? You seen what the problem was?
What was that?
Remember that? What the problem was?
No, what was that?
The problem was he was trying to straighten the community out, but it wasn't no jobs. And he was trying to get his brother. He said, man, if I can get you to stop pimping and then doing that will help our community. But his brother was like, man, what you ain't I'm making money. I'm doing this. I'm living the motherfucking American dream.
Niggas are not selling drugs in Baltimore because it ain't no jobs. So I don't know where the fuck y'all from.
I don't know what's going on in Baltimore.
I don't know where y'all from. But maybe where y'all from, I keep hearing black people say that is poverty and is. I live in a black city and niggas can go get fucking jobs. You know what I mean? And y'all probably look on the news, y'all probably heard all of the worst shit about Baltimore. But I'm telling you, a nigga can go get a fucking job here. So all
that ain't all bad shit.
Yeah, exactly. So if for us to keep
bam.
James,
what's the problem with Baltimore?
James, the problem with Baltimore, I suspect, is the same problem with all black communities throughout America. We don't give a fuck about each other. I'm gonna do whatever for my benefit and fuck everybody else in the community. So if I can make $3,000 today, a day selling drugs, I'm gonna do that versus getting a job or going to trade school, getting a trade. A nigga will put 10 years in the drug game and won't put 16 months into electrician school. So it's not the fucking system. Any nigga can go out here. It's niggas that come out of jail who can get in the programs that send them to fucking trade schools. It's every type of program imaginable. So to hear niggas sit here and say that poverty is the reason why niggas selling, these niggas ain't fucking poor here. They sell drugs. Pee-wee, Power Moves, we sold drugs because it was cool to do. A nigga would throw a pack to us. An older nigga in our hood would throw a pack to us. That's why the fuck we sold drugs. We ain't sell drugs because we was fucking hungry. If our parents didn't provide
you
for us,
right.
Somebody in our family provided for us. If our parents didn't provide for us, somebody in our family provided for us, and we said, yo, a 8-ball is $120. If I get an 8-ball, I can make about $300. I can flip that. That's what the fuck we did.
It's people out here who didn't grow up in a middle class family.
We wasn't middle class, bro. We wasn't middle class.
We wasn't middle class either.
We wasn't middle class. We making this shit
I know people who was out there struggling as teenagers, and that was their source of income. That was the way they ate.
Trees and
if they didn't make money,
grass. It looked like it's messed up in Baltimore.
It literally.
So what's going on?
It's messed up.
Hold on. This is the point, people. This is the point. Chevron, this is the point people are looking. This is the point. Hold on, Pan African James. Let me just say this one sentence. This is the point people are looking over. I'm trying to tell you some real shit. I'm not bullshit. The dope man in the beginning was also the gangbanger and the murderer. You cannot overlook that. He didn't give a fuck.
That's not true. Everybody's giving their anecdotal experiences. This is
God, it is true.
That's your anecdotal. Maybe out there where you was at. I'm telling you, wasn't no gang members out here in the 80s. It wasn't no gang members out here. The gangs were gone in the 80s out here in the East Coast.
But we influenced all you niggas. Let me tell the motherfucking story. We influenced all you niggas and all this old bullshit, fake shit. Niggas in New York.
We talking about the 80s
right now. See, this was crazy. So here we go.
No gangbangers out here.
Definitely trying to talk. It's talking about Crips and Bloods. They ain't got shit to do with that. I'm trying to tell you the real shit.
Right.
The
I'm telling you what it was
the murderers and the dope dealers.
Right, out there.
They transferred that shit to other cities and other states.
That's not
Nigga,
true.
stop blaming the white man.
Right, out there.
Yeah, that drug, the gang
again, I am going to keep blaming the white man. You must not click that link. I'm going to keep on blaming that white man. You motherfucking right. Like I said, I source up. You tell me your anecdotal experience. I got sources.
What's so crazy?
Y'all keep saying,
I don't have to play these little silly games.
But here's the thing. But y'all keep saying the community.
He really believed that California.
The white man, go click that source of that white man.
He think that they were so powerful.
You ain't gotta believe me.
The
black man tell you he did it. You don't believe it.
Without the help of white people.
So the white man can tell you.
He is. Well, hold on. Let me tell you something.
Hold on, James.
Gangbangers spread across America just because they were so powerful.
No,
what happened is they indoctrinated the rest of the country with a movie called Colors.
No,
then they hit us with the music, NWA, and that's the rest of it is history.
Fuck all that, James. Listen, every city is fucking different, right? Now, it might have been the gangbangers out there, right? Mm-hmm. I get his point, right? It wasn't no gangbangers here because that shit ain't come here until recent. But the drug dealers, if his point is the drug dealers is some violent motherfuckers and always ready to get down, then yeah, I can agree with that. But
I agree with that.
Yeah, saying that it was gangbang. No, it might have been gangbangers over there. Gangbanging actually fucked up the drug community in my city. Right? Mm-hmm. The gangbangers wasn't about getting money. They fuck shit up. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree. And a lot of dudes don't fuck with gangbang because it's stupid to them. Like, yo, y'all niggas ain't trying to get no money. Y'all fucking shit up. Y'all making this shit hot. Y'all killing for no fucking reason.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Yeah, that's what it was over here. That's what it was on the East Coast.
Yeah, the drug dealers was trying to kill gang members. Like, because the shit was dumb. They bring unnecessary fucking heat. That like, if we over here trying to get money and the gangbangers is like some stupid motherfuckers who I still don't understand the shit. So it's different from coast to coast. You know what I mean? Like
that's what we were trying to say.
But
drug dealing was always territorial. Territorialness is spun from gang banging activity.
It's not gang banging. Let me say
that's
something.
In California, Chief X.
Let me say something. In 1981, in 1979, when the shower party just come New York. When the shower party just come New York, right? In the 10 years that they was dominated, the FBI tell you that posse responsible for more than 5,000 deaths.
Yep. They was in Dallas. They was in Dallas, Texas in the 80s.
And there was murdering people left, right, and center.
Yep. We had to get them up out of here. There was a lot of murdering going on.
Well, no, the reason why I'm saying this to make my point valid, because where I'm coming from, is a general understanding of the situation, that no angels in the drug game. You guys trying to pretend that it's angels in the drug game.
No.
There's no angels in the drug game. And these motherfuckers will walk over their mother, father, sister, brother. They will massacre a whole room full of people.
Right.
Is that not evil?
See, Stu Pease, I blame you for this, because brethren, you used this analogy.
That's great.
You used this analogy of I was trying to see how y'all made a comparison. Y'all keep talking about hold on. No. Y'all talking about the community, this community get messed up by pimping, community messed up by the drug dealers. I was trying to see how can you take the mindset of take two individuals. And this the analogy that you started with, Stu Pease. What I'm saying, if you take the mindset of two individuals, one that's a drug dealer and one that's a child molester, we looking at individuals, not talking about who messing up a community, who created crack and all this, and who started the coca leaves. I'm just saying I cannot compare individually a fucking pedophile to say a drug dealer is worse than a fucking pedophile. I just can't grasp that.
I'm gonna tell you this.
That sounds just crazy.
Where I'm from, the drug dealers was the pedophiles. Where I'm at.
You ask me a question. Every drug dealer is a potential murderer.
And pedophile.
Every single drug dealer is a potential murderer. Every single drug dealer.
Everybody.
Because
every person.
Everybody. No. Let me finish the conversation. Because at any one point, every drug dealer was prepared to kill to protect in drugs.
That's not true. That's not true. There's a lot of punk ass drug dealers. A lot of punk ass drug dealers that really about that life, but they want the money, but they not about that life.
They the one who's molesting niggas. No, all that sagging and going on.
No,
and
I can't see that.
Was because of that dope man and
right. That's why I can't make sense of it. That's what I'm
saying.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't care. Everything that I've done, I sold drugs, did every crime under the sun that you could think of. Not one time ever in my mind have I ever thought about doing any harm to a female as far as rape or doing anything to a kid or anything like that. If anything, I've been the one who's the protector in plenty of situations like that.
Yeah,
so
y'all
trying to say that a drug dealer mindset and a pedophile mindset is y'all is fucked up.
No, check it out. Power moves. The biggest child molesters in my community when I was growing up, and yours too, was the fucking drug dealers. The biggest child molesters were fucking drug dealers.
15-year-old high school girl.
Teach, Jeffrey.
So y'all did on that fucking point, yo. Yo, these niggas was fucking little girls, yo. Come on, Pee Wee. I mean, Power Moves, yo, you acting like
I know.
Drug dealers were the biggest pedophiles in our fucking community, yo.
I know older dudes, they used to go up to the high school
and pick the
girls up and all that. I get that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying,
let me just tell you some real shit real quick.
I'd
rather you get on them for that. Crack epidemic, let me just tell you some real shit. In the crack epidemic in LA, and all these women with children, it was a drug dealer who was fucking these women, and it was fucking these children to sell these women drugs. Let's be real.
Yeah.
What happened?
It's a correlation.
The drug dealer was the one fucking the kids and the mamas.
Y'all keep moving the goalposts. I just can't agree with it. I can't agree with it. I'm standing on my square that a drug dealer is not worse than a fucking pedophile. Y'all keep moving the goalposts.
A pedophile.
Not all of them. Don't make it synonymous. No, some of them was.
That shit never crossed my fucking mind. A lot of them. I'm 42. I don't
drug dealer took advantage of anybody who can take advantage of.
Let me say,
the drug dealer didn't give a fuck. He took advantage of anybody he could take advantage of, whether he getting money or sex. He was taking advantage of anybody in the community.
Okay, let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all hold this same position for the drug dealer that was also getting high on their own supply? I mean, are they not a victim?
Yep.
But they're a victim. Wait.
The drug dealer was fucking up everything.
Wait, but they wasn't in their right state of mind. They was an addict. They was a
victim. No, the addict wasn't in their right state of mind. The drug dealer wasn't high in the addict.
So the drug
he
dealer
was taking advantage of the whole community.
So you're saying the drug dealer? Wait. So you're saying the drug dealer who's getting high on his own supply is not an addict?
Hold on, let's not
move the goalposts. Saying you're talking about a rare condition.
No, I'm not talking. No. Wait.
To women and children.
I can't let you get away with that
because the women and children.
Wait. I can't let you get away with that because y'all bringing up all kinds of rare incidents, like the one drug dealer who's at the high school picking up girls.
That ain't the one.
You're talking about the rare drug dealer might mess with their daughter. I promise you, there are way more drug dealers that was getting high on their own supply than at high school picking up girls. I promise
y'all keep moving the goalposts. I'm just going.
I want to know that why ain't the drug dealer that was getting high on their own supply receiving the same coverage that the other addicts are?
See, y'all keep moving the goalposts. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna leave it. This is the last time. Not just sit back and listen to y'all. But I just can't say that a drug dealer mindset individually is worse than a child molester's mindset. Basing on two. And then y'all keep moving the goalposts saying, well, this person does that. I mean, y'all comparing.
No, y'all niggas so dope, so you making excuses. You niggas won't get it. You niggas won't get honest and say you so dope. So you niggas is protecting drug dealers because you so dope.
Let me say something. Bro,
I say I sold.
Go ahead, Stupid, because this is Stupid. That's Stupid stuff. This is your fault.
Hold on. Let me say something.
I damn sure rather have that on my jacket. Yeah, if I had to have one on my jacket, give me the dope. If I had to have one on my jacket,
let me say something.
I'd rather say I sold drugs than
let me say something.
Facts.
Hold on. Let me say something.
Like what the hell's going on?
Probably I have a misconception. Because when I think about a drug deal,
y'all say y'all rather.
No. Let me finish talking, please. Let me finish talking. When Stupid said drug dealer, Stupid's not talking about a little corner boy running around and making $1,000, $2,000 a day. That is not a drug dealer to me. Right? When I talk about a drug dealer, I know who and what I'm talking about. You who selling drugs for a Mexican man, I have to go to him every day to Rio. You're not really a drug dealer. You're hustling. But the guy who giving you the Rio, he is the dealer. And he has no conscience. None at all. When you give a 13-year-old drugs to start selling drugs, to become a drug dealer at 13, to start selling your drugs at 13, you have absolutely no conscience. That's the dude I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the 13-year-old who got the drugs from him. I'm not talking about that little dude. So when you talking about Ray Ray and Pookie, I'm not talking about Ray Ray and Pookie who every day have to go get re-up.
So
I'm
basically, hold on, Snoopy. So
hold on, let me finish.
We talking about somebody that's a serial child molester then. Somebody that works.
Yo, everybody close out. Yo, I got to
molested 100 kids.
Hold on.
So that's what you're saying. You want the most
I am
egregious
talking about
drug dealer. We can do the same thing for the most egregious child molester.
I am talking about the drug dealers,
molested 100,000
not the Pookies and the Ray
kids.
Ray. I'm not talking about the Pookies and the Ray Ray. Because everybody likes to talk about the Pookie and the Ray Ray. I'm talking about those guys who don't have any conscience, who shoot down Pookie and Ray Ray because it didn't bring the $200 back. How much time you know little kids? You, Baltimore, how much little kids had to run away because he couldn't bring the $200 back from the person he got the re-up from?
And again, y'all keep moving the goalposts.
That's what, no, because I didn't explain myself when I said the drug dealer. I'm not talking about Pookie and Ray Ray who run into re-up every day. I am talking about the ones who supply Pookie and Ray Ray. And if you go back and you look at all of the suppliers of Pookie and Ray Ray and cannot call those people evil people, something wrong with you.
Chevron, let us all close out. Let us all close out and give our opinion.
Y'all can start closing out. I got to go to bed. This was a hell of a conversation, though. We can definitely do it again.
Okay, so Chevron, moderate and let people know when to close out. I want to close out kind of last. I'm an expert on this subject. Just trust me.
So go ahead, Chief X. You started off then.
Okay, let me just start this off. I'm gonna just tell you the real. And I'm not biased at all. This is Chief X. I'm just trying to be real. Okay. In Los Angeles, in the crack epidemic craze, okay, it was the dope man who was selling drugs to everybody. He didn't give a fuck. It was a dope man who was gang banging and murdering and all these people in prison he co-signed with, okay? It was a dope man who didn't give a damn about the mother and children. He would screw the mother and her children if he got a chance to, okay? It wasn't the addict who was trying to screw some mother and children. It was the addict who had the problem and was trying to get their life together, okay? It was a dope man in LA, I'm just speaking for me and my situation, who didn't give a fuck. He was gang banging and murdering, okay? This is all I'm trying to say. So what I'm saying is, the addict, and I was once an addict, I was harming myself and interrupting my life from progress. But the dope man never gave a fuck. I remember my homies didn't give a fuck about me, and I went to high school with these niggas. They would sell dope to me just to make some fucking money. They didn't give a damn. I remember dope men who would make addicted women who wasn't even preying on the community. They would make these women suck their dick. They didn't care if she had a baby in tow or not. The drug addict was always the victim. Although they had a choice, I'm saying they were just experimenting because it was a new thing. They didn't mean harm to the community. It was the gangbanger, the murderer, and them people who meant harm to the community. And we have to be honest about that. We look up to rappers and drug dealers and we always give them a pass, and the drug dealer is at the bottom of the totem pole. I'm sorry. The drug addict is at the bottom of the totem pole. They're not running anything. They're not dictating anything. They was just trying to get high because they got addicted from what the drug dealer was promoting to people. Okay? So what I'm saying is, okay, I'm gonna close on out. We as Black folk want to blame everybody for our problems, for what we demanded, regardless of who supplied it. We demanded this and wanted this. When I first got high, I got high with a white boy. When I first got high, it was a white boy who introduced it to me, and I got high with him. It was not any brothers, right? So I'm saying when I got high, I never bought from anybody on the planet except for Black. So I can't blame a white man for selling me drugs or promoting drugs to me or my community. I can only blame Black folk for doing that. We have to take responsibility. Just because something was allowed, it doesn't that you can't blame the person who allowed it. We can't blame the person who allowed guns into our communities or allowed us to carry. We got to blame the shooter who shot the motherfucker, not the white man who didn't shoot somebody. You know what I mean? This is all I'm saying. So we have to understand the drug dealer has some responsibility. If we're trying to exonerate the dope man, we're simply being disingenuous, because all our life we looked up to the man who had the fancy cars and all the money, and we want to exonerate him instead of looking at him as a person who promoted a bunch of bullshit and gang banging and murdering to our community. That's it.
Who's next?
I'll go next. I just want to make 3 points in closing. First point is, I respect all you guys that's on here for overcoming y'all obstacles, because we all been through something, and we still here to be able to agree to disagree, build, debate, whatever's on the plate. No rhyme, not trying to, no pun intended. But what I'm saying is, I respect all y'all guys for overcoming that. Second point is, I forgot my second point. But anyway, the last point is, I'm definitely getting a Cassius Clay t-shirt. He was a bad motherfucker. The original Cassius Clay. Not the Muhammad Ali one, the original one, whoever wasn't on the panel, early, who didn't get to see it. He was a bad motherfucker. And I will be getting a t-shirt this summer with his face on there. And that's all I wanted to say. And peace and power to all y'all.
Peace. Who next?
Let me go next. Let me close out. When I was 22 years old, I made $500 in Jamaica. And how I made the $500, I was in a room counting money from 8 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock in the night. US dollars I was counting. Who I was counting money for was an evil motherfucker. He had no problem murdering people. Those are the men we hold in high esteem in our communities. I am not talking about the Pookie and the Ray Ray who get $150 and try to do something. Those are ignorant young men who don't even understand the game that they're going through. I'm talking about, if anybody watch The Wire, I'm talking about Stringer Bell. I'm talking about Marlo. I'm talking about Pop Joe. I'm talking about those dudes who don't have any conscience. That it don't matter. All that matters is that they get what they want. And young men are fooled by them and romanticize these people as somebody special. These are evil men who will kill their brother. Any man who will kill his brother, and we have heard about it in the community, is not a man to venerate. That's an evil man. And he's just as evil as other evil men. And we need to stop celebrating them. That's all I'm saying.
Awesome. Who next?
Yeah, well, let me go ahead and just leave my closing remarks. But anyway, man, I don't like how we continuously not use history to understand what didn't happen to us in America. So they have documentation of the Iran-Contra scandal, but seemingly no one knows about that. Most of us on the panel, if we had a chance to take a charge, if we had to take a charge, no one would want to take a child molestation charge over a drug charge. I know that's for a fact. No one, even in the community, you would not want to be known as a child molester to your mother, to your uncles, to anybody. That's the lowest thing that you can be. And to put that in the same ballpark shows I don't know what about what's going on now. So like they usually say that Europeans are getting ready to add the P to the LGBT, so I guess that's where we going, where we can say that pedophilia is better than just doing nonviolent crimes. I mean, y'all put drug dealers as like there's most of the time they're out here just killing and maiming the community. And I used to sell drugs for a long period of time, I would say. And I've never killed anybody. I've never shot at anybody. So I don't understand. Maybe that's just in California, or that's just what they do. And I'm hold up, I did get shot, but I haven't shot anybody. Now see what I'm saying? So drug dealers ain't the only people out here doing crime. You got people out here that's just broke that'll rob a drug dealer for what they have. So I'll close out with that because it seems like y'all don't really understand how the streets work.
Respect.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and close out. Yeah, Stuppies mentioned he wasn't talking about the Pookies and the Ray Rays on the corner. Well, that's usually who gets referenced when we talk about drug dealers. They're usually not talking about the guy who sells the weight, right? They're usually talking about the guy that's on the corner that's selling, like Chief X mentioned numerous times, the guy selling to the pregnant woman. That's not the guy who's selling the weight that's doing that. That's the Pookie and Ray Rays on the corner. So these are the people that normally gets referenced and everything else when having these discussions. That's why those little tropes kept getting thrown out there, because that's the image that pops in people's head. Chief X mentioned a white man's the one who got him high first, but he did not blame that white man for being the person that got him hooked on the drug. He blamed the black man who sold it to him after he got hooked. I found that interesting, but me personally, I would blame the white guy who actually introduced me to the drug. But again, this it's eternal.
That was beautiful, bro.
It's eternal Pookie and Ray Ray hate that's going on that people don't seem to grasp. And if drug dealers are the equivalent to pedophiles and they're the ones who are destroying the community, then all the people that passed legislation in the state of Oregon are equivalent to pedophiles. And they all destroyed their state because they made drugs illegal there. So we got to so these things need to apply all the way around the board. We're not going to just keep it on Pookie and Ray Ray, because again, they low hanging fruit. This is why everybody always attacks them. This is why people attack hip hop on a regular basis, which I defend on numerous occasions, and I hold the position and I challenge anybody to bump me on this. Hip hop is the greatest thing that happened in this community in the last 50 years, and I challenge anybody to tell me different. 50 years.
That's the next thing we need to. Next show that.
We could totally do that. I would love to have that conversation. But yes, for the most part, I'm not a former drug dealer. I heard people mentioning that or whatever the case may be. No, I've never sold crack, dope, heroin, any of that, or whatever the case may be. I know drug dealers. I'm cool with some drug dealers, but me personally, I've never sold any. I do defend the community though, because the community isn't all roses. I'm not somebody who act like I shit don't stink, right? But I also don't deem my community as a wasteland. And I feel like we hold our community to different standards than we hold other communities to. And you could say that's because we're Black and, you know, you're not worried about other communities, but actually we are worried about other communities because we're holding the standard that we're trying to hold ourselves up to is to other communities, you know. So ultimately it is about other communities, whether people realize it or not. And so I'm always going to defend the Black community. That's just me. You know, you say I'm defending degeneracy, that's fine. Because I don't hold the position that drug dealers are innocent. I think it's an issue with the dealers and the addicts. And I feel like that the issue is that these drugs are getting dumped into our community to keep us where we are, you know, to keep our heads in the clouds. And nobody's innocent. I just don't want to point the finger at one person and just hyper focus on Pookie and act like he's the one that's destroying everything and everybody else is fine. I think that's a problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out on that. I'm done.
Respect. And stupid respect, brethren. I had my phone on mute when you was closing.
Hey, yo, I appreciate all y'all. This was a great topic, and we can debate it anytime. It seemed like the people liked it. Everybody, y'all did an awesome job. I just say that.
Y'all. What's your opinion? No, you can't get away like that. We need your closing opinion. Although you're.
Oh no, I don't have no closing opinion. I'm gonna leave it all where it's at. You know, I think y'all didn't said it all. You know what I mean? All right, y'all. Peace to the panel.
Peace.
All right, peace.
So yeah, y'all, that's what it is. Chef Madness. I know we went off topic again. But wherever the conversation leads to a stimulating conversation, that's where Chef Madness to go at. All right. Whatever is lively that, you know, this panel of Black men want to talk about, that's where we'll go at. All right. We have flexibility over here on Chef Madness. We're mad, right? So we go where it go at. But shout out to Cassius Clay, both the white one and the black one. Muhammad Ali, both the black one and the Arab one. All right. And I hope I can get up with y'all tomorrow. Either way, I'm out. Chef Madness. We did it again. Support, like the show, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Let's get this joint jumping up to 1,000 subscribers. I can't do it without y'all, and I do it for y'all. Peace.